Part 1 of Gold Killer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gold Killer by John Prosper. Characters:
Anne Rice, read by Jen Broda.
Tom Ware, read by Chuck Williamson.
Joyce, read by Michael Fays.
Bobby Merritt, read by Todd.
Gordon, read by Dave Lance.
Dr. Blackton, read by Jim Hedrick.
Opera Patron, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Anne's Butler, read by Brian Fullen.
Anne's French Maid, read by Christine Bowden.
Narrated by Brian Fullen. Chapter 1. The Murder at the Opera. Tap, tap. The conductor's baton, with its irritated attention, brought the great Monday night audience at the Metropolitan Opera House to a quasi-silence. A moment before, there had glimmered in front of the scarlet background of curtains in the grand tier boxes the satins, the brocades, the jewels, and the white shirt fronts of New York's aristocracy. Now the lights had lowered, and the attention of the crowds in that vast chasm in front of the glow that goes up at the foot of the great golden folds of the curtain was drawn to the nervous figure of Badansky as he drew the incisive theme of the trombone and the pounding rhythm of the strings and woodwinds into the third act prelude of Lohengrin. These are fervid, tense moments until the violins swing finally into a great sweep of melody. Gradually even the sleek arms of fat dowagers cease fluttering their fans, and high up over the brass rail into the top gallery the eager eyes of the real music lovers peer down. There was something of the very nature of tragedy and suppressed excitement in the mood of the listening crowd. It is in such moments that a cry of fire hurtles a crowd to madness. The emotions are drawn to the surface. The nerves are sensitized, and just as Badansky, with his masterly knowledge of the musical souls of people, had brought his audience to a climax of feeling, a wild, incoherent cry quavered above the great sustained chord of the orchestra. For a moment the house trembled on the verge of panic. Women rose in their seats and turned toward the aisles. Men, stilling their nervousness by attempting to calm that of others, seized satin-covered waists and pulled them back. Badansky turned half around. The orchestra continued brokenly until the cry was repeated, louder this time, and all eyes were turned toward a box halfway down on the right side of the golden horseshoe. For a second there was almost silence, as many in the house recognized Anne Rice, the daughter of one of New York's greatest financiers. She was standing, frantic, at the back of the box, her slim figure in evening gown silhouetted against the light shining from behind, one arm raised clutching the curtain behind her, the other waving in a gesture of helpless appeal toward the audience.
Help! Help! Help!
She screamed.
My father! The Gold Killer!
Figures could be seen rushing to the back of the box from the corridor beyond. Her cry had been hysterical and penetrating. Many had heard, and the word Gold Killer now spread horror and dismay through the filling aisles. The news traveled from mouth to mouth, and murmurs grew.
The Gold Killer! John Rice, the financier, has been murdered by the mysterious Gold Killer.
Badansky rapped his orchestra to attention. The curtains were pulled tightly across the empty, dark Rice box, and a guard stood solemnly in front of them. The opera went on. But before, a cordon of policemen and house guards was thrown across the stairways. The crowds, with drawn faces and staring eyes, were rushing in the direction of the rice box. The corridor in the rear of the Golden Horseshoe had filled a moment after the scream had sounded, and was packed with a gesticulating, murmuring, half-panicky crowd. A burly young chap in a dinner jacket brusquely elbowed his way forward. His manner was curt and authoritative.
"I am a doctor. Let me pass,"
he said. Tom Ware had wandered into the opera alone after the bachelor dinner of one of his fellow interns at the Mount Rose Hospital. He had been feeling aimless and lonely. The first week of a short vacation had not particularly agreed with him. At the dinner, with its many congratulations to his friend who was to be married, he had felt more acutely conscious than ever of his own bachelorhood. So he had drifted in among the standees at the opera, and was near the back of the house when he heard Anne Rice scream. At the door of the dressing-room behind the box he paused. His bluff face suddenly became tense and grave at the gruesome sight. In a swift glance he saw two men bending over the sobbing figure of Anne Rice, and recognized them as Gordon and Blake, cornerstones of the great financial institution which is the bulwark of Wall Street. But it was the inert figure lying on the red couch at the side that caught and held his attention. He saw the hideous, tortured face, the stiff white collar of the dress suit crushed, limp and torn away from a throat that was marked with great black blotches, where the fingers of some monstrous hands had crushed the life-breath relentlessly out of the great financier. The head was curiously twisted and fell limply to one side, and as Ware, with an exclamation to the others in the room, crossed swiftly to go through the formality of reassuring himself that John Rice was dead, he remembered vividly, and with a strange shudder of terror, the first time he had ever tried to kill a chicken by twisting its neck. He felt the heart and pulse, knowing what the result would be, and then carefully examined the disfigured flesh and twisted muscles of the throat.
"Nobody in the world,"
he breathed to Gordon,
"could have done this but the Gold Killer. Who and what is he?"
"Watch Miss Rice, Doctor,"
warned Gordon, as Anne, with a little cry, slipped from the chair and fell onto the floor fainting. Ware leaned over, felt her pulse, and raised her gently. As he was working over her, Gordon talked nervously.
"Why don't the police come?"
he demanded in petulant tones.
"No one is safe these days."
And he seemed almost to shudder as he said it.
"I'll never forget the way John Rice looked when we found him there on the floor, Anne and I. She had been in our box, 3 to the left, during the first part of the prelude. I was coming back with her, for I wanted to talk to John Rice. Then this. It was the same with James Holden. It was the same with Mark Baldwin, and the others. Only this comes too damn near home. No one in Wall Street is safe from this terrible gold killer."
No criminal mystery in over a decade had so puzzled the authorities, mystified the public, and terrified New York's socially elite, who realized that any one of their number might be next selected by this monstrous strangler. James Holden, president of the River Trust Company, had been the first victim. He was found dead in his yacht as it lay at anchor in the river, his neck crushed, his spinal column twisted by some force which experts said was unbelievably powerful for the hand of man. There were no clues and no apparent motive. 2 weeks later, however, when the headlines of the newspapers had scarcely ceased carrying reports of the Holden affair, Mark Baldwin, the great marine insurance man, was found at the bottom of an elevator shaft of his office building. He had been working late. The night watchman could not recall having heard or seen anything unusual. But Mark Baldwin had not been killed by the fall down the shaft. for the vertebrae of his neck were broken and his throat mangled by what seemed the same terrible hands that had murdered James Holden. It was then that the public and the reporters had come to speak of the mysterious strangler as the Gold Killer. Many persons believed the monster to be a madman, gifted with the prodigious strength of insanity. There was a good deal of arming. 10 days later, New York was horrified by another Gold Killer affair. It was the death of George J. Van Rest, retired sugar manufacturer, strangled in his own bed within only a few feet of his son sleeping in an adjoining room. Van Rest's home was one of the great Long Island estates near Oyster Bay. The police figured that a close survey of both house and grounds were necessary in order that the crime could have been committed so quickly and silently. Yet there was no member of the Van Rest establishment, nor any intimate of the servants who could, with the wildest stretch of imagination, be suspected of possessing the hands of the Gold Killer. Wealthy New York was becoming more than mildly nervous by now. Invectives at the police department from Wall Street were futile, for the police and detective forces were doing their utmost to uncover some clue, no matter how slight. There were no results. The police commissioner warned the wealthy men of the town to be on their guard. Detectives were placed about many of the more important residences. When Arnold Stewart Brained, the venerable banker, whose life had been given to the most altruistic efforts for the public good, was strangled while he sat in his automobile, waiting for the chauffeur who had stepped out of the car to procure a valise Mr. Brained had left by mistake in his office. Public indignation was at white heat. There, at 11 o'clock in the evening, in front of a downtown office building, one of the best respected citizens of New York had been killed. And in what a tragic manner! His great leonine white head was almost wrenched from his body, twisted, the neck crushed, the breath driven out so suddenly, apparently, that there had been no cry. No one remembered seeing anyone approach the car as it waited. At that time there were very few people in the streets of the business district. Now the Gold Killer had murdered John Rice, and at the opera. It was unthinkable. Thousands of questions and speculations flashed through young Ware's mind as he looked down at the purple-colored lids of Van Rice's eyes. But they were quieted by a sudden realization of how unusually lovely Anne Rice really was, and by the entrance of Dr. Blackton, the great specialist, a policeman, and a short, burly man whom Ware recognized as a member of the Times Square detective squad. Ware had met him on a case not long before. Dr. Blackton did not go immediately to the mutilated body of John Rice, but turned toward Anne. He recognized Ware with a nod and felt the girl's pulse.
"Take her home, Ware,"
he commanded.
"Use my car."
He handed him the number.
"I'll explain to the police. They can't see her until she comes out of this. Poor little girl."
The curious crowd opened as Ware carried Anne through the corridors. A maid threw her opera cloak over the silver form. Water brought the lids fluttering, and as Ware arranged the rug around her in the limousine, she opened her great dark eyes, and with a little sob buried her face in his shoulder. He made no attempt to speak to her. She was completely unstrung, he knew, so he held her there tenderly, understanding that she was quite unconscious of her action. If his attitude wasn't quite professional, it was scarcely strange, for Tom Ware was very lonely, and Anne Rice a beautiful and appealing figure in her sorrow. As he and the chauffeur started to help her from the car at the door of the Rice home, she smiled faintly and rose unsteadily herself. The doors of the house were thrown open. Within all was excitement. Numerous servants crowded about to ask questions. Anne leaned wearily on Tom Ware and closed her eyes. The young intern waved them away.
Miss Rice is to be taken directly to her room,
he commanded.
Are you her maid?
The little French girl led the way. Ware put Anne on a chaise lounge, ordered whiskey, wrote a prescription, gave it to the butler to be filled, and then turned to Anne.
Miss Rice,
he began. She smiled wanly.
You're the doctor, aren't you?
She asked.
You've been very nice. Thank you. And when are you coming again?
In the morning.
Tom's reply was brisk.
Meanwhile, they will give you the medicine I've ordered, and you are going to try your very best to sleep.
She smiled her obedience, and he left. Once outside, it seemed to him that the whole performance had been a garbled dream. He had gone into the opera house because he was lonely, because he often found music a remedy for the melancholy that seized him on spring evenings. Now he found himself one of the figures in the newest of the Gold Killer crimes, and he knew instinctively that he could not leave Anne Rice without aiding her to his utmost. Like most of the public who read the papers, he knew that she was the only daughter of the great financier. After the death of her mother several years before, she and her father had been constantly together. She had given up her life of society to be with him. And Tom realized that without close relatives, she needed someone who was young, enthusiastic, and eager to help her. Why not Dr. Tom Ware? Of course, Tom Ware. And the young gentleman squared his shoulders and stepped along more briskly. A whim caught him.
What monstrous hands,
he muttered, thinking of John Rice's crushed throat.
I can scarcely believe that they exist. It would be a pleasure to dissect those hands.
He stepped along, filling his head with the somber mystery of the Gold Killer. Chapter 2. A Police Hypothesis. Ware got up after a sound sleep and dressed himself as carefully as if he were getting ready to march solemnly down the aisle at his own wedding. He was thrusting a seldom-worn stick-pin into his tie when Bobby Merritt kicked open the door, shouting the jocular nonsense of a young medicus. A vast grin took possession of his round face as he looked at Tom.
Who are you going to prescribe for in those merry bandages?
He demanded.
I have a call to make.
Ware did not relish the guying. He tried to chase away a frown.
Don't look so savage,
Bobby continued with the ruthlessness of a best friend.
or the police will take you for the murderous musician.
What murderous musician?
Tom turned quickly. Assassinations and arrests were weaving arabesques in his brain.
Why, the Gold Killer,
Bobby replied, sitting himself on a chair and looking aimlessly about the little white hospital bedroom. Tom narrowed his gray eyes angrily. He had said nothing of his adventure of the night before. Still, he thought the young medical scapegrace was joking with him about it.
just out in a special edition.
Bobby continued negligently.
Telephone girl's got a paper.
Tom made great strides through the hospital corridor, past hurrying nurses and white-clad surgeons and patients on wheeled stretchers waiting to go into the operating room. Bobby followed him with a leisurely step, intending to continue his jibes. The telephone girl was sitting with the newspaper spread in front of her nose. She was reading the comics. Tom begged her for the front sheet. She gave it to him with a friendly smile, and he saw the phrase in great headlines.
Gold Killer discovered. Is anarchist musician. Opera employees give description of monster strangler of John Rice and other wealthy men. Arrest expected soon.
You're going to bust your frontal bone if you keep frowning like that. Who is she, anyway?
Bobby Merritt sat on a windowsill and cast an inspecting glance upon Tom's best gray suit and shining new shoes. Ware stood lost in the astonishing repertorial account. It read,
"That the Gold Killer is an anarchist musician was the emphatic statement made by Detective Inspector Corey after an 8-hour examination of Metropolitan Opera House employees who were on duty at the time of the mysterious strangling of the wealthy banker John Rice last night. The slayer was seen by at least 2 persons. David Ordkin, one of the ushers of the grand tier floor of the Opera House, and Roger McManus, a doorman on duty at the front lobby. Ordkin, who lives at 121 Greenhill Avenue, Bronx, states that not more than 3 or 4 minutes before the scream of the murdered financier's daughter startled the brilliant opera audience and announced the discovery of another gold killer strangling, he saw a man pulling a pair of yellow chamois gloves from his hands, hastily leave the rice box, close the door behind him, and hurry down the stairs to the lobby. He describes the man as of middle height and build, smooth-shaven and well-dressed. He wore a light overcoat and a black velour hat pulled over his eyes. McManus corroborates Ordkin's statements by saying that he was on duty during last night's performance, and that he too noticed a man closely answering to the description given by Ordkin. This man hastily passed the gate and left the opera house shortly before the discovery of the murder. McManus insists that he noted the suspect particularly, since the act had begun and the lobby was clear, and it was unusual for anyone to rush out of the house just after the beginning of an act. The doorman further states that the man seemed to be very nervous and bore the general resemblance of a musician. When questioned further, Ordkin stated too that the man's appearance was that of a musician. Detective Inspector Corey said to the reporters, while the identification of the murderer as a musician was not positive, it immediately suggested an explanation of the hitherto inexplicable mystery of the giant-handed stranglings. It is known that pianists and violinists frequently have abnormally large and powerful hands. They are in most cases trained to finger exercises from early childhood, and unquestionably acquire a strength of hands undreamed of among the general run of people. The prodigious hands of Paganini and Liszt are cited as examples. It then becomes clear what might have been seen in the beginning, that the incredible stranglings of the Gold Killer could only have been the work of the unnaturally developed hands of a musician.
The reporter embellished his thesis with sundry disquisitions upon the manual peculiarities of half a dozen of the pianists and violinists playing in the concert halls. He speculated upon whether a pianist or a violinist, or even a cellist, would be the most likely to have the monstrous hands of the Gold Killer, and remarked the circumstances of the musician-stranglers having selected the opera as the place for his crime.
Where did you get those shiny cuff buttons?
Bobby Merritt was tireless in his banter.
You could light up a case of tonsillitis with them.
Ware heard nothing as he penetrated further into the intricacies of the journalistic reasoning, which ran in the following terms.
That the Gold Killer is an anarchist is evident from the station of the victims and from the lack of any other possible motive than a dastardly craze to destroy the rich. None of the murdered men is known to have had an enemy, and the investigation has disclosed no phase in the life of any one of them that might account for such murderous hate. It is a recognized axiom in detective practice to hunt the will. Just how barren in this case is that usually fruitful field of inquiry may be judged from a list which the police have taken of the legatees of the various gold killer victims. The bulk of most of the estates is left to the natural heirs. Large sums are devoted to charities. James Holden, the first of the gold killer victims, willed his fortune to Rutcher's Sanatorium for nerve restoration. Dr. Rutgers is one of New York's best-known neurologists. Mark Baldwin left his estate to his wife, Matilda Baldwin. George J. Van Rest's will named his 3 children and the Beacon Asylum for the blind. Arnold Stewart Brainerd divided his millions between his nephew and 6 hospitals. John Rice, the latest victim, leaves his will, according to information that the police have secured, unconditionally in favor of his daughter, Anne Rice. Thus, no possible motive for the gold killer's murders is to be seen in the disposition of the victims' estates, and in the absence of any other element, only one possible explanation remains: the criminal mania of an anarchist crank.
Then came the telling of the measures the police were taking to arrest the anarchist musician who was the gold killer. The membership of the Musicians' Union was being investigated by detectives. Well-known instrumentalists were being questioned in an effort to learn who among the virtuosi were infected with anarchy. Especial attention was to be devoted to composers of modernistic harmonies, since it is well understood that radicalism in the arts is not far divorced from radicalism in politics. In brief, the arrest of the gold killer was expected hourly.
The mystery is not so deep as I thought it was,
Ware mused as he laid the paper down.
It won't be long before those strangling hands will be ready for dissection.
Hurry, Tom. She'll have an acute dilation if you keep her waiting.
Ware's unresponsive silence had not discouraged Bobby Merritt's sallies. Tom hurried out of the hospital and started for the Rice mansion. Chapter 3. Ware Undertakes a Quest. There was an ominous solemnity in the dark lower hallway of the Fifth Avenue palace that had been John Rice's. At least, so it seemed to Tom as the butler led him in from the glare of a sunny day. Perhaps it was the near presence of death. Perhaps it was the heavy luxuriousness of tapestried walls and the hollow sound of his own footsteps on the mosaic floor. Involuntarily, with a sudden memory of the dead face of the man who had made this richness possible, he shuddered. What had brought the master of this wealth, built up by hard and grinding years of work and saving, to his tragic death? But Ware was no dreamer. Track at college, flying during the war, and the wards of hospitals had rendered both his body and his sensibilities tough. He was no longer thinking of John Rice as he stepped into the brilliantly painted house elevator and was whisked to the 3rd floor. Ware was just ready for a romance. Girls for the college dances, a nurse or two, one brief episode with a cabaret singer. These were his experiences with women. Impetuous in his affections, he had so far been curiously matter-of-fact in his dealings with the opposite sex. There had been something about the delicate bravery of Anne Rice's face on the night before that had made a swift appeal. He found himself a trifle annoyed that he remembered exactly how her soft dark hair had curled down over her ears. That was no sort of thing to remember when she might even now be in the midst of a nervous collapse. He felt sure that most of the women he had known under the same strain would have been buried under 2 comforters in the company of the hot water bottle and smelling salts.
"How is Miss Rice?"
he demanded nervously of the butler. The liveried servant stopped with his hand on the knob of a door and spoke in a pompous whisper.
"She's that wonderful, sir, as she's got us all worried. Even Julie, that's her maid, hasn't seen her shed a tear. She's got a lot of the old man in her, only—"
And he looked around nervously, as if he expected to see a ghost coming up the stairway.
"She's more human."
Ware would have liked to have asked a leading question here, but there was no time. The servant had opened the door and motioned him in. He straightened, pushed his neck firmly against the back of his collar, and adopted his best professional air. Anne Rice was lying in front of a fireplace. A maid who had been arranging the hot bright coals of the fire left as Ware entered. It was a cheery room, with books, flowers, a good painting or 2, and the bright sun flooding from numerous windows. Anne was wrapped in a soft gray negligee. Her eyes were a trifle red, Tom thought, and there was just the slightest trace of nervous tension in the lines of her face. But her color was excellent, and the smile she gave him as he crossed to her was brave and not forced.
"Ah, you are the doctor."
And she gave him her hand gracefully and drew him to a chair beside her.
"You are very prompt, sir, and I am very grateful."
"Come, you must be prompt, too, in telling me exactly how you feel."
He took her wrist, felt for the pulse, found it, smiled reassuringly, and repeated his demand.
"Heart's all right. Come now. How do you feel?"
For an instant she said nothing. Then she covered her eyes suddenly with one hand and took his fingers nervously with the other.
"I do not know. Hurt. Terribly hurt. And puzzled. Oh, and so lonely."
He pressed the soft hand with a quick understanding. She stiffened and uncovered her eyes.
"Please don't think I'm not a sport. I'm strong, yes, quite strong. And I shall not embarrass you by crying. It's all right. Only I don't know where to turn or what to do. You understand, he was everything to me. There are so few friends on whom I can call who would not sympathize. It's not sympathy I want. There's just one thing."
Her eyes blazed, and her delicate lips straightened to a firm line.
"I want to know who killed him. There's enough in that thought to keep anyone strong. Only I do not know whose advice to seek."
"Well, it won't hurt you to talk,"
Ware said.
"The crime won't go unpaid for. Have you seen the newspapers?"
She shook her head.
"Have the police questioned you?"
"I couldn't bear to see them. The servants made excuses. I must see them this afternoon. There's very little to tell."
She looked at Ware a trifle searchingly and added,
"To them."
He pulled out the morning papers and gave them to her with their staring, brutal headlines.
"Read those,"
he commanded.
"Read them carefully, and tell me what you think. It will do you good to use your mind. You must plan what you are to tell the police. They are even less gentle than doctors."
For 10 minutes she did not lift her eyes from the details of that terrible and mysterious tragedy that was so close to her. He could see that she was forcing herself to be analytical. Her eyes were narrowed, her lips pursed. Occasionally a slight frown or a questioning shake of the head. That was all. He admired her poise. Indeed, he admired her very much. He found himself studying intently the delicate lines of her face, the healthy curves of her young body, rounded by tennis and swimming, the silken smoothness of her hands, the softness of her throat. She was that unusual thing, a beautiful woman who yet gives the impression of force and capability. When she raised her eyes from reading and caught him gazing at her intently, he was flustered for the moment, but she continued to look at him with a quizzical expression, her great dark eyes studying him and, perhaps, appealing. Finally, she shook her head slowly.
All this,
she said wistfully,
is very clever, but it's not right, and there is no one who can know that now but I.
His heart was throbbing at the expression in her eyes. If he could only comfort her in some way, assure her that she could trust him, that she could confide in him, that he would take her quest and pursue it in all faithfulness. He knew that it must be from her, though, and he did not press her. But he was poignantly afraid that she would send him away without taking him into her confidence.
I must have someone to whom to tell all these dreadful things that are torturing me,
she said at last. Ware did not offer himself, but his eyes spoke more truly than any word he could have said. She let the papers fall onto the floor and began in a voice scarcely above a whisper.
The whole thing seems impossible. There is something peculiarly mysterious and sinister. No one could have strangled my father like that. No matter what kind of hands he had, because my father himself was enormously strong. I have seen him take a huge mahogany table and carry it as though it were wicker work. Once, last summer, he lifted our heavy car from the mud when 2 chauffeurs had failed to move it an inch. He could take me and toss me about as though I were a child. He was very shy about it and did not care to have people know. Very few of his friends realized, but my father was inconceivably strong. The other gold killer murders have been of victims who were old and weak. This is different.
Ware felt immediately that she was exaggerating her father's physical prowess, for John Rice had been a man well over 50.
But that terrible grip around his throat,
he argued,
would have swept the breath from Samson himself. Your father could have struggled only for a moment. You yourself would have heard him. You were sitting not 30 feet away,
she replied with unshaken conviction.
Even for that moment, my father could have torn anyone to pieces. It certainly could not have been the puny musician for whom they are searching.
He had not been stunned,
Ware told her.
He had not been touched in any way. For I examined him carefully. There was no other blow. He was conscious until the last moment. It was the power alone of some enormous crushing hands. But you must tell the police department of this great strength of your father's.
You don't understand,
she said softly.
There is something very curious about it. So curious indeed that I would not have a breath of it reach the ears of detectives. Even if I were sure that it is as terrible as I believe it to be, I would rather keep my father's memory as unsullied as it is now. With uncertainty in my own mind, I'm doubly afraid to have them prying into his private life with their eager conjecturing. No, You are the only one to whom I shall confide this strange foreboding, which I have had for many months, and I know that you will keep it secret.
He smiled and she went on.
It has all happened within the last year. It commenced just after I came back from college, though of course it may have been coming on during the winter of that year, for I was home very little, and vacations were so gay with parties that I had small chance to see my father. I remember we were sitting that evening in the summer house on the seawall, looking out over Long Island Sound. That afternoon we had been playing tennis. Father was depressed and nervous. It seemed to me that for the first time, I noticed that he was growing old. There was no snap in his game, and he seemed ill at ease and distracted. But there in the summer house, his entire mood changed. He was wearing a dinner coat, but in spite of that, he ran out on the seawall and balanced on his hands, walking with his feet over his head. Then he turned a couple of handsprings on the lawn. His whole attitude was that of a restless boy of 20, chafing under restraint. Callers came in to see me, and he excused himself. Later that night, I went to his room because there had been a strangeness in his manner that worried me. No, he had not been drinking. One cocktail, perhaps, or two, but no more.
She leaned forward.
He wasn't in his room, nor anywhere on the place. I know that he did not return until dawn, for I lay awake listening for his motor. He was driving a small racing car. At breakfast, he seemed much as usual, but I didn't speak to him about it, for, although we were the closest companions, he was always secretive about his personal affairs. This sort of thing happened again and again all summer. Dr. Ware, I think it was a woman.
She blurted out suddenly.
I think that he must have had some dreadful love affair that possessed him and maddened him, that depressed him and yet led him on to these periods of elation. Oh, the things that I imagined during those dreadful months.
She rose and went to the window. When she returned, her face was tense and her hands trembling.
If I had only spoken to him about it then, perhaps I could have saved him from this. It isn't that I blame him. Mother had been dead for years. He was lonely. And this woman, whoever she was, must have had a terrible power to enthrall a man of my father's willpower so completely. For it was that, a consuming interest that was with him day and night. What he must have suffered.
She sat down, calm again. Tom bent forward toward her, eager to hear more.
I don't know very much about such things.
She took up her story again.
But could it not be true that my father fell into the clutches of some terrible woman? It may have been some evil woman of the underworld. Perhaps he was involved in some sordid and disgraceful affair, some terrible predicament where it was impossible for him to fight his way out without disgracing himself and...
Her voice softened.
His daughter.
Then you think that they killed him? An underworld gang?
Nobody could have killed him like that if he had resisted. He did not resist, I know that. For some hideous reason, that murderer stole into the box and fastened his hands around my father's throat. He knew that man and submitted to death rather than to struggle and accept inevitable disgrace. No one could have killed him otherwise.
They both said nothing for several minutes. Then Anne spoke again.
You are the first person to whom I have spoken a word of this. I shall say nothing to anyone else. You understand, don't you, that I cannot have my father's name disgraced, and I hope that they will never find out? How, though, can we fathom this dreadful mystery? It seems as if I could not possibly rest until I knew more clearly what it was. Not so much to find the murderer, but just to know what it was, this evil that has been threatening my father for so many months. It was no musician, nor was it an anarchist. It was some affair with a woman.
She concluded. Tom took her hands in his and said quietly,
"We must risk no scandal, and we must find out. Will you let me undertake the task? I should hold it a very great privilege. Already I am happy to be in your confidence."
You are too good.
she whispered.
How can I ask you to do a thing that may mean danger and even death to you? Perhaps it is selfish of me to keep all this from the police. I could never forgive myself if I brought you to some fearful trouble.
Tom laughed.
"You will give me the privilege?"
he repeated, looking into her eyes. She smiled her reply.
"I will do everything in my power to investigate the case,"
he said.
"and I will let you know every turn of affairs. Goodbye. Keep strong, and don't tell the police too much."
He left her quickly, softer emotions quarreling with the 1,001 plans for action that were brewing in his mind. As he crossed the hall to the elevator, a maid passed him with a huge bunch of lilies of the valley. If Ware could have seen Anne's eyes as she read the note that accompanied the flowers, he might not have set out on his mission with so warm a heart.
Is Mr. Dulsandros waiting?
Anne asked the maid.
He is in the library, ma'am,
was the reply.
Tell him I will be down in 10 minutes.
And Anne slipped quickly from the loose folds of her gray gown. Chapter 4. The New Underworld. After a great deal of meditation upon the significant things that Anne had told him, and after advising with her, Ware went for aid to his friend Joyce, the motion picture critic of the Record. If there were some monstrously disgraceful woman affair connected with the killing of John Rice, then it seemed to Tom that the probable place to look for the woman was in the underworld. His friend Joyce was a specialist in crime stories, as well as in motion picture criticism, and knew the New York Tenderloin from the world of musical comedy stars to that of pickpockets and sneak thieves.
A woman?
Joyce tapped his pencil half a dozen times on the spacing bar of his typewriter and smiled at the shift key.
"Yes, a woman,"
Ware replied with a warlike frown.
"I don't put any stock in this anarchist hypothesis."
That is sensible, of course. Whenever the people around here...
Joyce waved a large right hand indicating the expanse of the newspaper office.
And around at the police headquarters can't blame a murder on a woman, they blame it on the anarchists. But the reasons of your friend, Miss Rice, are mighty slender.
Tom looked earnestly out of the window at the Woolworth Tower and replied with resolution.
"I know they are slender, but I am going to investigate them."
Joyce's laugh disturbed half a dozen reporters dozing over their typewriters. A rewrite man called over, asking what that joke was.
You are going out Sherlocking,
Joyce demanded.
"Yes, and you are going Sherlocking with me."
Ware grinned spitefully at the newspaper man. Joyce toyed with the big knotty muscles of his right hand as though he were grooming to strike somebody, and a look of displeasure came into his comfortable face.
I am not a man for romantic adventures,
he said sternly after an interval. It took him a moment to realize that the young physician was talking seriously. Tom jerked his chair closer, and his eyes narrowed with determination. He wasted neither reasonings nor implorings, but spoke as one who states his purpose boldly.
John Rice may have been caught in some underworld intrigue. Now, it is not probable that a man of such prominence could have gone playing around in subsocial circles without its having been talked about there.
I know a broker.
Joyce chortled, cut by the profane joy of the remembrance.
Who lives his social life among the Yeggs. His evenings are spent listening to tales of the latest safe-crackings. He bewails his love for the company of crooks. He says there's no variety in his life. The Yeggs are so like stockbrokers.
Tom firmly checked the essay into anecdote. He fixed his eyes on the shining surface of Joyce's perfectly bald head and interrupted.
As the movie editor of this paper, and as an occasional writer of crime stories, you know the underworld.
As a movie editor, I know it.
Joyce fell into ribaldry again.
And you can take me to underworld haunts, where we can sit around and make inquiries, and perhaps hear things.
Ware leaned back and passed his hand over his cropped head with a gesture of finality.
Underworld haunts.
Lines of mirth gathered at the sides of Joyce's round brown eyes.
I suppose you mean dingy side street saloons where burglars hang out and sit drinking with their molls, and noisy cabaret dives where pickpockets gather at night, and tough joints where hold-up men plan their crimes, just as you have read in underworld stories.
There are such places, aren't there?
Tom returned combatively.
There were, but there are not.
Joyce leaned back in his turn and grinned as a mocking fellow who details that St. Peter's in Rome is a fake built of papier-mâché.
The old underworld has become a new underworld.
What do you mean?
Tom spoke subduedly. He didn't know whether Joyce was serious or joking.
I mean that the criminal world has changed its face as completely as a woman going to one of those beauty surgeons. Did you ever hear of McCurk's?
No,
replied Tom.
Well, McCurk's was in Baltimore, and it was a headquarter for Yeggs. A few years ago, you could have gone to McCurk's and found a dozen safe blowers at the bar, and you could have got word of almost any soup and drill artist in the country. In the back room, you might have seen parties of Yeggs drinking and laying out plans for their next jobs. Then there was Slavin's in St. Louis, a combined saloon, hotel, and burlesque show house. It was for years a national resort for confidence men. In Chicago, two brothers ran 3 saloons, the first a haunt for burglars, the second of hold-up men, the third of pickpockets. In New York, there were a score of such places, and they formed the wild and fantastic underworld so melodramatically exploited by the writers of fiction. The writers of fiction killed the old underworld.
Joyce paused to note the effect of this information on Ware. The young intern was listening intently. His eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth turned down. The movie critic grinned mockingly and embarked upon an extended explanation.
For years, books have come out by the hundreds telling with romantic exaggeration of the life of the crook classes and their hangout underworld. Crooks always read sentimental stories of crook life, and these underworld stories were popular nowhere more than in the underworld. The result was that the underworld habitués became aware that their resort life was known to everybody. They had always understood that the police learned constantly of their changing saloon headquarters, but now the openness of their supposedly secret life was brought to them startlingly. Then, too, the crime novel constantly presented its crook heroes as the Raffles type, polished, well-dressed thieves who associated with the best people. And now, through these books, the Raffles idea took increasing hold of the underworld. A gradual drift from the dive life began. Then Prohibition came, and the old underworld disappeared in a season. It was not that the saloons closed or stopped selling hard liquor. It was because of one of the phases of Prohibition psychology. The saloon, in the popular mind, ceased to be the safe workaday thing. It took a mood of riskiness. It became a place that might be raided at any time. It almost never was, but it might be. Among the criminal classes, raids by the authorities have always been enormously unpopular, and to a burglar or a pickpocket, the idea of meeting with his associates and planning his work in a place into which the revenue agents or police might come breaking in at any time was a most uncomfortable one. Crooks dropped their saloon hangouts, but they still had to meet and scheme. Where? It has been constantly seen that the various pressures of the law in recent years has driven illicit trade from their specialized centers into the breadth of the community. The community in New York is a matter of apartment houses. The illicit trades have taken to flat life. So has the entire netherworld now taken to flat life. The crooks of romances who used to congregate in their favorite saloons and mutter across tables in dingy back rooms now meet and talk in 4 rooms and a bath. The money that they used to spend across the bar as a species of rent for their barroom centers, they now put in generous monthly fees for fine apartments. The more reputable place, the safer. Crookdom has become the apartment house neighborhood of upper-middle-class respectability. The public hangout is in that great crowd on Broadway. Certain addresses are passwords for the confraternities, one for forgers, another for sneak thieves, and the trail is from Broadway to the well-furnished apartment house where any one of the boys may go and find half a dozen members of his profession. With this, the crook has become an ordinary citizen of the Broadwayite persuasion. In the low saloon, he dressed appropriately to the place, with a cap and sweater. Now he dresses like anyone else. His old marks are gone. He looks like an ordinary saunterer along Broadway and imitates the loud clothes of the cheap actor, which clothes are also affected by the office clerk, the waiter, the businessman. You will have to go far to find an old-time joint where you can meet the underworld and pick out the crooks by their traditional garb. No, you will have to go into the crowd on Broadway at night, where you must guess which is the thief and which is the ordinary citizen, or hunt crookdom in apartment houses where there is no difference between the flat occupied by the downtown auditor and his wife and the one occupied by a group of purse snatchers.
Joyce finished with a smile of mocking triumph on his white, pudgy face. Ware, who had listened with attention, attacked again persistently.
You can get entrance into the underworld, new or old.
Joyce rubbed his short, fleshy nose dubiously.
I suppose I shall have to introduce you to a gangster or a bank robber to satisfy you,
he said. He meditated for a while, drumming his long, thick fingers on the keys of his typewriter. Tom nervously rubbed the back of his hand against his long jaw.
I think Chicky LaFontaine is the girl.
Joyce reached for the telephone.
Plaza 0178.
Who is Chicky?
Tom thought he was not being taken seriously.
She is a burlesque showgirl whose pictures are in Sunday rotogravure sections constantly. She has half the gamblers and con men on Broadway chasing after her. She is pretty, young, and has spirit, and is in the know of most things going on among the upper circles of the underworld. There's hardly a crook leader or lieutenant scheming a robbery who does not expect to get her for his moll. Sort of a queen of the underworld. What better do you want?
Joyce chuckled and turned to the telephone.
Hello, Chicky? This is Joycey. I have a friend who wants to meet you tonight. Can you make it? That's fine. He can meet you early. No, I can't come. I have an assignment to cover that new film at the 49th Street Theater. He will come alone. He will meet you at the Montmartre? No, he won't. He's no John, but a poor devil like myself. What do you think I'm doing, sending you a millionaire? When I do, I'll come up with a brass band to let you know about it. Make it some nice, quiet place that costs about $1.25 each. All right, he'll meet you at Glasenberg's.
He turned to Ware.
That's the little Hungarian restaurant at 50th Street near 6th Avenue. But how will he know you?
He spoke into the phone again. There was a long pause. Joyce clapped his hand over the mouthpiece and spoke mockingly.
She says that you, of course, saw her in her last show and will easily recognize her. You can't have forgotten her face. She looked better than any other girl in that show, and so on.
He gazed at the ceiling patiently, waiting for the chatter at the other end of the wire to cease.
Of course he has seen you in the show, Chickie.
He took his hand off the mouthpiece.
But you know how hard it is to recognize a girl off the stage? He's nearsighted anyway. Hang a check around your neck, or wear a sign on your skirt and walk into the place backward, or dress in chain armor, anything.
He listened a while.
Yes. Yes, that's fine. Yes, at 8:30.
He hung up the receiver.
She says she will wear an extraordinary flower tonight. She has it from a most devoted suitor. It flames with scarlet lights and is haunted with violet shadows. It is such a flower as you will have never seen before. Go to Glasenberg's and pick out the girl with the blazing flower at her bosom, and you will know it is Chickie LaFontaine. Get her to take you around with her.
Joyce extended his huge hand and favored Ware with a friendly, painful clasp. End of part 1. Part 2 of Gold Killer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gold Killer by John Prosper. Characters:
Tom Ware, read by Chuck Williamson.
Anne Rice, read by Jen Broda.
Chickie LaFontaine, read by Hannah Leake.
Joyce, read by Michael Faze.
The Flower Snatcher, read by Dave Lance.
Dos Andros, read by Bill Mosley.
Pop Morgan, read by Brian Fullen.
Baldy McManus, read by Bill Mosley.
Jack West, read by Larry Wilson.
Billy Harty, read by Douglas Wood.
Taxi Driver, read by Douglas Wood.
Waiter, read by Dave Lance.
Narrated by Brian Fullen. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Flower. Glasenberg's genuine Hungarian table d'hôte was crowded. At one table a flat-nosed, long-chinned, loudly dressed vaudeville actor sat with two purple-lipped, vermilion-cheeked chorus girls. At another a swarthy cloak-and-suit manufacturer with bursting cheeks dined his huge wife. Prognathous-jawed, sunken-nosed girls came in with skirts to their knees and swaggered through the mazes of dirty tablecloths, casting insolent glances right and left with small misshapen eyes. Ugly-mouthed men in green and yellow suits preceded or followed them. The women's voices were loud, some blatant with the impure inflections, coarse slang, and brash camaraderie of those class theatricals. Others thick with the dialect of the ghetto. The waiters were black-jawed and indolent.
Herring or chopped chicken livers?
Ware replied that he was waiting for a lady. He sat at a table and marveled. He had no difficulty in seeing about him the sure-thing gamblers, the grafters, the small-time crooks, and the big-time crooks that Joyce had told him resort in this modern day to yesterday's dull, stodgy haunts of the respectable. A girl swaggered in past the short, swollen-faced owner, who bowed to her obsequiously. She had a pretty, crooked mouth and wore a purple coat. She paused petulantly for a moment and threw open her coat. A gleaming red flower, like an orchid, lay on her bosom. In the glare of the electric lights it seemed a great flaming ruby carved into petals.
Miss LaFontaine.
Ware arose and stepped to her.
So you're the dearie Joycey sent.
She gave him a bold, kindly smile and allowed him to divest her of her purple cloak. They sat down.
That is an extraordinary flower you have.
The flaming petals seemed molded of wax and fresh blood. Every change of light set them flashing anew, glints of topaz in the red luminosity, shadows of violet, and a fugitive emerald sheen, and they gave forth a perfume of languorous sweetness mingled with an acrid pungency.
Ain't it a beauty?
Where did you get it?
Tom kept his eyes on the rapturous bloom.
A friend gave it to me.
A friend?
He mocked.
I've got much more than this from him.
She smiled perversely.
What kind of flower is that?
He demanded.
I don't know.
Where does it grow? Is it hothouse? Is it imported? I have never before seen such a flower.
You're mighty inquisitive, ain't you, dearie?
She gave him a hard look and called the waiter.
Herring and beet soup,
she said. When the waiter had departed for the order, she planted her elbows on the table and her chin on her two fists, and fastened a pair of yellow eyes on Tom, who gave her an embarrassed grin, and wondered why she was so sensitive about the flower. She smiled a one-sided smile at him and narrowed her eyes provocatively.
You think you're foxy, don't you, boy?
Ware stopped grinning.
But I don't fall for those old gags.
Huh?
He hunched forward in astonishment.
Joycey said you wanted information.
She pursed her lips satirically and raised one cheek. Ware was unable to answer.
Well, I know just what kind of information you want.
She wagged her head from side to side. Her broad, flexible hat brim flapped grotesquely. He longed to run away.
You want what they all want. Here's what you want.
She kissed the back of her hand several times resoundingly. Ware looked at her with profound stupidity.
I want to love you, my dearie.
She sang the latest Broadway song hit in a full voice and leaned across the table with a delighted grin and slapped his cheek.
When a boob John gets stuck on me, he always gets a friend to date me up for him because he wants some information from me.
She drew herself up, made a supercilious face, and cocked her head to one side. Tom stared at her with admiration.
Now tell me how much you love me,
she demanded with a glance.
Greatly,
he said with mock gallantry, and lapsed into bewildered silence. She ate her herring and then her beet soup rapidly.
It's good.
Ware guessed that her "I love you" would not have been more fervent. He thought the cooking execrable. While they waited for orders of pot roast, she recommenced her ogling.
You are a classy boy.
She tried to curve the corners of her mouth enigmatically.
There ain't many fellows who could take me to a beanery like this. The Ritz is too cheap for me. I'm the girl that makes 'em spend it.
Ware rubbed the side of his straight-pointed nose with his forefinger and tried to make himself believe that his sleuthing was making progress.
You talk like you might have rich folks.
She drivelled on.
You talk educated. I just love fellows that are refined. But good old Joycey says you're on your uppers. Family chuck you off? What's the trouble, booze? Or do you take a little sniff once in a while? Too bad. They never want to let a fellow enjoy himself. I know how it is. My family won't give me a tumble since I went on the stage. They're awful refined. But I know what you need.
She gave him the vampire's heavy-lidded glance.
You ought to have a ma like me. I'd show you how to get a little Jack.
She took a cigarette from his open case, lit it, and gave him the half-closed, passionate eyes longer and more intensively, blowing blue curling strands of smoke out of her wide nostrils. Ware industriously groomed a cigarette to conceal his discomfiture.
Maybe I can get you a little Jack, baby.
She rested her cheek on her hand, and a moody, half-sullen expression came over her face.
I like you a little bit, and I know you like me.
Ware began to knit his heavy brows in alarm, and the vertical lines between his eyes became deeper as she continued in an erotic voice.
I know some boys who are going out after a big piece of change. They need another kid on the job, and maybe I'll put in a good word for you. It's a new stunt, the newest what is.
Bond stuff? Liberties?
He could not resist trying to appear up to date.
Bond stuff?
She flipped the ashes off her cigarette superciliously.
Why, kid, Bond stuff is as old as Pinochle. This is something new.
What is it?
Ware was interested in spite of himself.
I don't know just what it is myself,
she confessed.
But they're going to get a lot of some kind of scientific junk. The chief knows where to sell it for all kinds of money.
The chief?
He's the big boss of the gang. I haven't met him yet, but they say he's a wonder.
She reached across the table and toyed with his fingers.
I don't know why I like you, kid,
she said with stagey earnestness.
Unless it's because I like your nerve to come up here and try to get me with a 5-spot in your jeans. I love a fellow with guts. And it don't make no difference to me whether he's busted or not. And I'll give you a chance to swing some dough. You show up at my flat tomorrow night at 8 o'clock and the gang will be there. And they'll take you in on the big deal. Get me?
She gave Ware's hand a hard, friendly squeeze.
No.
He stammered. His wits dazedly propounded the question. Was she really sentimental, or was she playing some unguessable game? All that was certain was that he had no desire to take part in this mysterious robbery.
I am engaged in some other business,
he blurted.
Oh?
She raised her eyebrows exaggeratedly.
You're a wise one. Get some little game of your own, eh?
She was interested. Ware thought it was time to end the situation. He would propound his questions about John Rice in the underworld, pay the check, and part with Chickie LaFontaine, never to see her again.
By the way, I was just wondering, do big money men ever come playing around in your crowd?
He limped.
Do they?
She raised her shoulders and flicked an imaginary speck of dust from her sleeve.
Do you ever hear anything about any of them?
His voice became domineering.
Do I?
She straightened up in her chair and puckered her lips.
Why, kid, they all take me out. Those big guys down on Wall Street. They come around all the time. Chickie, let's dine at the Ritz. Chickie, let's go to the big society ball tonight. I know them all.
Did you know John Rice?
Tom stuttered with excitement. She swung her shoulders and tilted her head.
That big gun the gold killer got? Why, him and me used to go out all the time.
She leaned over the table, nodding her head and whispering confidentially.
Why, he spent $2,000 on me one night.
Ware was too dizzy to frame a developing question. She babbled on.
He sure was a liberal fellow, and he sure was stuck on me. Lots of fellows were jealous. Did you know, Jack?
She gave Ware a provocative glance. His gray eyes bulged, and he took his nether lip in his teeth to hold himself.
How long did you know Rice? Where did you go with him?
Ware was bursting with questions. His hand trembled on the table. She looked at him with a frightened stare. Her painted lips drooped.
Don't ask me no more questions, dearie.
She whined.
I didn't do nothing.
Ware ground his teeth and glared at her.
Who did?
He shouted. Surrounding diners turned their faces toward them.
Don't talk to me like that, dearie.
She hung her head and complained.
Don't look at me like that.
He seized her wrist threateningly.
Answer me.
She shrunk back and gave him a long, amorous glance.
You mustn't be so jealous, dearie. I didn't do nothing.
She shook her head widely and slowly. Ware felt like a fool.
Oh, I just was curious,
he said, trying to laugh.
Did you see Rice much?
I don't like a fellow so jealous.
She smiled a round smile.
Did you see him often?
He repeated weakly.
No, not often.
She gave him a gaping look of promise.
Not as often as I'm going to see you.
Ware started to question again. She stopped him with her occasional hard, stubborn look.
Don't say no more about it,
she said with a tough wave of her hand. Ware paid the check absently. He could see no use in carrying the game further that night. He needed an interval to order his impressions. They went to Broadway and waited for a cab.
When shall I see you again?
He asked anxiously.
Well, I told you that tomorrow night the gang is having a meeting at my flat to dope out how they're going to do the big thing.
I'll be there,
Ware said grimly. He hailed a passing cab.
I'm warm.
Chickie threw open her mantle and shook it, fanning herself. Ware could not help looking at the gorgeous flower on her bosom. It gleamed in the light of a street lamp as she stood, and its odor came like the breath of some exotic garden. A passing, athletic-looking man with a slouch hat and a pair of upstanding black mustaches stopped and stood staring at Chickie.
The nerve of that masher!
She swung and stepped into the taxi. The stranger sprang toward them.
Go ahead, driver.
Ware jumped into the cab and angrily slammed the door in the intruder's face. The cab jerked away from the curb. The stranger cursed violently.
That was some Johnny!
Chickie screamed with laughter. Tom, astonished and mystified, looked back and saw the black-mustached man hail a green cab and follow them.
96th Street and Riverside Drive,
Ware cried. He looked back constantly as they sped up Broadway and saw the green cab keeping after them. A traffic cop stopped them at 59th Street. As they waited, a man in a chauffeur's cap ran alongside, jumped on the running board of the taxi and spoke a few words to the chauffeur, and then disappeared in the maze of cars.
Who was that?
Ware opened the door and called to the driver.
Friend of mine,
was the laconic reply. The traffic started. They crossed 59th Street, and then the cab swung into Central Park.
He thinks we're lovey-doveys.
Chickie laughed.
We are.
We don't want to go through the park.
Ware shouted to the driver. The man made no reply, but speeded up the car.
There's something wrong.
Chickie cried, frightened. Ware shouted to the driver again. A car was coming close behind them. Ware looked back and saw the green cab. He recognized the driver as the man who had spoken to their chauffeur.
He bribed our driver to do this,
Tom muttered. The green cab ran ahead of them. Their own car followed it. Tom's pugnacity was aroused. The car was going too fast for them to jump out. He thought of getting onto the running board and attacking the driver in his seat, but that would result in a smash, no doubt. He could only resolve to shout to the first policeman they saw. He tried to ease Chickie, who sat staring and motionless. They were thrown forward as the car stopped suddenly. Ware looked out and saw a dark, deserted section of the park. The green car had halted in front of them. The door of the car was thrown open.
Get out.
Their chauffeur stood with a revolver in his hand. The chauffeur of the green car stood beside him. Back further lounged the black-mustached stranger.
What is all this about?
Tom protested angrily. He and Chickie got out of the car.
You just stand there.
Their chauffeur replied roughly. The black-mustached man came forward, stared at the whimpering Chickie for a moment, and snatched the red flower from her bosom.
"That's mine."
His voice was loud and raucous, but that of an educated man. He crumpled the flower in his hand convulsively and thrust it into his pocket.
Who are you?
Ware faced him, his long jaw moving with wrath. The stranger looked at him sharply, gave a short laugh, and turned away. He walked rapidly to his green cab. The two chauffeurs got into their respective machines and drove off, leaving Tom and Chickie standing alone on the dark driveway. Tom stood motionless.
Come on, let's move.
Chickie exclaimed petulantly.
Guess we'll have to walk it.
He continued to meditate.
I know that man's face,
he said finally.
I have seen him somewhere.
She was grumbling monotonously and paid no attention. They walked along the park pathway, and she continued to babble her wonderment at the adventure that had befallen them. She could think of no explanation of it. Ware kept trying to place the face of the stranger who had taken the flower.
Tomorrow night, at your flat,
he said as he left her before the big riverside apartment house where she lived. Chapter 6. Clues Over Toast. Ware had applied for a month's leave of absence. It had been granted. He had rented a room in an apartment house on West 71st Street and moved his luggage from the hospital. He did not sleep soundly in his new bed, but started constantly from fitful dreams of Chickie LaFontaine, the amazing flower, and the inexplicable stranger who had snatched it from her. When in the morning he took his way to the Rice mansion, he walked with short, nervous strides, his thin face eager and tense with the effort to connect the events of the night's experience with the murder of John Rice. There were moments when it seemed to him that he was being more adventurous than prudent in throwing himself into the workings of an apparently flourishing gang of the new underworld. But then he thought of Anne, and the memory of her dark eyes made any rashness that seemed daring become absolute necessity. Anne was a trifle pale when Tom found her dressed and waiting for him in the morning. Her one salvation, though, he realized, was to be completely absorbed in the task of running down her father's murderer. Take this interest from her, and the taut nerves would snap in a pitiful collapse. Grapefruit was waiting them in an airy breakfast room at the top of the house, where a bronze nymph laughed at them from a fountain, and a large cage filled with yellow and orange birds gave the room an almost festive appearance.
You see,
she waved a hand gently toward the happy, chirping birds.
They sing always, and the nymph smiles. What goes on out here doesn't matter to them.
She seemed more beautiful than ever to Ware. Her pallor only heightened the witchery of her bright lips and the tracery of arched eyebrows. How wonderful it would have been to sit there in the early morning sunshine, talking of other things, of herself and, perhaps, very little of himself to her. Tom took a savage bite of toast and crunched it determinedly, then dragged his mind back to the squalor and din of Glazenberg's, as he plunged into a recital of the events of the night before. Anne had been listening, but only dreamily, until he mentioned the flaming red flower. When he described its strange glow and perfume, and the curious fascination it seemed to have for him, as he saw it for the first time flaunting and tantalizing on Chickie's gown, he saw Anne start and become suddenly alert.
"What is it?"
he asked.
Go on,
she demanded.
And did she say that she knew my father?
He told the rest as kindly as he could.
Don't, please.
She pleaded.
You're trying to spare me, and that isn't fair. We must be absolutely frank, or we'll never get anywhere. I think that we're modern enough for that anyway. Listen, it's too frightfully clear. She is the woman. She must be. The flower, describe it to me again. Was it larger than an orchid, and with the same waxy petals, only a luminous scarlet, with occasionally what seemed to be a shimmering green spot and a perfume of strong, pungent sweetness?
He nodded.
Not 3 months ago, my father came into this very room one morning, wearing just such a flower as you describe, in his buttonhole. He seemed almost childishly proud of it. It immediately fascinated me. It gave me the feeling of looking beyond the throat of the blossom and into some unexplored and exotic jungle. I was curious. I asked him innumerable questions about it. At first, he answered pleasantly enough. It was a South American flower, he said, very rare and famous among certain of the Indian tribes. Some day perhaps he could find me something about it in the books of travel. A friend had given it to him. What friend? I asked, but as I became more eager and pursued the question, he seemed to grow annoyed, then angry. He left the breakfast table, went to the floor below, and when he returned a few moments later, the flower had disappeared. Naturally, I did not speak of it to him again. Doesn't it all seem plain now? That the woman you met and who claims to have known my father did know him all too well. This strange flower was probably a love token between them. That would explain my father's annoyance and embarrassment that his daughter should be so insistent about a thing which was the symbol to him of something of which he was ashamed, which he was striving to conceal. The man at the opera was a jealous lover of hers, a lover who has used his strange and terrible strength to kill other rivals in the same way and for the same reason. What a dreadful woman she must be. You won't have to see her again, will you?
Ware laughed at her concern. At the same time, he was amazed and thrilled by the new development in the tangled thread of their mystery. He sketched rapidly the rest of the evening's experience, treating lightly the plan for the exploit at Chickie's apartment. But Anne was thoroughly excited and concerned. She was no longer pale. Her cheeks were flushed, and she walked nervously to the window and looked out over the park.
I want you to promise me you'll stop this foolish plan,
she begged.
It isn't worth the great danger to you. I can't let you do it.
What could be a greater lark?
He assured her.
She believes that I'm in love with her. Well, let her think so. She believes I'm hard up and need money. Well, what's the harm in that? I can find out more now than a dozen detectives. That is clear, isn't it? And you must let me go through with it. There's no other answer.
But I don't understand the man in the green cab.
Anne queried. Her forehead was drawn and her eyes strained now. Tom felt like a brute that he had been forced to tell her the strange details.
That's not so mysterious, Miss Rice,
he explained.
The man said the flower was his when he tore it from the La Fontaine woman. The blossoms are probably very valuable, and originally were filched from a private garden. Doubtless he had no connection whatsoever. It's strange, though. I'm perfectly sure I've seen him somewhere before.
Anne was petulant. She even pouted a bit.
And people who own private greenhouses know how to bribe taxi drivers to hold up their fares in Central Park? That sounds more like some criminal of power in the underworld. Doctor, I wish you wouldn't do this. There's no reason why you should be throwing yourself into what seems to me a very great peril. For me. Because I...
Just think it's because of my love of adventure.
Ware lied, but he was standing by her at the window, and when he took her hand, it rested in his lightly for a time which, doubtless, neither of them calculated. The house telephone rang. Tom answered.
Dr. Rutgers and his friend to see Miss Rice. Shall I tell them you are unwell and cannot?
No.
Anne interrupted.
I was expecting them. Have them brought here, please. I shall be glad to have you meet Dr. Rutgers. He was a close friend of my father's, and, though I have never met him, I feel that I have really known him for many years.
It's not Herman Rutgers, the neurologist?
Ware asked.
Yes.
Anne told him.
He's quite famous, isn't he?
Indeed. Absolute authority in his line. Of course, I've just met him, but it will be an honor to meet him again. Remember, his name was mentioned as the legatee of James Holden, the first gold killer victim. And his friend?
Anne turned to greet the guests as they came from the hallway before she could answer. Her outstretched hand fell to her side. Ware gasped as he saw Dr. Rutgers. He recognized at once, slight, nervous, somewhat feeble, a little old man with keen eyes, a pendulous droopy lip and eyelids, and a sharp nose. But the object that held the attention of both riveted was the flower in the lapel of the old man's coat. It seemed to wink mockingly at them with its scarlet-green eyes, and to call them with its pervasive fragrance. Anne recovered from her confusion after a moment, and responded to the doctor's greeting and word of condolence. She introduced him to Ware, then turned to a younger man who had been waiting in the shadow.
You promised to come again last evening, Dos.
She admonished softly. Dr. Rutgers was eyeing Tom with a curious smile and telling of his friendship for John Rice, of their mutual interest in the establishment of various hospitals for the insane, when the young interne overheard Anne's remark. There was a tenderness in the tone of her voice that sent a quick throb of anxiety through his blood. He turned to see a strikingly handsome man of about his own age, tall, slim, obviously foreign. The black hair curled in slight waves back from a high and well-modeled forehead. The eyes were jet black and the nose narrow, with nostrils that seemed delicate and, somehow, tremulous, high cheekbones, and temples that were hollowed, and gave that impression of thinness not usual in a man so young. Tom tried to place him. Italian? No. The skin was a warmer brown. The lips were too red and full. Lord, what a handsome cuss! Ware squirmed as he saw Anne's hand stray to the lapel of the stranger's coat. He made an excuse to Dr. Rutgers, he scarcely knew what, and approached Anne.
I must go. Miss Rice,
he said.
I'll let you know if anything happens tonight.
She took his hand and pressed it anxiously. The two men faced each other. Tom thought he saw the faintest trace of hostility in those cool, dark eyes, but the clasp of the long, nervous fingers was cordial as Anne introduced them.
Mr. Dos Andros, Dr. Ware.
It is most kind of you to take such good care of Miss Rice.
Dos Andros said.
Let me assure you, sir, we all appreciate it.
Ware murmured a monosyllabic reply and strode quickly to the elevator. He pressed the button marked 1.
We all appreciate.
We? What was that foreigner to Anne? He was puzzled and annoyed by this dark figure, suddenly appearing on the horizon of what he had just come to consider a very clear scene of romance for him. Dos Andros. Dos was Spanish, yet there was more of the Indian than the Spaniard in that lithe, attractive figure. South American, he decided. There were other matters more pressing. The tiny elevator jerked to a stop. He slipped out quietly. In the hall, he hunted for a house telephone. Then he pushed in the connection for the breakfast room and rang. Dos Antros answered. Tom stood back from the receiver and disguised his voice as carefully as possible. He asked for Anne.
Listen to me,
he commanded softly.
And don't say a word. We must guard Dr. Retchers in some way. He is wearing the fateful blossom. I'm afraid he's marked as the next gold killer victim. We must stop it if it is humanly possible. Use every means you can to find out where he got the flower without exciting his suspicion. If the murderer should realize that he was worried, it might hasten their action. Probably it's Chicky again. Heaven alone knows what her motive can be after she's bled them of so much cash. Miss Rice, keep as calm as possible and find out all you can. I'll let you know at the earliest possible moment just what happens at the Crooks' meeting at Chicky's place. I'll be quite all right. Don't worry. And goodbye.
Her goodbye was a little breathless, but as Ware swung down Fifth Avenue, he found himself cursing the man Dos Antros, whoever he was, and wondering.
Chapter 7. The Gang Gathers. At Chicky's apartment on Riverside Drive, Ware looked around and marveled. So that was the meeting place of the underworld gang. There were 7 rooms beautifully fitted out. Through the open door that led into the dining room, he could see a sideboard glittering with superb cut glass. In the library, where he sat, were shelves of deluxe editions of the masterpieces. Chicky LaFontaine wore a gown of filmy blue. 2 diamond pendants dropped from her ears. She reclined on a lounge, a cigarette hanging from her lips, and chattered.
Isn't this some flat? A big architect used to live here. I took over his lease and bought this stuff from him. The boys like to come and hang around.
Tom did not listen to her long.
Look here. I was interested in what you told me about John Rice the other evening.
He embarked upon his quest without delay.
I want you to tell me more about him.
You sure are jealous, dearie.
She laughed, and then looked at him intently.
Oh, I'm only curious,
he said reassuringly.
Of course you are.
She laughed louder than ever.
You don't understand. I'm merely interested in knowing everything about you.
Ware was in the middle of an involved explanatory exposition when the doorbell rang. She went to answer it. She ushered Joyce into the room.
I got out of my engagement tonight. Told her I was busy,
he said to Ware, rubbing his big hands together.
And I thought I would drop in here and guide your young footsteps in swift company.
It sure is swift company, like the ponies at the finish.
Chicky shouted cordially and flopped on the lounge. Joyce looked at her ironically.
Tom was down to see me this afternoon,
he said to her.
He told me about the excellent time he had with you last night. He said he was coming up here tonight.
He's a nice boy, but he's too jealous.
She shook Ware's arm with a friendly gesture.
He'd better keep his feelings in his pocket, because there's a fellow coming tonight who might be jealous of him.
Your angel?
Joyce's heavy, mocking face took an expression of ironical gallantry.
Or your archangel?
I'm not saying.
Chicky clasped her knee in her 2 hands and gave Tom a side glance. Joyce whispered an elaborate piece of reasoning to the young physician.
If your guess is correct, and the gold killer is this girl's jealous lover, you had better not arouse his jealousy tonight, or you may feel those terrible strangling hands.
He chuckled maliciously and apologized to Chickie for whispering.
Oh, that's all right. Go as far as you like.
She replied friendlily. Ware rubbed his hand across the closely clipped hair at the base of his skull and meditated dubiously. He grew warm with the thought that there might be truth in Joyce's jibe. Then what if Chickie grew indiscreetly affectionate toward him, or if she babbled his too persistent inquiries about Rice? She was captious with the idea that he was motivated by jealousy. But might not the gold killer, if it were he, suspect something more, suspect his true errand? Ware's head buzzed with possibilities. The doorbell rang. After the sound of greetings from the hall and exclamations of welcome, Chickie showed 4 men into the library.
This is Ware.
She made the introductions.
And this is his pal Joycey.
Glad to know you, Ware,
cried a dark, fattish man who seemed to be the leader. His manner was bumptiously cordial. He shook Tom's hand violently and slapped him on the back. The other 3 greeted Ware and Joyce with exaggerated gangster hospitality.
That's right, boys. Be real pals.
Chickie gurgled her delight at the surge of fellowship.
What is the meaning of this great friendliness?
Tom muttered to Joyce. Chickie had vouched for him, no doubt, but that seemed scarcely adequate to account for the extravagant welcome.
I don't know.
They all sat down and lit cigarettes. The newcomers seemed of the cheap actor type. The leader, who was addressed as Pop Morgan, wore a sand-colored suit, white spats, and a gray tie. He had a big curved nose, black jaws that seemed forever in need of a shave, and an ugly mouth that he constantly screwed to the side. He smoked a big cigar and moved it about in his mouth to show his proficiency at cigar smoking. A tall, straight-featured, blonde-headed fellow kept beside Morgan and whispered to him confidently on every occasion. He spoke in the full, distinct voice and with the emotional inflections of a fourth-rate actor in the midst of his part. He answered to the name of Billy Harty. Of the other 2, Flash Montague was a dapper little fellow, stocky and red-faced and the possessor of a cultured, man-of-the-world manner. Jack West was a strong, burly, short-nosed, big-jawed man, with a pair of narrow, gray, and comically cunning eyes which forever glanced covertly and sidewise. Ware was unable to guess which one might be Chickie's particular lover. Morgan kept an air of proprietorship, but he did not glance at the girl nor give any token of having any especial understanding with her. The cordiality between Chickie and the tall, blonde Harty seemed merely the usual banality of stage folk. Harty had large, knotty hands. Morgan had white, fat hands. The other 2 were slender-fingered, like pickpockets. Nothing particularly indicative there, save that Harty's hands looked the strongest. None of them fitted the description of the man seen at the opera. But then the descriptions were vague, and descriptions are notoriously tricky.
Ware, I sure am glad to meet you.
Morgan pulled his chair beside Tom's.
That's very kind of you.
Tom was embarrassed. He grinned aimlessly. Joyce, who had been listening to the dudeish little Flash Montague, cocked his head better to listen to Morgan's talk. Arms around each other, Chickie and the blonde, stagey Harty sat on the lounge and assumed the demeanor of pals. After a pause, Morgan continued impressively.
The chief was talking to me about you this morning.
The chief?
Ware turned his head quickly.
He doesn't know me.
The chief knows a lot of things that nobody thinks he knows.
Morgan took his cigar out of his mouth and looked Tom square in the eye. Ware and Joyce directed amazed side glances at each other.
Chickie told me this morning you was wanting to join us.
Morgan brushed a lump of ashes from his trouser knee.
And when I told the chief about it, he said he knew about you and was glad to have you on this little job with us.
This is very queer. I don't quite understand it.
Ware mumbled.
Don't ask no questions, boy. You're one of us.
He shook Tom's hand fervently.
And your partner, too.
He waved his hand at Joyce.
I'm going to cook you boys a rare bit.
Chickie was screaming. The men got up.
I always feed them in the kitchen. It seems more like home, doesn't it?
She explained to Joyce and Ware. They sat about in the large white kitchen and watched Chickie put on an apron and go working at the gas range. Morgan got a bottle of whiskey and drinking began.
What about the job, Morgan? That's what we came here to talk about.
The cutting-eyed, heavy-jawed Jack West spoke and jerked his head toward Joyce.
He's all right,
Morgan said, as one who brings good fellowship to all.
He's Ware's pal, and Ware is one of us. Ware is a friend of the chief's.
The crooks looked at the movie critic amicably. The smallest mention of the chief seemed to have a fantastic effect on them. Joyce's evident interest in the gathering did not exclude a shade of disquietude. He held his big hands in his lap and moved his fingers restlessly.
What's the plan?
The tall, blond Hardy demanded.
The chief says that he has found out that a trucking company has been engaged to take the stuff out to Newark. It is to go at night on account of the heavy traffic on the plank road during the day. We will take a couple of cars and wait for the truck halfway across the meadows.
When does it happen?
Hardy asked.
Any time. The chief will get word, and he will let us know what night and what hour to be out there waiting for the truck. It will be one of the commercial transfer company's wagons.
Will it be in a week or in a day?
Tom was interested. He fervently purposed breaking acquaintanceship with the gang before he was trapped into participating in any banditry.
It may be tomorrow night or a week from now,
Morgan replied.
It may be any time. The chief will let us know.
And then for a nice cleanup.
Chickie shouted from her rare bit dish.
Yes, we'll get $1 million for the stuff.
Morgan bragged.
Just what sort of stuff is it?
Ware was puzzled.
It must be liquor.
Joyce was not comfortable.
No,
vouchsafed Morgan.
I don't know what the stuff is, but it's some kind of scientific junk. They call it mollium.
Mollium?
Ware exclaimed in surprise. He knew mollium to be a recently discovered rare metal. It was extremely hard to get, but it was used only in some obscure chemical processes and had only a moderate value.
Where can you sell mollium for a big price?
Search me,
Morgan returned.
I don't know a thing about it. All I know is that the chief says he knows where he can sell it for $1 million, and that we'll get a big cut of the price. That's enough for us.
Joyce's straight fleshy nose was getting wet with perspiration.
Let's go,
he whispered to Ware.
We may hear something.
Tom felt the air pregnant with revelations. They ate the rare bit and drank beer. The robbers' talk drifted to baseball and prize fights. Joyce joined in the sporting talk to conceal his discomfort. Ware sat in perplexity. The chemical puzzle, the chief's fondness for him, the possible presence of the gold killer. Chickie came over and sat beside him.
Are you still jealous, dearie?
She giggled sotto voce.
I'm not jealous,
he returned.
But I want you to tell me about Rice.
I'll tell you.
She squeezed his arm.
I didn't think much of him, but he wanted me bad.
Did everybody like him in your crowd?
Ware grew bold in his reliance on Chickie's infatuation.
Was anybody jealous of him?
You have jealousy on the brain.
She laughed and ran her hand vigorously through his hair. Ware saw Morgan's black, bulging eyes fixed on them.
Answer me.
Ware repeated determinedly.
Was anybody jealous of Rice?
You're a darling.
Chickie laid her hand on his shoulder sentimentally. Morgan moved about in his chair and raised his voice in the discussion.
Did you give him one of those red flowers?
Tom rushed on recklessly. She looked about fearfully.
Don't say anything about that flower,
she whispered. Ware could feel her fingers on his arm move agitatedly. Her mouth drooped, and her face took a whipped expression.
So you're getting serious, are you?
Morgan got up and kicked his chair away. His round eyes gaped. His thick, shapeless lips hung to one side. Tom arose slowly. He pressed his teeth together hard. A look of profound seriousness was in his lean face. Morgan was Chickie's lover. He passed his hand across his throat. The act symbolized the thought that blazed in his mind. The Gold Killer.
You're trying to get her. Hey!
Morgan shouted.
Well, you won't get her.
He advanced slowly across the room.
Oh, sit down.
Chickie was laughing as if at an enormously funny joke. Joyce, with a look of bewilderment and horror in his face, started to rise.
Keep cool.
One of the crooks pushed him down with a friendly but decisive gesture. They stood and watched. Ware stood immobile. His eyes were fixed on the advancing Morgan's fat hands. He did not speak. Every energy in him was throbbing, ready for the emergency.
Oh, it's too funny.
Chickie continued to sit and laugh like a mad woman. Morgan lurched at Ware. The young man drove a right-hand punch with all his power. Morgan, with a move of his head, avoided the blow and threw himself forward. Tom flung up his arm to protect his throat, and Morgan's right hand clutched his wrist. Ware convulsed as he felt the grasp. The strangling hands. A wild voice cried in his brain. Every muscle in his body strained in a frantic effort. Morgan went flying backward onto the floor.
Cut that out.
The men picked the dazed crook up.
Are you hurt?
Joyce became diplomatically solicitous of Morgan. Chickie, who had been startled out of her laughter by the quick struggle, fell to scolding Morgan as the men restrained him from attacking Ware again. Tom stood shaking. He could not understand his easy victory. Instead of lying with his throat crushed, another Gold Killer victim, he had found Morgan a cheap antagonist. He kept a vivid impression of Morgan's hand clutching his wrist. That was the moment of the fight which had flamed in his mind, when the supposed Gold Killer had lunged for his throat and had seized his arm. Morgan's grasp had been pathetically weak. He had felt it the commonplace straining of a soft, fat hand. The hold had broken without resistance. Clearly Morgan's hands were exceptional only in their weakness. He felt his wrist to confirm his impression. It was neither sore nor bruised. That lover of Chickie's, it was certain, was not the Gold Killer. Morgan still was furious. He sat exhausted, but mumbled threateningly.
Wait till...
Shut up. Are you going to give away your insides?
One of the men standing around him said roughly.
You're a fool.
Chickie continued to rail.
And you'd better make up with Tom.
He's a friend of the chief's, ain't he?
One of the men said meaningly. The others chorused assent.
Aren't you going to stand by me and give this guy a licking?
Morgan turned on them angrily. The doorbell rang. The men stood expectant. Chickie hurried out.
It's Baldy,
she returned, crying excitedly. A man perfectly hairless, with a long straight nose, followed her.
Boys, tonight's the night.
He spoke sharply.
Tonight?
Morgan came forward.
Yes?
Baldy replied.
The truck takes the 11 o'clock ferry. It's 10 now. I've just come from the chief, and he sends orders to go right out on the job. I've brought the big car, and with your little racer, we'll have enough for the work. I've got a good description of the truck, so come on, we'll get the 10:30 ferry across.
This is Ware and his pal Joyce.
Chicky interrupted.
Glad to meet you, Ware.
Baldy shook Tom's hand fervently.
The chief has spoken to me about you. He told me that you are going on the job tonight and that he especially wanted to have you with us. Glad to have you.
Tom could not find a reply.
I'm going home,
Joyce announced.
Thought you were coming with us.
Morgan's manner was ugly.
Ain't you Ware's pal?
I've an engagement tonight,
Joyce replied nervously.
You know all about the job.
Morgan shouted.
I'm sorry, boys, but I can't go with you tonight.
Tom essayed mildness and firmness. Baldy looked at the two with a steady pair of green eyes.
I guess both of you had better come along,
he said.
But I can't.
Joyce sweated indignation.
And I won't.
Tom gritted his teeth together.
By the way, boys,
Baldy said with cool significance,
I've got your gats here.
He took several small automatics out of his coat pockets and passed them to the gang members.
Come along,
he said to Tom and Joyce,
or we'll put holes in the two of you right here. When the chief orders something, it's done or somebody is killed.
Ware saw mystery and menace on every side and no way to escape.
I guess we had better get on in this game,
he said to Joyce, trying to resume his former air of a gang recruit. The movie critic looked about hopelessly.
All right,
he replied. Two men kept vigilantly beside Ware and Joyce as they went down the flight of stairs to the street. A few moments before, Chicky had disappeared. Now she came out of the building laughing, wearing a soft gray suit, a man's suit. It fitted her snugly, and she had hid her hair under a dark cap with a wide visor.
You said I could go along on this job,
she said to Morgan.
All right, take her,
Baldy said. Chicky took her place between Morgan and Joyce on the rear seat of the big car. The two automobiles drove off to the ferry. End of Part 2. Part 3 of Gold Killer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gold Killer by John Prosper. Characters:
Anne Rice, read by Jen Broda.
Tom Ware, read by Chuck Williamson.
Chicky LaFontaine, read by Shrimpfish.
Joyce, read by Michael Faze.
Bobby Merritt, read by Todd.
Pop Morgan, read by Brian Fullen.
Flash Montague, read by Greg Giordano.
Baldy McManus, read by Bill Mosley.
Truck Driver, read by John Booter.
Policeman, read by Jim Hedrick.
Narrated by Brian Fullen. Chapter 8, Robbery on the Plank Road. Ware found himself in the front car speeding rapidly down Riverside Drive. He could have wished that the band had placed Joyce with him, but instead they had hurried Ware into the front seat of the smaller car beside the man they called Baldy, who sat perfectly still, his curious long nose bent toward the wheel, his little squinting eyes following the line of lantern-like lights along beside the river. In the back seat, Flash Montague seemed restless. He leaned forward, his elbows touching Ware, who thought he felt a nervous tremor in the chubby little fellow's body. Flash kept up a stream of conversation, shows, races, girls, and more girls. Obviously, he was attempting to interest Tom and to quiet his own nervousness. but Tom was worried. Ineffectual schemes for escaping from the net of crime kept revolving in his bewildered mind. Yet there was no way for him to act in collusion with Joyce, and to escape alone would be to desert his friend, who was wedged in between Pop Morgan and the more than usually coquettish Chicky LaFontaine on the back seat of the big car.
Poor Joyce,
thought Tom. He had never seen a clearer case of stage fright. Winking little beads of perspiration had stood out on the movie critic's forehead as he had been thrust into the big car, a long, low, red 8-passenger, which gave the impression of being of foreign design. But Chicky LaFontaine, her dainty figure more trim than ever in well-cut trousers, had mothered him with soothing phrases. Flash was taking a flat bottle from his hip pocket. He passed it forward to Baldy.
"Have a little strength,"
he commented with a peculiar laugh. Baldy grunted seriously, put the flask to his lips, and carefully took a small drink.
"How about me?"
Tom joked. Flash snatched the flask back with a quick glance at Tom. He, too, took a small drink. As they rolled onto the almost empty ferryboat, Ware squirmed around to take a good look at the men in the front seat of the second car. Billy Hardy was driving. His red-lipped, carefully massaged countenance seemed more distinctly effeminate because of the square-cut green cap he had pulled down over one eye. Beside him was Jack West. Here, at least, Tom thought, was the conventional criminal of the old underworld. His great jaws seemed even squarer, his eyes more sinister, in the odd glare that was thrown on them from the lights in the vault-like body of the ferry boat.
"How's my little Ware? Hardware. Feeling like a chicken at her first party?"
shouted Chicky from the red car.
"Shut up, you fool!"
And Pop Morgan shoved one huge hand over her mouth.
"Aw, cut it out."
Chicky squirmed away from him.
"Who's going to bother us here, eh, Joycey?"
And she flipped off Joyce's hat and ran her hand over his head caressingly.
"Lord, I hope no one,"
he stuttered.
"If the police should come along, I'd be in for it."
Pop Morgan lowered at them.
"You two shut up,"
he grumbled.
"If anything goes wrong tonight, I got to answer to the chief, and you know what that means. I ain't going to let your sweet mouth do me in for a marble slab."
Chicky laughed.
"Don't worry, old dear. You can't ever tell when I'll come in handy. You know, you might need me on one of these trips sometime, and then you'll be glad I'm here."
Pop grunted. From the Weehawken station, the two cars slid quietly around the rock-shadowed road under the Palisades, and then to the Jersey meadows, dank, salty, covered with gaunt, rotting vegetation, and a light mist that blew mysteriously toward them. Now they rattled over a bridge that stood up like a black spectre against the sky, which was made curiously gray by the clouds of a coming storm. Baldy's little eyes were quick and eager now. He let his brilliant lights play at full strength, and for the first time now Ware noticed a trim little revolving searchlight fixed to one side of the tonneau and worked mechanically from the driver's seat. Flash had dropped back and was silent now, staring moodily into the black night, his revolver out and lying beside him on the seat. The red car had dropped behind at the bridge, and they were past range of its sweeping lights. Ware felt lonely, and more than a little apprehensive. It seemed so easy for anything, no matter how horrible, to happen under this pall of dead stillness and black, broken only by the weird gleaming lights of the speeding car. A truck passed. Baldy glanced sidewise, and swung his searchlight around and looked eagerly for the awaited lettering. In a second he was back again to his former position, alert, steady, quiet. It had been only a moving van lumbering belatedly over the plank road. 3 more trucks passed, thundering swiftly, like dragons come suddenly from the darkness and away again, toward Newark. Each time Baldy swept them with quick eagerness. Each time he snapped back to his driving as if he were an automaton. Ware was coming to admire the precision of this odd man who sat silently beside him.
Hope we don't croak anybody tonight.
Flash broke the silence cheerfully.
Shut up.
Baldy's fingers sought the control of the searchlight as there was a rush and a rattle behind them. Commercial transfer. This much Tom saw in gold letters, and then felt the tensing muscles of the man beside him. 3 blasts on the horn, a wailing siren that could be heard for miles.
There she is,
breathed Flash on the back seat. The swift little car leaped ahead as Baldy, his ugly teeth drawing down his thin upper lip, opened her wide. Ware's hands were cold, and he was ashamed of the tremor in his knees.
What'll I do?
He gasped. There was no response, but only a quick, ugly look from Baldy, and the steel of Flash's gun against the back of his neck. In 3 minutes they had drawn abreast of the fated truck. Baldy leaned out.
Hey!
He shouted. He repeated his hail 3 times and waved at the driver of the truck, who looked out with a puzzled face as he slowed down. Flash had opened the door of the back seat of the auto and had crept out onto the running board. Baldy, driving with his right hand, whipped out his gun with his left. Simultaneously they leveled their weapons and Baldy shouted,
Stop, and stop damned quick!
The truck driver frowned and swore and threw in his brakes. There was another man on the seat beside him, a slight boy of 20 or so, who jumped out nervously.
Say, look here,
he said, his voice trembling.
You got us wrong, ain't you? There ain't nothing but some fool chemical junk in this truck, and it ain't worth this row, is it?
Keep still,
said Baldy with a flutter of his gun hand.
Here you, don't sit like a fish. Get out and see what's in that truck.
Tom moved slowly. He could scarcely seem to make his senses coordinate. He took in the lay of the land dully. The lights cutting a blazing path of yellow across the road and the gray of the swamp. The truck driver, a huge, heavy-breasted, black-bearded figure of wrath, slouched against the front wheel of the truck, glowering helplessly. The fresh-cheeked boy, with nervous lips parted, breathing heavily and fascinatedly, watching every move. The lights of the red car were just beginning to show, 2 growing stars in the black distance. Ware unloosed the back of the truck. It fell with a bang. Inside he could see many cases. He took hold of one, and it was heavy. He lifted it out with difficulty and staggered with it to the back seat. Baldy sneered at him.
What's the matter with you?
He grumbled.
Scared?
Tom did not answer. He tried to hide his nervousness and unload the stuff quickly. Flash now turned from covering the 2 truckmen. He helped Ware with the cases. He opened one of them and looked at its contents.
It's Molium, all right, Baldy,
he said.
What did you think it was? Gold dust? Get a move on.
By this time, the back seat of the car was filled with cases.
Get into that front seat,
Baldy commanded Ware. Tom crawled in. The big red car was on them. Pop Morgan jumped out and waved to the others to keep their seats, and came forward for quick consultation with Baldy.
We're all right here,
Baldy told him.
We'll drive on slowly for a quarter of a mile. By the time we're back, you will have all the stuff we can carry packed in. Watch those two birds. You can't never tell about those Swedes.
The big black truck driver gave a snort of anger as Baldy and Flash squeezed into the packed car and started slowly away from the truck. There had been no travel on the plank road until this time. A touring car was approaching the scene of the robbery now, but Pop Morgan had seen it coming in the distance. He had dimmed the lights of the truck, had ordered the truck driver under his car, and had simulated aid to engine trouble. There was no comment from the passing motor. The half-mile that Baldy must have driven seemed interminable to Tom, and when, on their return to the truck, Morgan motioned them to take another turn down the road, Ware's nervousness had increased almost to the point of insanity. He wanted to run and jump into those black meadows, slash about among the grasses, get away from this mad, grotesque dream of dancing shadows and blazing lights, of gleaming revolvers and gross faces. They had turned, and driving very slowly, had gone only a short distance away from the truck, when a shout back of them brought them to a halt. Jack West and Billy Hardy jumped onto the running board to tell them that the truck now was empty of its precious load, and everything was ready for the getaway. The messengers were interrupted by the sound of a shot behind them. The 5 men in the car jumped quickly into the road. 3 of them started back toward the truck, but Tom and Flash stood staring and fascinated by the terrible thing they saw. Like 2 dead black shadows at one side of the glare from the headlights of the red car were 2 swaying figures. Now they were a violent mass of arms and legs pounded into the dust of the road. Now they were erect again, twisted for one brilliant moment into the light of the car. For that brief second there was a vision of a backward-flung head. Then the contestants were simply interlocked shadows again. Closer, more like one shadow than 2. Steadier, quieter, broken, and one flung out of the circle of light. There was a moment of silence, then a sudden burst of activity. Ware thought he caught a glance of Chickie jumping into the red car before it tore away suddenly from the truck, back along the plank road in the direction of New York. Baldy rushed back to Ware and Flash and motioned them silently into the car, jumped in himself, slammed the door, and started in the opposite direction, toward Newark. Flash leaned forward to question Baldy. Baldy stopped him with a grunt.
We'll meet them in half an hour, a mile this side of Hoboken.
Tom looked at Baldy's pale face, with its enigmatical eyes, and despaired of questioning.
When do I get out of this?
He demanded. Baldy never turned his eyes away from the roadbed, and scarcely opened his tight lips.
You don't get.
What do you mean?
Ware gasped.
I mean that you'll spend a couple of weeks with the chief,
said Baldy.
Oh, you're all right.
He turned and looked at Tom squarely.
Funny how the chief likes you. He'll give you some good grub. You look like you might need it. Say, haven't you ever been on a job before?
What was the row?
Flash put in.
Oh, Morgan let Chickie hold the gun on the truck driver. And he got ugly with his own gat. There was a free-for-all. Everything turned out all right.
He looked back at Flash.
Huh?
Said Flash, taking out a slender ivory cigarette holder. He lit himself a cigarette, leaned back luxuriously, waved one pudgy hand grandiloquently, and said,
You like poetry, Tom? Look at the moon, that orbed maiden with white fire laden.
Ware turned suddenly, and Flash laughed at him, his pudgy face wrinkling into almost Falstaffian lines.
Well, what is the matter, Tom? Can I be a scholar and gentleman, and rob trucks too? You've got a lot to learn, my boy. The underworld is a large place, where there's room for many a minister's son. Hi-oh for a drink of brown October ale.
Ware was interested, but too tired and perplexed to fit in with Flash's jovial mood. The evening had been singularly without result from his standpoint. He had learned absolutely nothing that contributed toward the solving of the Gold Killer mystery, and he could see no way to escape a period of confinement under the eyes of the unknown chief. Would they let him send word to Anne, he wondered. She would be watching for him the first thing in the morning, and it didn't seem like conceit to him to know that his failure to appear or to send a message would add a measure of anxiety to her already too great burden of grief. They could see the lights of a car drawn up beside the road, and it proved to be the rest of the gang. Baldy went over to them and returned with Joyce and Jack West.
We'll take you two guys to the chief's,
he said to Ware and Joyce, and they drove rapidly to the Lackawanna ferry. Flash, Tom, and Joyce were in the back seat, and Jack West was sitting in the front with Baldy.
Guess that was some fight,
said Joyce.
Who?
Tom started his question. Baldy turned suddenly.
Don't know,
returned Joyce.
I was in the back seat, and the minute I heard that shot, I ducked under the seat and did not come up for air until we were underway. Hope the police don't catch this bunch,
he muttered low.
If they do, we'll go to jail with the rest.
Well,
said Tom,
you know that we're in for a little weekend party with the chief.
So they tell me,
returned Joyce, with a bravado which did not successfully conceal his nervousness.
And me with a date for tomorrow night. What a bore.
You guys watch the scenery.
Baldy snapped back at them.
I'm sick of hearing you talk.
From the ferry they switched to Broadway and then ran rapidly uptown. Ware was beginning to wonder if the visit to the mysterious chief's headquarters might not, after all, be a good thing, for it did not seem possible that he should spend a week in that strange household without learning some interesting facts of the curious new underworld into which he was finding himself rapidly plunged, and in whose ranks he was certain was somewhere concealed the cruel and terrible mystery of the Gold Killer. Just as they were about to cross 42nd Street at Times Square, the traffic policeman held up the line of automobiles passing up and down Broadway so that the stream of cars going through 42nd Street could cross. It was well past midnight, but there were still many cars buzzing along in that lively section of the metropolis. As the burly officer held up his hand peremptorily, Baldy jammed on the brakes and cursed. It was annoying while returning from such an adventure to be detained by the commonplace regulation of traffic. The cop swaggered alongside the car with the good fellowship of a traffic officer. Joyce stared at him with wide eyes. In the familiar surroundings of Broadway and 42nd Street, his assurance began to return to him.
Fine evening, officer,
he said with a show of bravado. One of the robbers thrust a pistol against his side.
Looks like it's going to rain,
said the policeman. Joyce glanced at the robbers meaningfully.
Don't you think we'd better go home, boys?
He said with exaggerated nonchalance.
I wish I could go home.
The policeman mused.
I've got you covered.
The whisper sounded menacingly in Joyce's ear.
Come along, Tom.
Joyce opened the door boldly and stepped on the running board. Flash Montague got out beside him, keeping him covered from his pocket. Ware followed, astonished at the timid movie critic's brave coup.
Well, have a good sleep,
the cop said.
Good night.
Joyce shouted to the robbers. He and Tom walked across the street. Flash Montague stood undecided. The cop waved the car to go on. Flash jumped onto the running board and the car disappeared up 7th Avenue. Chapter 9. What about Joyce? After the excitement and exertions of the night, Ware had gone to the hospital, a nearer shelter than the room he had engaged, slept profoundly, and it was not until an hour before noon of the following day that he awoke. And then Bobby Merritt of the round, rosy face was shaking him.
Sorry to wake you, Tom,
he apologized,
but I couldn't hold off any longer. Something about your affair.
He tossed an armful of newspapers on the bed. All the hospital knew that the young heiress, Anne Rice, had become a patient of Tom's. The nurses constantly bantered him about it. To his chum, Bobby, Tom had confided his feeling for Anne and the joint attempt they were making to pry into the dark mystery of the Gold Killer.
There has been another strangling.
Bobby sat down on the bed and lit a cigarette. Ware rose from under the covers, vividly awake.
What?
Some kind of robbery out in Jersey last night,
Bobby replied, clouding the room with smoke.
And somebody got his throat twisted. The Gold Killer hands. Here are the official communiques.
Ware seized a newspaper and flung it open. He sat and stared at the sheet, with occasional pauses when he was overwhelmed with the ferment wrought in his brain by the astounding account he read. Bobby Merritt reclined at ease and propounded sundry questions which brought no reply from Ware. It was related that a motorcycle policeman, speeding along the plank road the night before, had stopped to investigate a truck standing apparently deserted beside the highway, and had found the driver of the conveyance lying beside it, dead. His throat crushed, his neck broken, his head twisted, as in all the Gold Killer murders. 2 hours later, an exhausted man had sought aid at a house in Jersey City, a house just down from the Heights. The man had told of having been a helper on a commercial transfer company truck carrying a load of moleum from New York to Newark. Out on the plank road, the truck had been held up by a party of motor bandits and robbed of its freight of chemicals. As driver and helper had stood at the roadside, menaced by the pistol of one of the robbers, the driver had seized a negligent moment to open fire with his own revolver. The helper, in fright, had plunged headfirst down the road embankment, and had fled, terrified, through the meadows for several hours. The account embraced extensive details of the affair, and laid stress upon the hypothesis which this latest Gold Killer deed had inspired in the police. The monstrous strangler was obviously a member of a gang of robbers which had plundered the moleum truck in ignorance of the comparatively small value of the chemical. It was, then, in the course of other robberies that the previous stranglings had occurred. Whenever the bandits had met with resistance, the victim was strangled by a gang member with gigantic hands, who, presumably, was assigned to the commission of quick, silent killings. Thus, the Rice case was to be explained by the supposition that the great financier had tried to fight back in the course of an incredibly bold hold-up in the Golden Horseshoe of the Metropolitan Opera House. The theory supposed that in the instance of each of the millionaire killings, the robbers had been frightened and escaped without taking any of the loot, since no evidence of robbery had been found in any. Ware remained motionless. He stared straight in front of him. He saw a vision, the scowling, evil face of the crook, Morgan. Nobody was near the truck at the time of the fight save Chickie, Joyce, and Morgan. But as if to mock his vision, he could feel again the weak, flabby grasp of Morgan's hands upon his arms. He jerked himself out of this hypnosis, gave a sharp answer to one of Bobby Merritt's sallies, an answer which took the grin off that stout young physician's face, and pulled his clothes on with angry haste. He ran to the telephone and called Joyce's office. He received the reply that the movie critic had not appeared that morning. He got Joyce's house, and was told that 3 hours before his friend had left there for his office. Somehow this seemed strange to Ware, seemed like a disappearance, a flight. But the young intern put all feverish speculations out of his head and took refuge in a rushing trip to Anne's house. Anne had breakfasted when Tom arrived. She had expected him, knowing how well he understood her anxiety, to know the issue of his visit to the underworld meeting in Chickie LaFontaine's apartment. Then, too, she had seen the morning papers with their announcement of another gold killer murder, and although she did not connect this in any way with Tom's attendance at Chickie's party, yet it had been the cause of much speculation on her part. For it was the first time that the strangling hands had employed themselves upon the throat of someone not directly connected with the great financial world of Wall Street. For the first time, too, she thought, some tangible motive was offered. Before, the gold killer had been one man, working swiftly and silently, and, so far as anyone knew, by himself. Now it was a gang of motor bandits, one of them necessarily possessed of the great hands of the gold killer. In these things Anne echoed the reasonings of all the city. She had scarcely greeted Tom when he burst into a swift and breathless account of the fantastic events of the night before. When he had done, Anne looked at him bewildered, yet suddenly conscious of the simplicity of the problem that had seemed so complex.
"The gold killer, then,"
she said,
"is one of three. You said, didn't you, that only Chickie LaFontaine, Joyce, and Morgan were near the truck at the time when you saw the struggle in the headlight? Oh, why weren't you nearer? Can't you recall anything that might give you a clue to the identity of the figure that struggled with the big truck driver?"
Ware laughed a little at this impatience with events as they were. It seemed so deeply and lovably feminine.
"Well,"
he said jestingly,
"I don't think it was Chickie."
Then, more seriously,
"It is strange that a girl of her type should have such tiny hands."
"You are very observing,"
she said, and for one wild instant Tom wondered vaguely if there had been in that quick flash of the black eyes some look betraying jealousy.
"Oh, no, that's ridiculous,"
he told himself. Anne Rice was not interested in him. He remembered bitterly her glance at the dark, handsome South American.
"And Morgan."
Tom pulled himself back to his theme.
"Morgan's hands were like putty. Soft, flabby, with no muscle at all.
Do you remember clearly?
She queried.
I remember most distinctly,
he replied,
how, when we struggled in Chickie's apartment, he clutched my arms in wild rage, and his grasp was like a woman's. His hands are very small.
His face became grave as his ideas were pulled by an inevitable association.
Joyce's hands, though, are unusually large. He has really huge hands. We often joshed him about them, and called him the human gorilla. He was quite sensitive about them.
They both were silent for a while, not daring to bear the thought that was in their heads.
But...
and finally burst out.
It is incredible that Joyce is the Gold Killer. What possible motive could he have? Besides, you've known him for years. Isn't he quite above suspicion?
Of course.
Tom exploded, but he could not hold his thoughts from the logical indications of the case.
As much above suspicion as anyone in a world where curious psychological phenomena grow more and more common.
He continued like one who expounds a problem.
This affair presents a curious piece of circumstantial reasoning. In the fight before the headlight, Chickie, and to my certainty, Morgan, are eliminated. Joyce has huge hands. He has long been connected with the underworld. He did not want to go out on the Plank Road robbery. He was decidedly jumpy. He was vastly afraid of being arrested. The truck driver began to shoot at him. What more natural for him than to have lost his head and attacked the fellow with all his might, and used the prodigious strength of his hands. He was alarmed afterward, knowing that he had committed an imprudence. The gang, in the excitement of the moment, did not discover the gold killing, but they were holding us prisoners, and in the morning the secret would be out. That is why Joyce engineered the escape last night on Broadway with such boldness and cleverness, by taking advantage of the policeman's presence, a boldness and cleverness which I did not suspect was in him. Now he has fled. Of course, that's all a wild supposition.
He concluded, trying to laugh.
Perhaps you are mistaken about Morgan's hands.
And urged.
Perhaps in the fight in Chickie's apartment, you have confused Morgan with some other member of the gang. Maybe it is Morgan who is the Gold Killer.
No,
Tom replied with complete certainty.
I am very clear about it all. I should like to think it was Pop Morgan, but I can't. And then, where is Joyce anyway? I'll phone to his office again.
As he rose to his feet, Tom felt suddenly a little faint. He had forgotten until that moment that he had had no breakfast, and saw his slight pallor.
Dr. Ware?
She said.
You must have some lunch. Sit down. You are tired. Let me telephone.
I will telephone, please.
He replied.
But I would like a bite to eat. I just realized that I forgot my breakfast.
Poor dear,
said Anne, and she went out to ring the bell for the butler. He looked up quickly, thrilled every inch of him. But she went on across the room, quite unconscious of her power, apparently, to stir a tempest of excitement by the slightest sign of solicitude for the young man who, day by day, was becoming more her eager and devoted admirer. Again the Record showed puzzlement at the movie critic's continued absence. No word had been heard of him. Tom came back to find Anne and the butler arranging a small table in the library.
Any news?
Anne asked gaily.
None.
Tom's air had become one of dogged gloom.
Now, Monsieur le Docteur,
commanded Anne, crooning to him and taking him by the arm.
I am now the doctor, and you are the patient. Not another word of the gold killer or mysteries of any sort. You shall sit down beside me and eat, a thing which is far more important than all the searchings in the world. Shall it be a grapefruit or a honeydew melon first? And how doth my lord prefer his eggs?
Tom sat down smiling.
Well,
he demanded.
Of what shall I talk now?
Sealing wax, if you wish.
And she laughed archly.
You should have more resourcefulness. I consider you a stupid and difficult patient.
Well, suppose we talk of you, perhaps.
You are stupider even than I thought.
She blushed, he imagined, but she did not say that the topic of conversation which she suggested was undesirable. They were interrupted by the cries of newsboys on the street outside. Extra! Special extra! And in the jumble of syllables that followed, they seemed to hear the words, murder, gold killer, all about the extra, extra. The servants had heard too, and the butler rushed in and held the black headlines before them. Pop Morgan, notorious crook, gold killer victim. So Morgan, too, had met with a mysterious fate. He had been found in a West Street doorway, dead, with his throat mangled in the same hideous way that had come to be the mark of the gold killer. The newspaper account drew the inference that the gold killer mystery was now narrowing in its scope, for it was apparent that the secret lay in the discovery of some feud in the underworld in which Morgan had engaged and had met his fearful death. To Tom and Anne, one conclusion loomed ominously. Morgan had been strangled because the gold killer thought he had seen too much of the fight before the headlight out on the plank road. Joyce must be found. Chapter 10. Tea and Romance. After a hasty luncheon, Tom left Anne and sought Park Row. He could find no word of Joyce at the Record offices. It was the first time in months that the usually faithful and punctual movie critic had failed to appear. From there he took the subway to 59th Street. Joyce lived in a sumptuous studio apartment overlooking Central Park. On the plea that he was a reporter sent from the newspaper office, and the further coaxing of a $5 bill, Tom succeeded in persuading the hall boy to admit him. Here all was in disorder. Silk pajamas were thrown over a disordered bed. Shaving implements in the carefully appointed bathroom had obviously been used that morning. Everywhere about the rooms haste in leaving was evident, but it was a surprise and a puzzle to Ware to find that Joyce, if he actually were the gold killer, had delayed his flight until morning. The hall man told Tom that Mr. Joyce had gone out about 9:30 as usual, that he was wearing a gray checked suit and carried a black stick. Tom was annoyed and depressed by the turn of events. Should he present the whole affair to the police? He had never had much respect for their methods, and he knew that Anne would shrink from such a procedure. Nevertheless, he had now in his own hands information which, if correlated and followed up, would undoubtedly lead ultimately to the discovery of the gold killer. But Tom wanted to do the job himself. He wanted to show Anne that he could finish anything he undertook. He bought an evening paper and drifted into Central Park. Moodily, he watched a riotous group of small boys playing with the swans, then wandered to a bench and found that the accounts of Morgan's murder offered little more than the earlier outlines, spread to column length by the addition of stories of the other murderers. He let the paper fall from his hand listlessly. Tom Ware was seldom discouraged. He had been known on the college teams as the man who was always there in the long fight. His prowess as a war aviator was always most apparent against the greatest odds, as when he was attacked alone on the front at Pont-à-Mousson by 5 German machines, and had escaped after he, himself, had brought one of them down in flames. But Tom was in love, and there is something about unexpressed affection that, while it leads on to deeds of great daring, yet at the same time brings moments of extreme depression. He wanted so badly to see Anne. Yet there seemed no good reason for it. Yet why not? He could tell her of his visit to Joyce's rooms and of his plans to see Chickie LaFontaine again. He sought the telephone booth at the Plaza Hotel and called her. In a minute she was laughing at the other end of the wire.
"Of course you may come over,"
she said.
"It's tea time, and I'll order toasted muffins. Shall I?"
Toasted muffins? Somehow her bantering annoyed him. When he was so eager for the very sight of her, toasted muffins.
"Sure,"
he shouted into the mouthpiece and made recklessly for a taxi. Anne was waiting for him, slim and beautiful in soft black. The silver tea things, lit by 2 huge candles, one on either side of her, glowed underneath a dark portrait. He slipped onto the couch beside her and murmured,
"Why do you suppose it is that this mysterious chief takes such an interest in me, and causes me to be known in his group as a close friend? He seems to know about me, and to follow my goings and comings. Who is he, do you think? Perhaps he knows me through talk on Chickie's part. But why the interest? Everything looks so darn misty, Miss Rice. I sometimes think that we should tell the police what we know, and let them figure it out."
She looked at him a moment, then put one soft hand gently over his arm.
"That's not my own, Dr. Ware,"
she said.
"You don't really mean that. What have you been doing?"
He told her, and of his intention to seek out Chickie and the 2 employees who had seen the yellow-gloved man in the corridor of the Metropolitan on the night of her father's murder.
"Perhaps I can clear up my own suspicion of old Joyce,"
he said,
"by seeing how impossible their description of the gold killer would make it that the good old chap was really a murderer. I can't believe it, Anne."
He stammered and caught himself as he realized that he had used her first name. She smiled.
"That's much better, Tom. I think it was about time, don't you?"
Ware was absurdly pleased. He felt like a kid with a new toy. He was completely himself again.
"Dr. Rutgers has been here,"
Anne told him,
"and your ears would have burned. Oh, how they would have burned if you could have heard the nice things that he said about you. What particular interest has he in you, Tom?"
Ware was surprised, for he knew Dr. Rutgers only distantly and as a humble student knows a great and rather difficult professor.
None at all,"
he replied.
"Well, he certainly is interested in your mental and spiritual welfare,"
Anne said.
"and you'd better be careful, or he'll be marrying you off,"
she added banteringly.
"What do you mean?"
Tom demanded, But Anne shook her head.
There's one thing I want you to do for me, Tom.
She went on.
And that? Why, anything, Anne.
I'm not so sure.
She smiled and pouted her lips.
I want to go with you on your next adventure. I want to go with you to Chickies. It isn't fair that you should have all the fun. Now is it?
Don't be absurd.
Tom was a bit annoyed.
It would be much too dangerous. It would lead to many complications and suspicions.
I don't care.
She persisted.
Do you like me at all? Or are you just pretending to be interested because you enjoy picturing yourself as an amateur sleuth?
Cruel.
He parried.
No, not cruel. Determined. I want to go with you.
Tom shook his head and frowned. She turned her head away, almost crying, he thought. He put his arm halfway about her shoulder. She turned away.
Please.
He pleaded. She turned on him, blazing.
If you care anything about me at all, you'll take me. Well, do you? Will you?
Tom was as weak as most lovers in the face of a barrage of pleading.
Oh, yes, hang it. I will.
And he got up to go. She clung to the lapels of his coat, shyly ashamed of her victory, raised her head. He trembled and bent his lips swiftly to touch her forehead, then ran down the great stairway before he had a chance to know whether she was pleased or annoyed. Tomorrow he would take her with him to Chickies, even though it seemed like the maddest of proceedings. He supposed that it could do no really great harm. After all, it would be a lark. Anne and Chickie. He laughed to himself at the absurd contrast. What would they think of each other? End of Part 3. Part 4 of Gold Killer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gold Killer by John Prosper. Characters:
Tom Ware, read by Chuck Williamson.
Anne Rice, read by Jen Broda.
Dos Andros, read by Bill Mosley.
Automaton Chief, read by Dave Lance.
Flash Montague, read by Greg Giordano.
Ambulance Driver, read by Lynette Calkins.
Crooked-Nosed Gangster, read by Douglas Wood.
Rabbit Mouth Gangster, read by Bach Tran.
Narrated by Brian Fullen. Chapter 11. The Chief. In the afternoon of the following day, Anne and Ware sallied forth to adventure in the new underworld.
Let's walk,
Anne said as they stepped onto the sidewalk in front of the Rice mansion.
It's not far, and we have time to spare. It is not much past noon. Besides, your friend Chickie will probably be late anyway.
Tom agreed, and they returned to the subject that had been monopolizing most of their talk. The subject was Joyce. Ware had hunted up the two Metropolitan Opera House employees who had seen the presumed strangler of John Rice on the night of the killing. His hope of removing suspicion from his friend the movie critic by making it clear that their description of the man could not fit Joyce had been disappointed. The usher and the doorman, seen in their homes, had been utterly vague in their accounts of the suspect, and Ware had satisfied himself that the monster-handed musician of the police had flowered merely from a chance phrase of the usher, accustomed to the proximity of musicians, coupled with the bewildering lack of any explanation assignable to the incredible stranglings. From the description upon which so much theory had been built, almost any smooth-shaven man might have been the mysterious killer of the opera. Meanwhile, nothing further had been heard of the movie critic. Phone calls and visits to his office and residence had disclosed no information save that he was still missing and presumably had gone off on some sort of spree, like a good newspaper man, as he occasionally did.
I am sure they are right,
Anne said to Tom.
He has gone away and tried to forget his scare through recourse to alcohol. He will turn up in a day or so.
That's it, of course.
Ware cried violently. He tried to thrust away his misgivings, but the picture of Joyce's huge, muscular hands kept in his mind, and the unyielding logic that flowed from that nightmare on the plank road in the Gold Killer death of the gangster Morgan constricted his brain in its strands.
You will force that underworld girl to tell the truth of these murders.
He found the bitter determination the only hope of release from the repellent conviction that his old friend, the merry and cynical Joyce, was the monstrous Gold Killer. Anne called Tom's notice to a hospital ambulance, driving slowly through the deserted residential side street they were traversing. It belonged to one of the big hospitals and seemed to be following them.
A pretty omen.
Anne laughed.
An ambulance following us as we go adventuring?
Hey, Doctor, aren't you Dr. Ware of Mount Rose Hospital? I thought I recognized you.
The ambulance had speeded and stopped alongside. 2 men were on the driver's seat. The driver was speaking. He continued.
The intern was taken sick, and I had to get these 2 cases without him. Could you look at them?
Certainly.
The driver jumped from the seat and ran back and opened the ambulance doors. Ware saw 2 men lying motionless on the stretchers.
Hit by an automobile,
the driver explained. Tom vaulted into the ambulance.
You a nurse, miss?
The driver called to Anne.
These are bad cases. Won't you help the doctor?
Anne's war nurse instincts moved her promptly. She saw Tom bending over one of the men. She stepped into the ambulance to examine the other. The door was instantly slammed behind her and locked, and the ambulance jerked forward. The 2 men on the stretchers jumped up and covered Ware and Anne with revolvers.
Help! Help!
Anne screamed.
Shut up, gal.
One of the men exclaimed disgustedly.
Do you think anybody would stop an ambulance because they're screaming inside? They think you're suffering or crazy.
The reasoning was conclusive enough to halt even a shrieking woman. It stunned Ware completely. He put up his hands and said bitterly to Anne,
I know what an ambulance is. They could stop in front of a police station and slice us into bits and not be disturbed.
One of the men had a long, thin nose, which was bent acutely to the left, and on one cheek a semicircular knife scar. He was loquacious.
We waited for you outside of the girl's house for an hour. Fine house it is.
But what do you want with me?
Ware demanded. He narrowed his eyes belligerently.
We ain't saying nothing,
the man replied meaningly. Tom looked at Anne, who had seated herself on one of these stretchers. Her face was white, but he saw a sparkle of adventure in her eye. Ware felt lightning strike through his brain. No doubt they were being kidnapped by the robber gang. The crooked-nosed gangster was grinning. His mate, a rabbit-mouthed ex-prize-fighter, grew impatient.
What are you laughing about?
He sulked.
Let's put the braces on them Walsh, it's time.
He suddenly pushed Tom over on the stretcher. The two men pinioned their captive.
Don't resist.
Anne spoke up. She seemed caught by the adventure of their plight. They handcuffed Tom, then they handcuffed Anne. The captives did not protest as the men laid them on the stretchers and bound their feet.
Don't be afraid, dear.
Tom's voice choked up.
It will be only a curious experience.
The captors gagged their prisoners and threw sheets over them. During the 10 minutes of speeding that followed, Ware felt his courage leaving him. There, across from him, was the girl he loved, trussed like a victim for slaughter, helpless in the power of the criminal band. He could not guess what danger might be hanging over them. If by any chance Joyce were the gold killer, Tom shook with fear. Perhaps the gang wanted to execute vengeance on him as Joyce's partner for the death of Morgan. And Anne, would they execute their vengeance on her too? He turned his mind away from these dire speculations. How had they known where to find him? They knew he was a physician. They knew his hospital. How had they found these things out? He remembered how the mysterious chief had recommended him to the gang. Tom was deep in the puzzle when the ambulance stopped short. The doors were thrown open. He heard them raise Anne on her stretcher and carry her out. Then they raised him. He felt himself lowered to the street and then carried.
Couple of friends in a trolley accident.
A voice spoke casually as though explaining to bystanding neighbors. They carried him up a flight of stairs and put the stretcher down.
Well, we're here, Tom.
He heard Anne laugh. They threw the sheet from him, and he saw her standing beside him. She helped the men unbind him. They were in a furnished library. Ware leaped to his feet and grasped Anne's hands.
You are not frightened a bit.
He looked at her admiringly.
Hello, Tom.
Ware turned and saw the dapper, red-faced Flash Montague.
What is the meaning of all this?
Tom glared.
No questions, Tom, please.
The dude was a model of politeness and good fellowship. He bowed to Anne.
Miss Rice, I know of you. I am delighted to have an opportunity to meet you. Won't you introduce us?
Flash turned to Ware smilingly. Ware, rather stopped by the man's coolness, made the introduction gruffly and ironically.
Miss Rice, Mr. Flash Montague.
That was a great little evening we had not so long ago, wasn't it, Tom? But we mustn't say a word about it.
He winked at the irate medicus amiably.
You know, Miss Rice, there are some things that men have to keep secret before their, fiancés.
He winked at her and took Tom to one side.
Why have we been brought here?
The young intern demanded again. Flash replied with a suddenly serious and portentous look.
The chief wants to talk to you.
About what?
No more questions.
Flash resumed his urbane, merry manner. He raised his voice.
Pardon me, I will return in a moment.
He went out, locking the door behind him. Ware turned to Anne impulsively. He whispered to her in an air of cheerfulness.
It is only that the chief wants to talk to me.
They did not speak any further, fearing that there might be means for overhearing them, and Tom's direful imaginings returned with renewed fantasy. The chief wanted to talk to him. Did that mean that there would be some terrible, grotesque underworld trial of himself,
and perhaps of Anne too. A trial before the hitherto concealed captain of the crooks. Would Tom be led into the presence of a judge among criminals and be condemned with fantastic ceremony, and Anne too? Condemned for what? He thought of Joyce and the gold killer and the strangled Morgan. Was the chief going to pronounce a vengeful sentence for the killing of his henchmen? Or Ware's brain struck fire. Did they know that he had gone among them, trying to pry into the mystery of the gold killer? Ware knew what spying would mean in gangs like the chief's. Anne lounged in a black leather easy-chair and smiled at him.
"It is a fine lark, isn't it?"
she exclaimed. The door opened, and Flash Montague appeared, as suave as before.
Please come with me, both of you.
Tom shrugged his shoulders and looked helplessly at Anne. She stepped briskly through the door, pulling Ware with her. Flash smiled at her appreciatively. He led them through a carpeted hall hung with modernist pictures and into a bare, white-walled, brightly lighted room. A dark, long-faced man sat at a desk. Over his head was a black, ball-like cap, covering his ears. He looked at Tom and Anne with eyes of stone. The twain stood waiting.
"Why have we been abducted?"
Ware demanded. The man kept an immobile face and paused before answering.
"I beg your pardon, Miss Rice,"
he said at last.
"For having had you brought here, it must have caused you some fright."
He paused for a moment. A faint, quivering cough sounded as though from nowhere.
"I wanted Dr. Ware merely. But as you were along with the doctor, my men had to take you both."
He spoke in an even, metallic voice. There was something mechanical about it. As he continued, he halted frequently, and at each stop the spasmodic cough, like that of an old man, came from somewhere. Tom and Anne were still with astonishment.
"Don't worry about the ambulance, Doctor,"
he continued.
"It was only borrowed, without leave, perhaps. It has been returned by now."
There was another pause, and the coughing sounded for a longer interval.
"I trust that Miss Rice will excuse us. I want to talk with Dr. Ware alone."
As this was said, the door was unlocked and thrown open, and Flash Montague entered with the endless, friendly smile on his ruddy face. He courteously showed Anne to the door. Ware moved sharply with anger and uneasiness.
"Do not have any misgivings, Doctor,"
the man at the desk interrupted in his slow, monotonous voice.
"No harm will come to her."
Anne made a laughing face at Ware and went out with Flash.
"I have a number of things to say to you, Doctor,"
the man at the desk continued, even more slowly and more like an automaton than before.
"and I beg you to give me close attention."
Tom stood before the desk, staring at the strange speaker.
"First, let me say that I know all about you. I know that you are courting Anne Rice. I don't blame you. She has money. But I know, too, that you are in love with Chicky LaFontaine. I don't blame you there, either. She is fascinating. Still, I think that you will perceive that it is leading something of a double life, by day to court one of the greatest heiresses in America, and by night the belle of the underworld."
Tom started and could find nothing to say. Chicky, it seemed, had well advertised her own pleasant version of his attentions to her, and even this incredible chief had been caught by it. Chicky had told Morgan, and he had told the chief. The voice went on.
Suppose that Miss Rice knew of all this, of your affair with the swagger Chickie, and suppose she knew that your love for this underworld girl had led you to participate in a robbery, in the notorious robbery on the Plank Road, and suppose that you were sent to prison, as you might be if the police knew that you were one of the Plank Road bandits. And then your friend Joyce, the movie critic, he has disappeared, hasn't he? You have tried very hard to find him.
Ware had stood tense and silent as he had listened to the monotonous droning voice and looked into the man's long aquiline face. He had felt as though some other person were talking to him than this ministerial mask before him. He felt tempted to think that the speaker was an automaton telling an endlessly repeated piece. At the mention of Joyce his body thrilled with the sense that the moment of danger had come.
Where is Joyce?
He controlled his voice as well as he could, but not well enough to keep it from shaking.
You know that there was a gold killer murder on the Plank Road.
The man at the desk went on after a long wait.
Curious. You are quoting Miss Rice. Her father was killed by the gold killer, and you are involved in a gold killer affair.
This shattered Tom's calm violently.
Joyce did not do it,
he shouted, stepping forward and striking his hands on the desk. The dark man remained immobile. The faint, quivering cough from nowhere sounded and continued for some moments. Ware returned to his strained, silent listening. He felt that he could do nothing save listen. The man at the desk continued with a slightly raised inflection.
Joyce is the gold killer.
Tom felt impelled to rush and strike the speaker, but he could not feel that the man before him was the speaker.
You and he came as partners.
The voice returned to its former halting monotony.
Suppose the police knew that. You would be condemned as the gold killer's accomplice. And then I myself have a complaint. Your partner, the gold killer, strangled one of my men.
Ware felt as though an enormous indictment were hanging over him. The mood of the situation, the mechanical voice of the accuser, the strange old man's cough from nowhere, and the marshalling of accusations stunned him. They stunned him, though he laughed inwardly at the threat to tell Anne of his double life with Chickie LaFontaine, and though he did not believe that Joyce was the gold killer. No evidence could convince him of that.
What do you want with me?
He shouted with the rage of a man cornered. There was more coughing from the distance, and then the voice continued with a shade of dominance.
I have learned that your hospital is to receive a consignment of molium for use in its chemical research department. That is why I gave orders to bring you here. You, as a physician, are in a position to help me get the molium.
What do you want with it?
Ware was tormented by the puzzle of the chemical.
It is not worth much.
Don't ask any questions.
The man replied.
I know where to dispose of it, and you must help me get it. My order for the present is, make yourself familiar with the place where the chemical is kept, and hold yourself in readiness for further commands. They will come soon.
And if I don't choose to obey them?
Tom felt almost mastered.
If you don't?
The man's voice was more metallic than ever.
If you don't, you will be exposed. Miss Rice will be told of your affair with the underworld girl, and the police will be informed of your connection with the robbery on the Plank Road, and with the gold killer.
Ware stood silent, unable to answer. The voice continued.
If you are reasonable and obey my commands, as you shall do, You will find your path smoothed before you, often by agents you will know nothing about. You will marry that pretty heiress in there. I will help you to do that. She has 20 million. That is the figure, if you haven't looked it up already. You shall have Chicky LaFontaine also, and you will be guarded as you continue your double upper and underworld life. What more happiness can you want? And if...
There was a long pause with more of the ghostly coughing. Tom waited breathless for the remainder of the phrase that had been broken off. The man at the desk let his voice sink.
And if your heiress wearies you, her will shall favor you, and I will find means to rid you of her.
Ware stood as rigid as stone.
Meanwhile,
the voice resumed its former, even, mechanical pitch.
Do the things I have told you, and hold yourself in readiness. I shall have tasks for you to perform from time to time. That is all.
Ware stood dumb and dazed. The door opened, and Flash Montague ushered Anne in again.
Miss Rice.
The man at the desk groaned.
You doubtless know that the doctor is a member of a Greek letter society. He has been called before the Grand Supreme Master in the course of a post-initial ceremony. The summons was somewhat unconventional, but the occasion was a great one. Goodbye.
The man at the desk sat motionless. Flash led Ware and Anne out of the room. Tom was dizzy. Anne was laughing. When they were back in the library, the men who had abducted them entered with cloths and blindfolded them. Then they were led down the stairs into the street and into a waiting automobile.
Their eyes are injured,
one of the men said as if to a passer-by. The car sped away, the men in it still pinioning Tom's and Anne's arms so that they could not remove the bandages from their eyes. Finally the car stopped. The men unblinded their captives and ushered them onto the sidewalk. Tom and Anne stood looking at each other. The car, without a license number, disappeared down the street.
138th Street and Broadway,
Ware said, looking at the street sign.
Where did they hold us?
I don't know,
said Anne.
But it was a fine house.
They hailed a taxi and rode to her house. Both remained silent, thinking of the strange adventure that had befallen them.
Anne,
Tom said at last,
the chief is a feeble old man.
The one who was coughing?
Anne asked.
Yes.
Ware replied.
The man at the desk had some sort of wireless telephone apparatus on his head. The chief watched from an adjoining room through a peephole and dictated his talk into a wireless telephone receiver. And the man at the desk repeated it to us.
That Flash is an amiable and brilliant fellow.
Anne digressed, laughing.
He entertained me with some merry talk.
Ware repeated with vehement conviction.
The chief is a feeble old man with a cough. And now let me tell you the astonishing things that were said to me.
He rapidly told her what had passed between himself and the man, the mouthpiece, at the table.
And he promised to rid you of me.
Anne's face paled. Tom felt the creeping, uncanny terror that had stolen over her. He gripped her arm to hearten her.
Chapter 12 The Land of the Flaming Petals. Early the next morning, Anne motored to her country house on Long Island. She was tired and bewildered. Her father's death, the incredible events that had followed, the fascination which the attractive South American, Dos Anjos, seemed to have for her, and her growing admiration for Tom, which she did not yet acknowledge to herself to be love, these emotions beating about in her mind, together with her worry and speculation over their strange interview by wireless telephone with the hidden old man who was the chief, and the ever stronger evidence that pointed to Joyce as the gold killer, seemed more than she could really bear. It was spring, however, behind the great walls of Long Island estates. As she whizzed by them were pink and white dogwood, and the faint scent of fallen apple blossoms came to her and soothed her. The lane leading up to the low Georgian house on the Sound was a mass of pink bloom. By the pond, under a great weeping willow tree, before the front entrance, a white peacock strutted serenely, unctuously. Anne loved it all, but it reminded her poignantly of how her father had planned house and gardens, sea-wall and polo field. She opened the front door to find Dos Andros waiting to greet her. He was paler than she had ever seen him before. His rich brown skin seemed curiously glassy as it drew across those high cheekbones. She took his hand as he offered it, and the long, delicate, cold fingers seemed to clasp hers compulsively. They stood there for a few moments without speaking.
"I am sorry to bother you, Anne, but it seemed to me as though I could not live through the day without seeing you. I was staying at Dr. Rutger's, and I telephoned to your house, and they said you were here. Could I talk with you?"
Of course, Dos.
She told him.
Come, let's go down into the garden by the fountain. There are thousands and thousands of daffodils in bloom. They make the world seem cheerful in spite of itself.
"Please, Anne,"
he said.
"not the garden. I don't want to see flowers today."
By the sea, then,
she suggested, and they went and sat on the great marble steps that led to the water. They sat there for a moment. Then Dos Andros sprang to his feet, his head thrown back, his hands tightly clasped behind him, looking down at Anne with eyes that seemed filled with passion, and something more, a bitterness that was almost fear.
"I know you think I come again, Anne, to bother you with the old tale of wanting to take you back to South America with me. But it isn't that. It couldn't be that. I am going back to South America alone in a little while, in a few weeks. I must go. I must go."
Why?
She looked up at him, astonished by his agitation.
"Why? Why?"
he repeated after her in tones of singular bitterness.
"I will tell you why."
A faint smile of mockery curved his full red lips, and he talked on slowly as though forced by some inward compulsion.
"You are going to think me very incoherent, Anne. You will wonder why I tell you this strange story. It will seem to have no bearing on anything you know of me. It will seem to have no connection at all with our lives as we are now living them. But I know that you understand very well the strange things that mystery and sorrow and a strange curse may do to a man. And although you won't understand at all the significance of this story, I must tell it to you. I must, because you won't understand."
Anne smiled gently.
Please sit down, Dos,
she pleaded,
and tell me quietly anything you may have to say. You know that I am only too happy to hear, and will try the best I can to understand.
Dos Andres turned away abruptly and stood looking out over the Sound.
I'd rather stand,
he said somewhat curtly. She waited.
And you have known many types of sorrow, but I wonder if you could feel sympathy for a man over whom some sinister and monstrous curse is hanging. Did I ever tell you of the exploration trip on which my father sent me out into the thickets of the upper Amazon river basin in Ecuador and Peru?
Anne shook her head.
It was 10 years ago, when I was an impressionable boy. It was a small expedition, a few native guides, myself, and a partner of my father's. He was an American, this partner of my father's, a man of learning, a scientist. He was something more than 50 years old then, and at that time not a bad person. We had been pushing up into the hills for days. The Indians who lived along the rivers, small branches of the Amazon, dwelt in strange barbarism. These are the fearsome Corojonos, who lash their enemies and leave them to end life hideous with livid scars. There are strange wild girls with delicate hands and feet, beautifully formed, who dance the mad dances of the tribe under peculiarly luxuriant palms whose tops tower against the sky and burst out into blossoms of shimmering yellow and lilac. It was in one of these towns, high up in the hills, where no white man ever before had been, that I was taken ill with the fever. It was imperative that the party reach its destination promptly. The natives were friendly, and there was no reason why I should not be left behind in care of one of the Indian guides. The old guide packed me into one of those curious little huts. I really wasn't very sick, just a little feverish, cross, and not wanting to move around much. One morning I was lying there. In came a little girl with a bunch of flowers. She was a sweet little thing, and she sidled up to me shyly and dropped the blossoms. Then she sat down and commenced singing a funny little song. At first, I didn't pay much attention to the flowers or to her. Then I began to notice the strange, sharp perfume that seemed to be filling the entire room. Have you ever smelled a bitter scent and an odor that, at the same time, it makes the insides of your nostrils smart, yet fills the senses with an intoxication that is maddeningly delightful? A fragrance that you seem to have known ages before, and that brings back to you haunting memories and old passions. The girl sat on the floor, her great brown eyes watching me every instant. I reached now for the flowers, and she smiled. She had apparently gathered them herself from the jungle. There was one of those lizard green orchids, and a bright, long petaled blossom of saffron splotched with scarlet. But in the center of the bouquet was a red flower. I call it red because there is no name to describe the flaming tint of those petals. They glowed with the colors of dawn and sunset, and the soft lines of purple that ran down into the throat of the blossom seemed to squirm like serpents. But as I buried my nostrils in it, and the keen fragrance penetrated my heated brain, there did not seem to be anything malignant about the flower. It seemed only to fascinate me, if I could only have known the curse that was upon it. She seemed pleased that I was enjoying the fragrance of the blossom. She came to me and pressed her face too against those scarlet plush-like petals. I was young and very impressionable, and, as I've told you before, and during the rest of my stay with the tribe, the girl never left me for an instant, and always in the room were the red flowers, 1, 6, a dozen, nodding at me, blinking at me, and always sending out that blood-maddening, blood-kindling fragrance. After my recovery, I lingered on for a few days, but I knew it was only postponing the inevitable, and that I must leave and break away from the girl and her scarlet flowers. She was a daughter of the chief of the tribe, and when they saw me making preparations to go, he sent word to me that my departure would be an insult to him, that I must not go. Nevertheless, we continued our preparation. My guides had swung their packs on their backs, and I was in the hut gathering a few final odds and ends, when there was a cry back of me, and I turned to see the girl swaying in the doorway. She had wound her arms and legs with garlands of those damned flowers. There were so many of them, and they were so red, that for a minute I did not notice the stream of blood down her breast. I rushed to her, but with a scream of pain she fell across the doorway, dead. The tribe was on me before I could move, dragging me by my arms, by my legs, by my hair, filling the air with wild yells, prodding me with the tips of their spears, pushing me before them as they rushed headlong into the jungle, until we came to a small clearing among the great trees. The light came into that deep, cavernous place fitfully through a tangled maze of vines that interlaced the tree-tops above. You could not imagine, and the weird gloom of that place, and the terror with which it filled me, and all across the ground of the clearing, except for the little path where we now walked, were gleaming beds of the red flowers. Each flower stood tall and proud, and shining magnificently on its own stalk, and as the savages flung me down into one of these beds, the blossoms seemed to lay hold of me with soft hands, and dragged me down, down, closer, closer, until the whole world seemed nothing but a flood of scarlet, and the air nothing but the bitter magic of their scent. Dimly I could see a great stone altar before me, danced about by naked Indians, who leapt to extraordinary heights in the air, caught to the branches of the trees, tore them down and broke them across the altar. On the altar glowed a gold cup, and nodding on the brink of it, 10 times larger than I'd ever seen before, a huge specimen of the terrible flower. Suddenly the line of frenzied savages came toward me, while one thin, penetrating voice sounded above all the rest, singing some sort of wild, angered chant, which seemed like a curse breathed out against me. I remember nothing more after that. Either I fainted or was overpowered by the scent of those innumerable flowers, for I awoke to find myself surrounded by my own guides, who said they had found me lying senseless outside the village of the Indians, who must have thrown me to one side, thinking me dead. That must seem like a wild and incoherent story to you, Anne, and one that has little reason for making me so intensely unhappy.
Anne smiled at him, but behind her smile was complete puzzlement.
There is no more to tell,
he said,
save that the American scientist, who was my father's partner, met me on his return journey, and he had half a dozen of the mysterious flowers which he had secured from another tribe. Please don't try to understand, Anne.
he hurried on.
But remember that I am pursued by a curse so deep and so real that it makes my nights unbearable and my days a long desire to forget in seeing you.
He went abruptly, running across the lawn and through the house. She heard the door slam on the other side and the sound of his motor through the drive.
The flaming petals.
Anne stood upright with the thought that the scarlet, curse-bearing flower of Dos Andros was the same as that which had 3 times appeared in the Gold Killer affair, in her father's buttonhole, on the breast of Chicky LaFontaine, and on the coat lapel of Dr. Rutgers, the great neurologist.
Chapter 13. Jealousy. 5 minutes after Dos Andros had left and Anne telephoned Tom that she must see him, he was in the 7th Avenue subway. He caught a Long Island train at Pennsylvania Station, and an hour later was at the house to listen to her story of the afternoon's happening. Anne had ordered dinner to be served on an enclosed porch overlooking the Sound. Ware was actually hungry for the first time in days. The brisk motor ride from the station to Anne's house had given him an appetite. Anne laughed to see him eat so eagerly.
Aren't you curious?
She demanded.
Very.
He replied.
But also hungry.
She told him briefly Dos Andros's story of the red flower, and of her supposition that it had some connection with the flaming petals of the Gold Killer mystery. Tom stopped eating and watched her intently. His feelings were mixed. He found himself not only trying to connect Dos Andros's flower and its curse with the giant stranglings, but also watching for any sign on Anne's part of solicitude for Dos Andros. He could not tell from her eyes or her carefully modulated tones whether her interest was merely that of a friend or more. What a wonderful girl she was! How calm, how coolly analytical!
What makes you think,
he asked,
that the curse which Dos Andros feels has any connection with the murders?
I don't know,
she confessed.
But something made me feel that the tragedy which befell my father and the other murdered men was the same as the curse hanging over Dos, the same as the curse hanging over old Dr. Rutgers.
But that doesn't explain away the inescapable circumstances that point toward Joyce.
Ware objected.
But I am coming to believe,
said Anne,
that Joyce had nothing to do with the affair, that there is some deeper mystery in that robbery on the plank road. I suspect some menacing hand against the circle of men connected with the flaming petals, the giant, strangling fingers, and it may be that some unnaturally powerful Indian of South America is executing a curse, the curse of the flower.
That's all pretty vague.
Ware objected.
You can't hide a giant Indian for very long in a Broadway neighborhood. There wasn't any figure of that sort that night on the plank road.
How could you tell?
She parried.
You said yourself that the shadows were so deep and the scene so weird that you'd hate to have to stand before a jury and tell anything that happened.
Ware looked at her eagerly. He felt that she was pleading with her own growing conviction that Dos Andros was in some way connected with the murders. He was still afraid that she was fascinated by the South American. Not love. Ware wouldn't have admitted that she was in love with anyone in the world, but there seemed to be an attraction, and this thought buzzed at the back of his brain, constantly like an insistent, angry little gnat.
Perhaps you're right,
he admitted slowly.
There's every reason to believe that this mysterious South American flower has something to do with it. I fancy your friend Dos Andros could tell us a lot of things that wouldn't have too indirect a bearing on the case.
He watched her narrowly as her great eyes lifted suddenly and the lids fluttered a trifle.
Yes,
She said.
I think he could.
Then, as she thought she detected a look of relief and perhaps of triumph in Ware's eye, she added hastily,
He has nothing to do with the actual crimes. I won't have you think that for an instant. I'm too good a judge of men.
She smiled at him, and he thrilled to the quiet confidence of her eyes.
To make a mistake like that. But I'm sure that he knows the truth behind the flaming petals. I'm sure that they have some connection with the curse. That the curse is a factor in the Gold Killer murders seems ridiculously obvious. I still do believe that there may be a clue in my idea of the gigantic Indian.
All right,
Tom bantered.
Paging. Hotel Pennsylvania and Barnum and Bailey Circus. One giant Indian to be paged. Report to Miss Anne Rice immediately, if not sooner.
She was offended, seeing that his suspicions of Dos Andros had not been allayed by her conviction of the South American's innocence.
Perhaps Dos Andros is not guilty of the crime itself. I'll admit that seems unlikely. He's not a Dempsey, you know, Anne.
She shook her head reprovingly, and Ware laughed.
But there's much more to be learned from him, and you're the only one who can question him successfully. There is nothing he will not tell you, if you are clever about it.
She frowned slightly.
I know, Anne, but this is a time when we must all use whatever weapons are ours to command. Find out more from him about the curse of the petals. He is nervous. It is on his mind. He loves you.
She raised a hand protestingly, but he went on.
And he'll be anxious to free his mind by confiding in you. I feel that we must be quick as possible now, for it seems to me that many things point toward Dr. Rutgers as the next victim of the Gold Killer. We must save him, if possible. We have seen him with the scarlet petals. He is in some way identified with Dos Andros. So, Anne, it's up to us, I guess. And your part of the job is to find out what you can from the handsome young friend with the Indian cheekbones.
Anne smiled.
There is something about Dr. Rutgers that I feel I should tell you, but it's very difficult.
Difficult?
He laughed.
Well, after we're married, there won't be anything difficult. So just go ahead now.
Anne crimsoned.
Married?
Well...
Ware blustered.
Of course. You knew that, didn't you?
You're very matter-of-fact, monsieur.
Of course.
Tom squared his shoulders with a certain measure of bravado.
There isn't time now for anything else. Come, don't worry about it now, but out with your news about Dr. Rutgers.
Well, he's been urging me to marry you.
She laughed shamefacedly.
You see, after all, you said just the right thing under the circumstances.
Good advice. My hat off to the old doc. And, what do you think about it?
He leaned across the table to take her hands, but she drew away.
That isn't the point, my dear. It's the way he went about it. I see no reason why he should go out of his way to urge me to marry anyone, least of all a man whom he scarcely knows. Why, he scarcely knows me, except as he may have heard of me through father.
This time, Anne, I'm afraid your imagination is working overtime. I see no reason why Dr. Retcher shouldn't play the matchmaker to the daughter of an old friend and a promising young physician who has, for the nonce, turned to playing detective. So there, mademoiselle. Your work is obviously cut out for you. Dos Andros to the confessional, Anne. Don't fail me.
I won't.
She promised.
He's coming here for luncheon tomorrow. Sally Peterson, a school friend of mine, is motoring out from town to keep me cheerful. You know I do get lonely occasionally.
Poor dear.
He sympathized and went to her. For a while she stood in his arms looking out over the trees, quite oblivious to all troubles as she felt his lips on her hair, her eyes, her lips. Tom, tactless Tom, broke the spell.
Now, as for Chicky, that's my job.
Brute!
And flung at him.
What's that woman got to do with it?
A lot,
said the dominant male, and pulled Anne to him again in spite of her protests.
Next to Dos Andros, and perhaps even more than he, she is wise to the background of their crimes. And just as I expect you to find out everything from him, I'm going to wring that girl's story from her if I have to use the gold killer's own methods.
You won't.
Anne mumbled petulantly into his shoulder.
What do you mean?
Ware demanded.
She's crazy over you,
replied the lady confidently.
Well, I suppose she is. That makes it all the easier.
Tom?
Anne broke away from him.
I'm going with you to find Chicky.
He shook his head, troubled a bit by her determined jealousy, which seemed to him so childish and absurd.
Oh, it's impossible, Anne. Don't be silly. Don't you remember what happened the last time we went together to see Chicky? You know perfectly well that Chicky is absolutely nothing in the world to me, and never could be. Why, that kind of girl.
That's just it.
Anne sobbed.
I want to go.
Your job is here. That's a good Anne.
He kissed her into silence.
I'm off, Lady Fair, on another quest. Don't forget that neither of us is to let any obstacle stand in the way of getting this information.
She smiled up at him.
Don't let Chicky think you like her, will you?
She pleaded, half smiling. Ware put back his head and roared. He was laughing at the childish pout of her lips, but more than that, as he went to the telephone to ring up the underworld girl, he was laughing joyously at the certainty that, after all, as long as she worried about Chicky that way, Dos Andros could do his worst. More confident than ever before in his life, Ware shot his number to Central, and a moment later Chicky was on the wire. She told him to meet her at Bridges' Dairy Lunch on 59th Street that evening. End of Part 4. Part 5 of Gold Killer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gold Killer by John Prosper. Characters:
Tom Ware, read by Chuck Williamson.
Anne Rice, read by Jen Broda.
Chicky LaFontaine, read by Hannah Leake.
Joyce, read by Michael Fays.
Dos Andros, read by Bill Mosley.
The Flower Snatcher, read by Dave Lance.
Elderly Janitor, read by Douglas Wood.
Prohibition Officer, read by Brian Fullen.
Anne's Butler,
read by Brian Fullen.
Sally Peterson,
read by Sabrina Warren.
Animal Dealer, read by Dave Lance.
Anne's French Maid, read by Shireen Hickey.
Narrated by Brian Fullen. Chapter 14. Prohibition Rum. At Bridges' Dairy Lunch on 59th Street, the long, shiny-topped tables were streaked with spilled coffee, constantly swabbed by the active, white-aproned waitresses. At any other branch of the famous chain of restaurants, you would have found endless working girls partaking of frugal collations. But at the 59th Street place, a rare collection of characters of the lower fringe of Broadway were always in attendance. There were out-of-work actors, not above steering a sucker on occasion, professional dance partners of the trotteries, whose art was to furnish burglars with information about jewel-owning women, fascinating pointy-mustached gallants of Broadway, who were specialists at introducing select victims to swindlers, molls who went for employment as maids and cleared the way for burglar partners, chauffeurs who piloted opulent-looking fares into out-of-the-way places where hold-up men might rob them, pickpockets, burglars, sneak thieves, bank robbers, forgers, hotel beats, wire-tappers, sure-thing gamblers, fixers, and a dozen other species of the extensive genus of crooks, drank coffee and ate cakes, saluted friends, and made new acquaintances. Bridges on 59th Street had become one of New York's favorite underworld haunts, where walked into the glaringly lighted place and spied Chickie. She was facing him. Opposite her, and talking to her, sat a black-headed man. When Chickie saw Tom, she gave him a warning glance. She opened her painted mouth wide and laughed at some saying of her companion, and waved her hand in a gesture that meant, "Stand away," to Tom. The young interne took his place behind a coat tree hung with light spring habits, where he could watch the pair and not be seen. He opened a paper as an added concealment. In a moment the man sitting with Chickie turned his head half around, and Ware saw the bold profile of the rouge-faced person who had followed Chickie and himself in the taxicab chase on the night when he had met her first. The mysterious flower snatcher. Again he felt curiously familiar with that firm-mouthed, frowning-browed face. The place was growing noisy with laughter, occasional quarreling voices, and loud talk. Women in furs and silks, and men with gaudy neckties came and went. It was the new underworld, in all its colors, with many staid citizens who walked into the well-known dairy lunch, and sat and seemed astonished and mouse-like in the presence of the flaunting crowd about them. Ware drank a glass of milk and kept watch from behind the hat tree. Chickie glanced in his direction every minute or two, and made constant sly gestures of warning to him. Then finally she arose with waving hands, as if in a paroxysm of chorus girl jollification, and waved signals for him to hide himself. Ware spread his newspaper and looked over the top. In a moment he saw a tall, dark, handsome man familiarly seat himself with Chickie and her companion. It was the South American, Dos Andros. Tom's brow grew moist with astonishment and interest. He watched the three in animated conversation. He was too far away to catch a word, but he could see from the expression of Chickie's and Dos Andros's faces that the two men were browbeating the girl. She made solemn grimaces of protestation. curved her mouth to one side in defiance, opened her eyes and mouth wide in astonished denial. Dos Anjos kept an air of smiling gallantry, but fixed his eyes on her relentlessly. It seemed to Tom that they were trying to wrench some secret from her. Finally, Chicky, Dos Anjos, and the black-mustached man got up. Ware hid himself behind his newspaper as they passed toward the door. Chicky gave him another succession of warning glances. Ware, pulling his hat over his eyes and pressing his handkerchief to his mouth, followed them out of the restaurant. They stood on the curb, hailing a cab. He watched them from a nearby doorway. He heard Chicky exclaim,
Well, are you coming over to the kitchen for a few drinks and a rare bit?
If you will allow us, Miss Chicky.
He heard the South American reply with exaggerated politeness. A cab pulled against the curb. The three got into it, Chicky giving her Riverside Drive address. When they had gone, Ware himself called a taxi and gave the same address.
And hurry,
he cried. As the cab sped along, a plan matured in his head. Chicky's kitchen, he remembered, had a commodious dumbwaiter. It was located near the gas range, and the crooks at the party that he had attended on the memorable night of the Plank Road robbery had sat around near it. With drinking, loud talk would come, and if he could listen at Chicky's dumbwaiter door, he fancied he would be able to hear the colloquy among the trio. He remembered how as a boy he had often pulled himself up on the dumbwaiter in the house where he had lived, and he fancied that by the expenditure of some money he could induce the janitor in Chicky's house to permit him such a liberty. Of course, if Chicky and her friends should happen to open the dumbwaiter door and find him there listening, it might be an awkward thing for him, but that seemed a remote possibility. He determined to make the attempt. The cab of his quarries was just pulling away as Ware's cab ran up the drive and came in sight of Chicky's apartment house. Ware saw them enter the building. He paid off his driver a block away and went to the basement of the house and rang the janitor's bell. An old man came to the door.
I am looking for a good janitor for an apartment house of mine,
he said.
I don't mind paying a decent salary. I've seen the way you take care of this place, and I'd like to talk to you about it.
Come inside, sir,
the old man said. He led Tom into his room, the walls lined with pictures of prize fighters and chorus girls of another day. He saw Ware glance at the decorations.
Those were the days,
he said, raising his shoulders and distending his chest.
I used to go to every big fight that was pulled, and as for the girls, those were the days. There was no prohibition then.
Tom caught a note of poignant feeling in the old man's voice at the word prohibition. The janitor's face was that of a good liver worn out by years of jollification. His little gray eyes were still lively and roguish. His small, thin nose had not lost an imprudent tilt.
Yes,
Tom replied, fencing.
Prohibition is a dreadful thing.
And they're clamping the lid on tight.
The little man drooled sadly.
It's hard to get a drink.
I suppose you'd give anything for a pint of good stuff.
Ware laughed.
I would.
The janitor made a comically decisive grimace.
I've had prescriptions from the doctors around here so often that I can't get any more, and the bootlegger stuff isn't fit for a gentleman to drink.
He wrinkled his short, thin nose contemptuously.
I'm a physician,
said Tom with studied carelessness. He walked around studying the pictures of the prize fighters. The janitor looked at him with great interest.
And you could give me a prescription?
Yes?
Ware replied with tantalizing slowness.
And for a pint of good Scotch?
The janitor groaned with happiness.
Will you give it to me?
I will, if you'll do something for me.
Tom faced the man decisively.
I'd do anything for you.
The janitor cried as a man who is seized with a sudden great passion of friendship.
There's a girl living upstairs in whom I am interested.
He spoke slowly, watching the janitor's face.
I want to hear something that is going on in her place tonight, and I want to pull myself up on the dumbwaiter and listen at her dumbwaiter door.
How do I know that you are not a burglar?
The old man narrowed his eyes until they were shallow triangles of gray.
Here is my card. A doctor is not a burglar.
Ware took a card from his pocket and handed it to the man.
And here is more evidence.
He continued with finality, drawing forth his prescription pad. At the sight of the pad, the janitor gave way.
All right, mark down a pint of Scotch.
He exclaimed hurriedly, his mouth moving. Ware wrote out the prescription and gave it to the man, who, in return, led him out into the dimly lit cellar to the dumbwaiter shaft. Ware pulled at the dumbwaiter rope and found that the box came down far enough for him to clamber on top of it.
Can I get this at any drugstore?
The janitor demanded eagerly.
You can take it right down to the corner and have it filled.
Ware replied. The janitor ran away as fast as his weak legs permitted. Ware swung himself onto the edge of the dumbwaiter window and then pulled himself up onto the sliding box. He took hold of the rope and began hauling himself up. It was vigorous exercise, even for his athletic frame, and he was sweating by the time he had passed the 3rd floor. Chicky's was on the 6th. He had to proceed very slowly. It was a dead black in the elevator shaft, and he was forced to pass his hand along the wall to feel a floor as he crept by it. As he counted the 5th floor, he pulled at the rope more slowly than ever. He saw faint chinks of light above him. All the other kitchens were dark. His hand-operated elevator was running smoothly for a dumbwaiter, but he proceeded with the utmost care to avoid any possible rumble. As he tugged at the rope in the darkness, the chinks of light came nearer, and finally he heard the sound of voices. In a little while he was standing before the door, holding strongly on to the rope to keep himself suspended. The sounds were indistinct. He recognized a man's voice, deep and quiet. It was that of the mysterious flower snatcher, but he could catch no more than an occasional meaningless word. He could hear Chicky's voice replying, but again he could not make out the sense of the talk.
You are so sweet and charming.
The high, resonant voice of the South American came clear in drunken gallantry. Chicky's clamorous laughter rose.
There is nothing I will not give you.
The South American's voice sounded again.
I will give you the moon, or a ball of gold as big as the moon. I will give you 100 emeralds as big as oranges. I will give you diamonds that will shine like the eyes of lovesick goblins. I will give you $100,000 in greenbacks. I will give you a patch of red flowers.
A patch of red flowers?
Chicky shouted in laughter.
Down on Long Island.
Dos Santos narrated in an alcoholic rhapsody.
There is a wide, beautiful garden. In this garden, the rose bushes and tall sunflowers are woven into a thicket like the thickets of my Brazil. In the middle of this high thicket, hidden from all eyes save those of the birds, is a patch of glowing red flowers that match the blue sky like blood upon a dove's breast. It is like a small fiery ruby set in a great emerald. I will take you down to the Long Island garden and give you this patch of red blossoms that grow in the middle of a thicket of rose bushes and sunflowers. I will.
Shut up, Dos Andros.
The deep, hard voice shouted.
You're talking too much.
Let him go on.
Chicky cried.
No.
The voice of the flower snatcher came violently.
Let us make you talk a bit.
Yes.
Assented Dos Andros.
Did that fellow give you anything?
No.
Chicky shrieked.
He gave you the red flower that I took from you.
The deep voice returned angrily.
Yes, that, but nothing more.
The flower snatcher lowered his voice, but his words were still distinct.
Look here, girl. That fellow had a great secret of ours. It was a secret to bring death.
Then, he's up there. A voice shouted from the bottom of the elevator shaft. Instantly, Tom felt a violent tug at the rope, and he began to descend rapidly. Pull him down. He's trying to hold back. The voices from below grew violent, as Ware, full of rage that his listening was cut short, tried to hold the rope and check his descent. He continued downward through the darkness, with the violently tugged rope rattling against the box. His anger speedily changed to a spasm of anxiety as he realized the uncertainties of his descent. Who were the people pulling him down? Underlings of Dos Andros? Had they caught him spying? He clutched at the rope, but it was torn through his hands. The box struck bottom. 2 pairs of hands reached forth and pulled him from his perch.
What do you want?
He demanded as indignantly as he could. He adjusted himself on his feet. 3 rough-looking men stood looking at him with grim smiles. The cellar lights had been turned up, and Ware saw his captors' faces plainly. The faces did not reassure him. "Well, we've got you," one of the men snarled in the voice of a tough. He opened his coat significantly. On his vest was pinned a badge. "Handing out phony prescriptions for booze, eh?" The man was a prohibition officer. "Well, you've written out one too many. We've been hunting for rum doctors, and we've been keeping our eye on the old guy here. He's had a prescription from every doc in town. You gave a paper to the wrong gent. Come along to the station house." Ware felt ready to die with fury at the absurd mishap that had tripped him up, just as, he was certain, he was about to hear important things. The ironical picture came to him of the janitor running to the drugstore to get his scotch, and the revenue agents watching the drugstore pouncing on him and browbeating him into telling about Tom up the dumbwaiter shaft. He cursed the latest and absurdest vagaries of prohibition enforcement, but experienced a great desire to go to the station house. He wanted to get out of the neighborhood, so that the word of his arrest might not get around and to the ears of the flower snatcher and Dos Andros.
"Come along,"
he cried, and the revenue officers led him down the street, they first warning the old janitor to keep his mouth shut. As the 4 men walked down the street, Tom conned over the things he had heard. The patch of red flowers hidden in the thicket garden down on Long Island. He hammered every detail into his memory. Chicky, he could see, was not in the confidence of the 2 men. They suspected her, it seemed, of knowing something of their secret, and that somebody had given her something mysterious. What did she know? What admissions had they wrung from her after he had been pulled down from his listening post so roughly? Tom cursed his fortune, and resolved that Dos Andros should yield the secret. He presumed that Chicky would say nothing of his presence in the restaurant. All this if he could succeed in keeping out of jail and the newspapers. At the station house, the sergeant dismissed Ware on his own recognizance. The young intern must appear for trial in the middle of the following week. Chapter 15. Enter the unpleasant Carlos. Anne expected Sally Peterson for an early lunch. She had risen late and dressed leisurely, and now stood looking out over the garden and across the Sound, thinking of the difficulties of the day that she was facing. She found herself wishing that Ware were there to help her, and chiding her timidity, for she realized that in the present circumstances he could be of no further assistance whatsoever. It was a morning of brilliant moments suddenly changed to dull. Swift passing dark clouds that swept the choppy surface of the water to purple, then passed to leave it sparkling and resplendent. The weather suited Anne's mood. At one moment she felt confident and buoyed up by the certainty of Tom's love. The next she was overcome by fear, worry, and depression. Someone in white flannels was coming through the garden. She bent forward to see who it was. Dos Andros, trim, erect, immaculate, was coming swiftly toward the house. She could not see his face, but the easy swing of his walk told her that he had recovered from his recent attack of nerves. It would be more difficult to gain information from him under these circumstances. Involuntarily, she turned toward the mirror, then blushed at her own attitude. To win her object by whatever physical charm she might have for him was unthinkable. Nevertheless, she brushed back an unruly lock of hair and pinned a jack-rose at the low neck of her soft, flowing white gown. As the butler announced Dos Andros, the telephone on her desk rang.
"Where is Dos Andros?" came
in breathless tones from Ware at the other end of the wire.
"He has just arrived here. Why?"
said Anne.
"Can't tell you everything over the telephone,"
snapped Tom.
"Don't let him get away from the house until I come. And pump him dry. This isn't any time for sentiment. That guy's a bad one. Will you do your best for me?"
"Of course,"
she told him, stifling the innumerable questions that suddenly crowded in on her mind.
"Only can't you tell me something?"
She listened with breathless fascination to the briefly sketched story of his thrilling adventures in the dumbwaiter.
"What does it all mean?"
she gasped.
"Dos Andros, Chicky, and the man with the painted face? All of them must know. Don't you think we should put it into the hands of the police?"
He grunted out a
"No"
that sounded almost angry.
"Of course not. We must get the truth from Dos Andros. We must find the patch of scarlet flowers, unless they were simply a vision of his drunken imagination. He may be a most delightful fellow, Anne, but in this case he knows entirely too much, and we must find out, and find out soon, just what he knows."
For a moment she sat there puzzled. She knew that his jealousy for Dos Andros must have been completely dispelled by her own revealings of the previous day. It could not have misled him again in suspicion of the Spaniard, Dos Andros, in the underworld. Was it true, then, that the South American was a partner of that mysterious man whom they knew as the Flower Snatcher, and who had appeared and disappeared so enigmatically in the Gold Killer case? That he had under his control and operating for him a giant South American Indian who was in some way connected with the mysterious Scarlet Petals. She must use all her tact and ingenuity in dealing with the attractive foreigner. He was standing at the foot of the broad stairs waiting for her. She was an exquisite picture as she swept down toward him, one hand on the carved rail, her frail figure set off by the dark purple mural decorations back of her, and the life-size portrait of herself at the age of 14, perched high on a shaggy white horse. Horse it was, not pony, for Anne had never been the type of girl to be content with a mere pony. He greeted her, and they wandered out through the dim rooms of the house to an open porch at the side. She sat on a great blue couch drawn to a tiny fountain. She bent over, dabbling her fingers in the water, archly pretending to pursue the great-finned goldfish.
You are gayer than I have seen you in many weeks, Anne,
he remarked.
And you?
She smiled.
You are forgetting your troubles, Dos. When I saw you last, you were not so calm and smiling.
One must have moods.
And he smiled.
Southern temperament plays havoc with sanity. You must forgive me for my outburst of the other day and forget, will you?
Forgive, of course, Dos, but one cannot forget so quickly the sincere confidences of a friend. It is only natural that I've thought much of what you told me, and that I am much puzzled by it all.
It's good of you to have thought about it,
said Dos Andros.
Was there much to puzzle you? It's hard to remember what one says when one's nerves go back on one, the way mine did the other day.
You told me about a curse,
said Anne, rather deliberately, for she was thinking deeply as she talked.
Yet I could gain no clear idea of what this terrible fate was that so pursues and harries you.
As she said this, the man beside her leaned forward and put his head in his hands, but she did not stop.
It was in some way connected with the chanting of the South American priest in the grove of the Scarlet Flower. As you may know, I have several times during the past year, under the most peculiar circumstances, seen such a scarlet flower.
Dos Andros started, lifted his head, and seemed about to protest, but she met his gaze steadily and went on.
This gives me a double interest in knowing the exact nature of the curse which threatens you. Can you tell me what it is? Will you tell me what it is?
There was silence. He did not raise his head, but mumbled into his arms.
It's impossible to put it into words. You wouldn't understand.
Try,
she pleaded.
At least tell me something of those strange people with whom you lived. What were they like? Physically, I mean.
Why do you want to know that?
The question snapped at her as he rose abruptly. She thought that she detected in those dark eyes distrust, malignant purpose, but most of all, fear.
Come, sit down,
she soothed, and reaching for his hand, drew him down beside her.
It's perfectly natural, Dos, that I should want to know about the people who are endangering the life or the happiness of anyone for whom I cared. I can't imagine your being terrified by anyone but the most powerful of creatures, and I've often heard that the average South American Indian is small and relies more on ingenuity than muscular strength in battle. Surely your intelligence is a match for such ignorant methods as they may employ.
That's just it.
His hand closed on hers convulsively.
They're small, puny little beings, fine if they're fights. I'd take my chance with half a dozen of them, but, Anne, it isn't human beings I'm afraid of. Have you ever known what it is to be afraid of something intangible and grotesque? Something that almost isn't human? Something that pursues you waking and sleeping, that you always expect to see around the corner, that makes your life a succession of hideous nightmares. That's what's following me, and you can't put it in words. It's there, that's all. How could you understand?
Anne watched the sleek blackness of his bent head for a moment despairingly. Then she decided to play a dangerous card.
Dos,
she said,
I am firmly convinced that this fear of yours Whatever it is directly connected with my father's murder.
He sprang away from her again and paced up and down the porch.
What makes you think that? You have no right to think that. It's absurd.
Perhaps I haven't,
she said.
But there have been many events which seem to point inevitably toward just that conclusion.
You don't think that I...
Of course not.
She interrupted.
But I feel somehow that if you could be perfectly frank with me, it would help us all to straighten out the complexities that surround all these terrible gold killer murders. Dulce, I've gone beyond thinking of myself or of my father in this affair. So many others are involved now, and I feel that the danger is by no means past.
He went to the far end of the porch and turned his back. His hands were twisting violently behind him. She found herself almost unconsciously noticing that they were small and delicately formed. Surely those were not the hands of the gold killer. But why his agitation? Did he know, or was it that he himself feared, sometime to feel on his throat the pressure of those terrible fingers?
Dr. Rutgers.
She was speaking slowly and distinctly so that the full effect of her words would reach the agitated man at the other end of the porch.
Is in danger.
What makes you think that?
He wheeled on her.
Once before my father died.
And went on.
I saw him wearing a flower, the strangeness of which I think you know well. Dr. Rutgers, too, has worn such a blossom. Can you blame me for wondering and for worrying? Is it so strange that I should connect these events?
Dos Anjos threw back his head and his lips came together determinedly. Then he spoke in a tight, strained voice which sounded oddly far away.
Believe me, Anne, he is in no danger. You must believe that. I am trusting you. There's nothing more than I can tell you now. I must go.
No, Dulce, not now. You can't go now. I need you. I'm afraid to be alone.
Poor girl.
And he came swiftly and sat down beside her.
Of course, I'll stay. It was thoughtless of me not to realize how overwrought you must be by all these events.
Anne realized that she had found little or nothing of importance from her questioning, but that further attempts would only result in disaster, and that she must keep Dos Anjos with her by other methods. She switched the conversation to talk of tennis and yachting, of dances at Piping Rock, of the steeplechase, and of golf. He seemed only too eager to tell her of the gaieties that she had been missing, and she let him indulge freely in pungent descriptions of Long Island personalities. Presently the butler entered and called her aside. At the same moment there was the sound of a motor, and she noticed out of the corner of her eye that Sally Peterson's little red and black landaulet was whizzing up to the front of the house.
Mr. Ware is at the back of the house, Miss Anne, and wants to see you at once,
he told her.
He seems very anxious.
Anne turned to Dos Anjos.
That's Sally Peterson, Dulce. Please go out and entertain her for a few minutes. Something's gone wrong in the kitchen. You didn't know, did you, how heavily household cares sit on my shoulders? Bring her out here, and I'll join you in a few moments.
He smiled his assent, and she went swiftly to join Tom. She found him hot and flustered, sitting in the servants' parlor.
Well?
He demanded.
Is Dos Anjos here?
She nodded.
And what have you learned from him?
She told him of her discouraging story quickly. He gave an impatient shrug.
There goes your gigantic Indian into the dust heap of clues. But oh, what a tale have I.
A scream, high, long, filled with sheer terror, sounded from the front part of the house. Startled, Anne and Tom jumped quickly and ran out. Several of the servants joined them, and they rushed through the dining room and the hall and on across the porch, out onto the lawn toward the sea wall, from which the scream was sounding again and again.
"Good God!"
shouted Tom as he saw. He jumped away from Anne and ran toward the strange group of figures that showed against the bright noon sky. Sally Peterson was standing, a figure of distraction, her hands over her eyes. As Tom rushed forward, she screamed again and fell in a crumpled heap on the grass. On the seawall itself, Dos Andros was struggling madly with a creature that seemed like neither man nor beast.
"An ape?"
gasped Anne. Ware had reached the two by now, and the butler was only 3 feet behind. Together they succeeded in pulling the huge creature away from Dos Andros's throat. It was a huge Indian ape, its lips drawn back in an ugly snarl, its gigantic hands clutching helplessly now toward the pallid countenance of Dos Andros. Anne had gone to Sally and was bending over her. For a few moments no one spoke. Gradually the beast was calmed and slumped sullenly into a crouching position beside Ware.
"Don't let him go!"
shouted Dos Andros.
"Don't let him touch me! He'd kill me if you let him!"
Then, with a quick attempt at calm and a rather wry smile, he said,
"I can't understand why young ladies bring apes to luncheon parties."
"What do you mean?"
demanded Ware. Dos Andros straightened his collar and swaggered across the lawn toward Ware and the butler. The ape snarled again and tried to jump away.
"Pleasant little fellow, isn't he?"
observed Dos Andros.
"A new pet of Miss Peterson's. She brought him with her quite unattended in her car. Perhaps she intends making a novel chauffeur of him. At any rate, his liking for me is not noticeable. I don't know where Miss Peterson got him, but he used to belong to me. His name is Carlos. Isn't it, old dear?"
The ape snarled.
"And Carlos and I didn't get along too well together. So when beatings didn't do any good, I sold him to an East Side animal dealer. If you will hold him rather tightly, I think I'd better go."
And Dos Andros looked ruefully at his white flannels, splotched with the black marks of those great fingers.
"Sorry, you've got to go,"
grunted Ware, but he made no attempt to detain Dos Andros.
"Take this brute,"
he said to the butler, who rather gingerly led off the now docile animal, but not before Ware had picked up one of the huge hands and looked at it thoughtfully. Sally was sitting up now, weeping and laughing, still hysterical. Anne, soothing her, had made no attempt at questions. Ware, however, was not so patient.
"Where did you get that animal, Miss Peterson?"
she asked.
"Oh, I don't know,
she wailed.
Bobby Potter brought him to me for a birthday present. I'll never forgive Bobby. Never, 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 never."
"That's all right. Don't forgive him. But tell me if you know anything about where the beast came from."
"Bobby said he got him from somewhere down on the East Side.
Sally sobbed.
And the dealer said he was perfectly harmless. Just as gentle as a baby. He was, too. Only..."
And she paused thoughtfully.
"He knew Dos Andros, and I know that he hated him. He had been sitting beside me perfectly quietly until Dos came across the lawn. As soon as he saw him, he gave an angry cry and jumped out of the window of the car. Dos Andros turned as white as a sheet and started to run with the ape after him. I followed screaming, and then you all came. What can it all mean?"
"Oh, mean?"
Tom laughed grimly.
"Mean? It means that Dos Andros may not be the mysterious gold killer, but he knows the gold killer well enough. Why, Anne, did you see those hands? The huge, terrible hands of the strangler? Why have we been such fools? We should have known long ago. The gold killer is an ape, and he's in your kitchen now.
Chapter 16. The Trail of the Ape. Ware went hunting for the East Side animal dealer from whom Sally Peterson's madcap friend had bought Carlos, that grotesque ape with the monstrous hands of the gold killer. The young lady had given him vague directions, but finally came upon a dirty little store down by the river. Behind the dirty show windows were parrots in cages, and in a barred box a roving-eyed coyote, which crouched and turned around every few seconds. Inside, the dusty place was filled with canaries, parakeets, pigeons, rabbits, dogs, and a few monkeys, and, prominently in the center, a cageful of snakes. The keeper was a short, pudgy old German, who for all his 30 years in the country had many difficulties with English. It took Tom some time to make his query clear to the man.
Yeah,
the crop-headed Teuton blurted through his yellow mustache. He looked up at Tom through thick-lensed spectacles.
Such an intelligent monk. He was like a man, only smarter.
Tom gleaned from the long and involved explanation that followed that Dos Andros, as he had stated, had sold the ape to the dealer. A tall, dark, elegant gentleman had come with several rough fellows who carried the animal in a large, crudely barred box. It had snarled viciously and had displayed a singular hatred for its master.
He gave it a licking, the tall fellow said.
The little man winked his blue eyes.
And the monk didn't like it. You got to know how to give animals a licking.
He pinched his lips together under his drooping mustache and nodded his head pragmatically. He had bought the ape readily. He was, for all his absurdity, an intrepid handler of animals, and more likely to kick a tiger around than to shy at a petulant orang, and he had found Carlos well behaved and very well trained.
Lucky for that monk, he didn't make no monkey shines with me, or I'd show him.
The boastful little man poised a round, fat fist. Ware with difficulty refrained from telling him that he had been blithely reckless with the giant strangling hands of the gold killer.
That monk was so gentle-like,
the dealer spoke with a little contempt,
that I sold him to that young fellow what came and wanted to buy a monk. I made some profit.
Tom went away feeling that, for the most part, he had corroborated Dos Andros's account of the ape. He had, however, learned an important detail. The ape was highly trained. After the dramatic episode in the garden of the race country house, Tom had been so eager to quiet the terrible animal and get it, with the assistance of half a dozen chauffeurs, into handcuffs, of which one of the chauffeurs happened, by singularly lucky chance, to have a pair, that he had noted little of the brute's demeanor. It was to be expected, though, that the ape which had been used for the gold killer stranglings would be trained to the last degree. Of course, it seemed impossible that the beast could have been used in the murder at the opera or in the Plank Road affair. But details did not trouble Ware. The fact of the ape was too glaringly significant, and with it the reasoning that the terrible hands of the gold killer could only have been ape's hands. Tom marveled at his obtuseness. There he had been threshing his brains for weeks, trying to think of a possible explanation of the giant stranglings, and the notion of an ape, it seemed such a simple and inevitable notion now, had never come to him. When he saw Anne in the library of the Race Mansion that evening, and told her the result of his last visit to the animal dealer, she seemed moody and subdued.
The affair is so terribly clear now,
she mused.
Only the details remain to be unfolded.
She looked up at him with a faint smile of happiness.
We were wicked, Tom, to suspect poor Joyce.
Then her face clouded.
But where can he be?
He understood the misgivings that were in her mind. Joyce, though now unaccused, might still be in grave danger, if not past all danger. The Molium stealers, who perhaps knew nothing of the gold killer ape, might still have kidnapped him for his supposed part in killing Morgan, and...
Oh, Joyce, no doubt, is all right. He is probably away, drowning his nerves for a couple of weeks.
Tom strove to be optimistic.
And it seems a wicked thing.
An expression of intense pain came into her face.
To suspect an old friend like Dos of being the murderer of my father. Still, there's no escaping it.
The ape is entirely too illuminating.
Tom said gently. He pitied her for the cruelty of the affair, with its ruthless tearing of human relationships.
What next, Tom?
She straightened up, smiling bravely.
We must discover the motives and ramifications of the conspiracy.
He returned vaguely. His imagination could not vision any possible final development of the case.
What immediate clue is there to follow up?
She asked anxiously.
That girl Chickie. We always return to her.
Tom replied meditatively.
Perhaps I can find out what business Dos Andros and the mysterious flower snatcher had with her that night before last, when I listened at her dumbwaiter. Also more about her acquaintance with your father. I'll make her tell me what she knows, if I can ever succeed in getting half an hour's talk with her.
Perhaps you had better not risk it.
Anne looked at him pleadingly.
Perhaps you had better not go prying into that terrible new underworld again.
Tom laughed at her fears.
It will be no risk to see Miss Chickie LaFontaine,
he said.
I will make a call at her apartment tomorrow morning.
They fell to talking of things more personal and pleasant than the dark affair of the Gold Killer. Chapter 17. Abduction. On the bulletin board before a newspaper building on Columbus Circle, the boy was chalking the latest, up-to-the-minute news item, where stopped so suddenly that the man behind walked into him. The half-completed headline read,
Rice heiress.
Ware felt the building spinning around him like a merry-go-round as the final word was spelled out.
Kidnapped?
He stood panting with excitement. The bulletin was slowly completed.
Daughter of Gold Killer's recent victim, abducted in spectacular daylight kidnapping before the Rice Palace on 59th Street. Police on trail of missing girl.
Ware had passed the day looking for Chickie LaFontaine. He had gone to her house. Nobody was home. He had waited. She had not come. He had made a pilgrimage to the resorts where she might be found, but no one had seen her that day. He had telephoned Anne in the morning, saying that he would come to the Rice house for tea. Now he was on his way there, only to see, while passing the newspaper bulletin board, that she had been kidnapped. Ware shouted his summons to a passing taxi and drove to the Rice mansion. When Anne's maid saw him, she burst into tears.
Oh, doctor, it's too awful.
She buried her pretty face in her apron.
And I knew it. I knew it.
What has happened?
Ware took the maid into the library, thrust her into a chair, and commanded her with the authority of a physician.
They threw her into that green limousine and carried her away. They will kill her.
The maid dried her eyes with her apron, still sobbing.
Come.
Ware clamped his jaw up severely.
Tell me just what occurred.
Oh, I knew that man was a villain when he came to the door.
The maid wept anew.
He had a bad face, and I told Miss Rice not to go out with him.
Who was he? What did he say?
Ware tried to keep a calm, authoritative voice.
He was a horrible-looking fellow. The bell rang. I answered it. He said he wanted to see Miss Rice. I told him to get away, but Madame passed by and she heard the man. She spoke to him. He said there was somebody in the car outside who wanted to see her. I told her not to go, but she went.
And then what?
Ware impatiently drove the girl on.
She went to the car.
The maid continued.
The door opened, and the man reached out and put Miss Rice in. Oh, it was awful.
The maid shed more tears.
And then what?
Ware grew angry with the suspense.
The man slammed the door, and the car drove away.
The maid spoke petulantly, as though that were to be understood.
What became of the man who came to the door?
Oh, he drove the car.
A chauffeur?
Yes, he was wicked-looking.
The maid shuddered.
Do you remember just what he said to Anne? Miss Rice, I mean.
Ware was seeking relief from his bewilderment by questioning the maid.
He told Madame that the man in the car wanted to talk to her. She asked who it was. He said he didn't know.
What did the man in the car look like?
I could not see. He just reached his arms and put Madame into the car. He was awfully strong.
What did you do then?
Ware could perceive no hint of an explanation in the maid's account.
I screamed and ran down the stoop, calling for the police. But the car turned the corner quickly before anybody heard me. Then the policeman came, and then the reporters, and I told them all about it.
Are you sure you told them everything?
The young doctor demanded ironically.
Oh, yes, everything.
She replied with conscious virtue.
I believe you.
He replied.
Did you get the number of the car?
No, it's funny, but the policeman asked me that too.
She seemed puzzled.
But you told the reporters everything?
Ware found relief from his emotions in sarcasm. He sat motionless for some minutes, unable to find anything to think or do. Who had taken Anne? The chief? Or had the South American taken her? He flamed at the thought. He could not bear it. He leaped to the telephone and called Dos Andres's apartment. The South American answered. He had not heard of the abduction, he said. He seemed astonished and perturbed. Ware left the phone as uncertain as when he took it up. Ware tried his own apartment for information. They said a man had called to see him twice that day. They could give no description save that it was a rough-looking fellow. Ware was a man of action. Silent brooding was not his métier. His instinct was to be off searching for Anne. But what could he do? He came to the opinion, based on his and Anne's former experience, that the chief had kidnapped her. Again, on the basis of their former experience, that did not seem such a threatening thing. The chief might be dissatisfied with Ware. The young interne had not yet formally disobeyed the order, not yet come, to steal the moleum, but he had not made any preparations for the moleum theft, and the old coughing captain of crooks, who had such mysterious sources of information, might have decided to punish him by telling Anne of his supposed double life. In that case, Anne would return suffering only from the farcical blow of the disclosure. This was a comfortable belief. Ware took refuge in it. The thing to do then was to get hold of Chickie LaFontaine. Again things hinged on his putting the underworld girl through an inquisition. He was certain that he could either cajole or bully facts from her, if he could only meet her. Ware was at the telephone. He expected a no answer, returned from the central, but this time, after a moment of waiting, Chickie's voice answered the phone.
Oh, hello, Tom.
She cried when she had recognized the young intern's voice.
I've been wanting to get in touch with you. I've been shopping all day, having a glorious time.
Ware interrupted her talky discourse.
What has happened to Miss Rice? Do you know?
I don't know anything about her.
Chickie's voice was disdainful.
Has she run away?
She has been abducted.
Ware's tone was hard and tense. Chickie laughed.
I guess that doesn't bother you much.
What are you laughing about?
He was growing angry.
A whole lot you care for her, dearie.
Chickie grew sentimental.
I want to know what has become of her.
Ware said roughly.
Oh, yes.
Chickie returned seriously.
She has got money, hasn't she? She mustn't run away with anybody but you.
I want you to tell me if you know anything about the abduction of Miss Rice.
He shouted in a temper.
You seem very anxious about her.
Chickie's accents were those of indignation.
Will you answer me?
Ware's anxiety whipped him to a pitch of exasperation.
I don't think you care for me.
Chickie returned angrily.
Go ahead and take her. I don't care.
She assumed the sarcastic tone sometimes affected by a jealous woman. His wrath grew lyrical.
You are a consummate fool.
He shouted. Chickie's voice grew pleading, as it always did when she was frightened.
You mustn't be angry with me.
She whined.
I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I know you don't care a rap for that girl. I know.
A scream rang out from the rear of the house. Ware heard the maid shrieking. He slammed the receiver down on Chickie's plaintive persuasions and dashed back. The maid stood at a side window crying out.
Limousine!
Through a window Ware saw an automobile turning around.
That's the car!
The maid continued hysterically. The doctor vaulted through the window into the garden and leaped the fence. The green limousine was getting up speed down the street. Ware dashed after it, shouting.
Stop!
With a sprint worthy of his track days in college, he caught up with the automobile and swung on to the running board. He tried to tear away the curtain which was drawn over the open window.
Get away!
A hoarse voice sounded from the interior. A hand holding a revolver was thrust violently under the curtain. The barrel of the weapon jammed against Ware's body. Ware instantly released his hold and fell on his back into the street. As he lay there, he saw a head thrust out of the limousine window and look back at him. He could not mistake the fat white face. It was Joyce, the movie critic. Ware lay on his back for a minute, stunned by the jar of his fall and the jar of the recognition. Passers-by came running to him, and he got to his feet and returned dazedly to the house. End of Part 5. Part 6 of Gold Killer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gold Killer by John Prosper. Characters:
Anne Rice, read by Jen Broda.
Tom Ware, read by Chuck Williamson.
Chickie LaFontaine, read by Hannah Leake.
The Chief, read by Dave Lance.
Flash Montague, read by Greg Giordano.
Alice Graham, read by Shireen Hickey. Adele, read by Shireen Hickey.
Billy Harty, read by Douglas Wood.
Tom's Maid, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Baldy McManus, read by Bill Mosley.
Narrated by Brian Fullen. Chapter 18. Joyce. As he ran up the stoop, Ware saw Anne standing in the door. He stopped in astonishment.
Don't be frightened. It is I.
She laughed. Her hair was disheveled, her face flushed, her eyes wide with excitement. Ware trembled with feeling as he looked at her slender, graceful figure.
As you jumped out the back window, I came in through the front door,
she exclaimed. Ware was beside her, clutching her arm.
Where have you been?
His face was set with emotion.
I've been driving around with your friend Joyce,
she replied.
Come inside and rest a bit after your anxiety, and I will tell you a long story.
She shook his arm with a gesture that was more than friendly. When they were comfortably adjusted in easy chairs in the library, and tea had been ordered, Anne looked smilingly at Ware and deigned to answer the questions that were choking him.
Joyce has been a prisoner of the Plank Road robbers,
she began.
He has escaped and is desperately afraid that they will get their hands on him again. He is running away to Europe, but first he wanted to tell you of some things he saw and heard while among the chief's gang. He went to your house, kept himself hid in his car for fear that some of the robbers might be watching, and sent the driver in for you. You were not at home. In his anxiety to get away, Joyce decided to give me his message for you. Still afraid to show his face, he sent the driver to bring me out, and when I ran out to see him, he, in his excitement, actually dragged me into the machine. He drove me away to Yonkers for lunch and spent the afternoon telling me of his strange adventures.
Did he say anything about the night on the Plank Road?
Ware exclaimed eagerly.
He did,
replied Anne with a quiet, triumphant glance and smile.
I gathered from his labored recollections that it may have been the ape. He had very little to add to the account he gave you. He, Morgan, and the underworld girl were standing beside the front of the car when the shot crashed. He instantly jumped into the rear compartment of the machine and crouched behind the front seat. He is not certain but that the ape may have been secreted in the front part of the car and leaped out as Morgan threw the driver to the ground. He judged, though, from what I told him about the flower, Dos Andros, and the ape, that the beast was not in the car. He had heard much talk of the crooks while he was a prisoner, but never any mention of either the flower, the South American, or the ape. He is inclined to think that the driver of the truck was knocked unconscious, and that the ape, by sheer chance passing in a car with Dos Andros that night, jumped out and strangled the unconscious man.
Ware mused a while over this new suggestion. Then he asked,
How did the chief's men catch Joyce?
As he left his home on the morning of the Plank Road robbery,
she replied.
They sent a boy to shout the Gold Killer headlines at him in case he had not read the paper already, and as he stood startled by the account he was reading, one of their men with a fake police badge came and arrested him for complicity in the murder. He was so shaken and frightened by the news that he followed the man without protest or question into an automobile, and then to the chief's house, the same place where we were taken. They blindfolded him going in, but when he got away, he saw it was a fine house on Central Park.
They kept him prisoner for a week, eh?
Ware questioned her.
How did he get away?
He was under guard by Flash Montague, Baldy, and a couple of others. They kept the most vigilant watch over him, never letting him leave a room on the top floor. Then yesterday morning, he was awakened by Flash Montague's coming into the room coughing. Flash was in a bad state, shaking, staggering, and gasping. He seemed to be suffering the after effects of a debauch, Joyce says.
Probably the result of bad prohibition whiskey, which produces strange effects.
Ware said,
"Whatever it was."
and continued,
Flash was helpless, and Joyce coolly walked past him and downstairs. He saw the others lying about, shaking and coughing.
Prohibition whiskey acts strangely on the nervous system.
Ware commented professionally.
He walked out into the street and began to run.
And went on.
Finally, he hired a limousine, drove to his bank for some money, and decided to get out of town right away and go to Halifax and catch a steamer for Europe.
Did he hear anything interesting from the robbers?
Ware asked.
Yes.
And replied.
One thing. He learned the secret of the Mausoleum.
Ware straightened up.
Flash, Baldy, and the other leaders were entirely closed-mouthed.
And went on.
But two of the hangers-on, drivers of the robber's car apparently, fell to babbling loudly to each other in the hall one morning. They were drunk, and Joyce gathered the fact that the mausoleum which the band had stolen was taken to an old man who kept a laboratory down on Long Island.
Down on Long Island?
Ware repeated musingly after Anne. A phrase came sharply into his memory.
A garden thicket down on Long Island.
Which Dos Anjos had used several times in his colloquy with Chicky LaFontaine on the night of Ware's dumbwaiter adventure.
Joyce supposes,
and concluded,
that the crooks are not only stealing the mausoleum, but they are selling it at a cruelly profiteering price to some rich old secluded scientist who is ignorant of market values.
Down on Long Island?
The phrase haunted Ware. Chapter 19. The Chief Commands. In the evening, Tom Ware was turning the pages of the New York Medical Journal when the maid came to his door, saying,
"There's a man downstairs to see you."
She handed him a small envelope. Ware opened it. A card was inside. It read in florid letters,
"The Chief."
Ware dug his fingers into the card to make sure that he was not suffering from a delusion. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the writing. The words remained unaltered.
The Chief? What sort of man is it?
He asked the fat little servant.
"A queer-looking man,"
she said.
"Send him up."
Ware was filled with curiosity. He had often thought of this captain of the underworld. He had retained a queerly vivid impression of the old man's cough that had sounded as if from nowhere at the wireless telephone interview. Why had the chief concealed himself then, and why was he revealing himself now? Ware's feeling of interest was tempered by one of anxiety. There were footsteps on the staircase and a heavy knock at the door.
"Come in."
A man entered. Ware got out of his chair as he recognized the black-mustached flower snatcher.
Good evening.
The visitor smiled wryly at the young intern's astonishment and glared at him with fierce little black eyes. Ware had not before noticed how much the man's face was painted.
"Who are you?"
Ware looked at the man dubiously.
Didn't you read my card?
The visitor parted his carefully combed heavy black hair, twirled his mustache, and, still looking ironically at Ware, seated himself.
I have a warning for you,
he said in his deep, hollow voice. Ware did not know what to reply. He seated himself on the edge of the desk at the wall. A pistol was in the top drawer. The visitor pinched his thin, tight lips, and the lines on his cheek grew deeper.
Perhaps,
he continued,
I did not explain clearly enough what may happen to you if you are recalcitrant.
Ware wrinkled his forehead and kept his eyes on the man. His head was full of the new revelation. The flower snatcher was the chief. That connected the South American, the ape, and the flower with the mausoleum-stealing gang. Down on Long Island, the garden with the red patch of flowers the old doctor who bought the rare metal at absurd prices. He wrestled with the connection.
You doubtless think,
the chief became urbane,
that because your friend Joyce got away from us, you can disregard my orders. You cannot.
He smiled like a man of the world who is reasonable and leaned forward, hands on knees.
You love Chicky LaFontaine.
He spoke decisively.
You want to marry the Rice millions. Hence, you will not leave the city. As long as you are in the city, your life is in my hands. And if you don't get the molium for me from your hospital, why...
He leaned back in the easy chair and chuckled significantly.
You mean you will have me killed?
Ware ground his teeth together and resisted an impulse to snatch the pistol out of the drawer.
You put it rather roughly, my boy.
The chief screwed up his wrinkled, painted right cheek drolly.
But I will say that you are somewhere near right.
Ware felt with renewed force that the man's strange and somewhat handsome face was curiously familiar to him.
However, I shall not blame you in advance for disobedience. I merely come to warn you.
The chief continued with an air of indulgence.
I suppose you were not sufficiently impressed at our first conversation. I should have met you in person. I couldn't, though, for I was ill then. I had to talk to you through a representative.
Ware, still standing close to the pistol drawer, remembered with renewed vividness the quavering old man's cough. His mind could not attribute it to the deep-voiced man before him. He remembered what Joyce had told Anne about the gangsters coughing apparently from Prohibition whiskey.
Oh, there is some queer mystery here,
Ware said to himself. The chief arose and took his hat and cane from the table. He gave Ware a menacing stare.
The order will come in a few days. There are 10 cases of molium stacked in the chemical storeroom in the basement of the hospital. You are to secure the key of the door from the storeroom to the street, and at night take 5 cases and place them out on the sidewalk, and my men will come along in a car and get them. If you fail when the word comes...
With a sneer and a final threatening glance, the chief placed his derby hat on his head. Ware heard his footsteps on the stairway. Then the front door slammed. Ware leaped to the telephone.
Anne,
he cried.
There is some connection between the red flower and the molium. I must get hold of that underworld girl, but now I've quarreled with her. I'll see her anyway,
was his last word to Anne before he hung up the receiver. Chapter 20. The Strangling Hands. When Ware rang the bell at Chicky LaFontaine's apartment, that lady opened the door. She looked at the young man with astonishment and leaping indignation.
What do you want?
She leaned her shoulder against the casing and pursed her lips disdainfully.
To see you.
He grinned all his amiability and rubbed his chin.
After you bawled me out yesterday and slammed the phone in my ear? Go to your $1 million baby. I don't care.
She hitched up her knee-length skirts and blinked her little eyes angrily. Ware thought indignation would be an excellent device for him.
What did you mean the other night at Bridges? You promised to meet me, and then met those 2 fellows.
He scowled till half a dozen wrinkles stood between the ridges of his eyes. A slight smile illuminated the left side of Chicky's face.
Jealous again.
She grew sulky once more as she stood aside and allowed him to pass in. In the over-furnished drawing-room, Ware sat hunched forward and looked up amusedly at Chicky as she stood in front of him and continued her tirade.
Think of treating me like that.
She snapped a vicious staccato.
After you pretended to care for me? I want a real man. I don't want no fickleness.
But how about those 2 fellows the other night?
The affair at Bridges gave Ware a chance to play jealous and thereby please her, and at the same time to interrogate Chickie about the complicated matter of the scarlet flower, the ape, the chief, and Dos Andros. Chickie replied, raising her mouth in a spiteful grin.
Oh, just a couple of Johns.
She pulled up a chair and seated herself in front of Ware and looked at him with an exaggerated stare of cynical inquisition.
What right have you to be jealous?
She demanded.
You don't care for me.
Who were they?
Ware evaded persistently. Her face grew enormously supercilious. She raised one penciled eyebrow until it was halfway up her forehead.
One of them was the fellow who took the flower from me that night,
she said.
He is dead gone on me. He's a big downtown banker. He wants me to marry him.
Ware leaned back and contemplated her amazedly. Her voice and manner recalled irresistibly the night at Glazenberg's, when she had told him of her acquaintance with John Rice.
Who is the other fellow?
He continued mechanically.
Why, he is a Spanish count.
Chickie raised her right shoulder and smiled coldly, like a woman who tells spitefully of an infidelity.
He's crazy with money, owns a lot of oil wells in Spain. He wants me to take a trip abroad with him, to Paris and Monte Carlo. Maybe I will.
She was bragging absurdly. The ridges over Ware's eyes stood out sharply as he glared at Chickie.
You are lying to me.
His anger rose. At his violence, she took her nether lip between her teeth and opened her eyes as widely as she could.
I don't want you to talk to me like that.
She affected sentimental reproach.
I want you to tell me who those men were and what business they had with you.
He got out of his chair and strode to and fro like an indignant husband. Chickie followed him with mournful eyes. Her mouth dropped peevishly at the corners.
I am telling you the truth,
she wailed.
You are not.
He stood 10 feet away from her and directed at her a glance which held all the wrath he could summon.
But I will make you tell me the truth.
Chickie arose and extended her arms toward him after the fashion of the stage.
You know you don't care for me,
she cried.
I know you will tell me who those men were and what they wanted with you that evening at Bridges.
Ware stood in front of Chickie and seized her shoulders with a gesture of overbearing finality.
Out with it.
I only wanted to make you jealous.
She hung her head.
You don't care for me.
Answer me, I tell you.
He jumped at his advantage.
They were only a couple of crooks.
Chickie confessed with a whimper.
I've seen them around together a lot lately. They don't amount to nothing.
What do they want with you?
Ware kept his hands on her shoulders. She looked at him with tearful submission.
They were trying to get me to tell them whether Pop Morgan had given me anything before the gold killer got him. I didn't tell them.
Did Morgan give you anything?
Ware began to feel that his quest was barren.
Only a bottle of whiskey.
Chickie said this slowly and continued in soulful accents.
Maybe I will give you a drink of it if you will be nice to me.
Ware could not believe that she was ignorant of the flower snatcher's identity as the chief.
You are still not telling me the truth about those men,
he said, scowling at her.
You must not be so jealous,
she begged.
I only wanted to peeve you. I don't give a rap for those guys. And I'll tell you something else.
She smiled at him like a wronged angel who returns an injury with a heavenly blessing.
I've told you other things just to make you jealous. You remember I told you I was sweet on that millionaire that the gold killer got? And some other big Wall Street guys? Why, I never even saw them once. I said I did just to make you jealous.
You did not know John Rice?
Ware stepped back aghast and looked at her as though she were a lunatic.
No, dearie.
She smiled as one awaiting coronation and opened her arms. Ware felt the whole edifice of his discoveries falling about him. Everything he had done, everything he had reasoned had been rooted in the primordial fact that there had been an acquaintanceship between the murdered capitalist and this underworld girl. Now he saw with a clarity that filled him with bitter anger that her talk, on which he had based his labors, was a piece of chorus girl's bragging. In his eagerness to confirm his enhanced suspicions, he had seized on it like a fish on a minnow. Chickie stood with her arms open. Ware threw himself weakly on a lounge.
What's the matter with you?
Chickie was astonished and indignant. He did not reply. He was trying to adjust his mind to this new development. How did it affect the case against Dos Andros and his ape? In his bewilderment, Ware could see that the case still stood.
What are you thinking about?
Chickie stood before him sarcastic.
About that $1 million baby, I guess.
But where is the motive?
Ware muttered half aloud. The excellent motive of jealousy was gone from the case against Dos Andros. Ware remembered how the South American had told Anne of the curse of the flower. Was the gold killer affair, then, the simple working of some strange exotic curse? Ware half felt himself in the face of things supernormal, but there now seemed no possible human motive for the stranglings done by the ape.
You can't fool me,
Chickie screamed.
You give me a call over the phone on account of that $1 million baby and slam the receiver in my ear, and now you're thinking about her? Oh, I hate you.
She glared crazily. She seized Ware's arm at the wrist and flung it down violently. A pain so intense shot through his arm that Ware leaped to his feet. He felt as though his wrist had been crushed in a vise.
Listen to me.
Chickie shook him, bared her teeth in a malignant grin, grasping at his elbow. Her fingers crushed into the fiber and seemed ready to smash the bone. In crazy fear, Ware tried to tear away.
Don't you ever talk to me again.
Chickie gritted her teeth and held his arm with renewed force. He shouted with the unendurable pain of her grasp.
Who are you? What are you?
He stared at her with a primordial fear clutching him.
Go to your millionaire's baby,
she screamed, releasing his arm.
Go and marry her and forget me.
She flung herself on the lounge, sobbing clamorously. Ware made great steps toward the door. He flung it open and, moved by transports of fear, leaped down the stairs and ran out of the building. He did not stop until he was several blocks away. He stood and inspected his bruised wrist and elbow. They were turning black and were swelling. In Ware's parlance, they were severe contusions with possible fracture.
She has the hands of the strangler.
He spoke out aloud.
She is the gold killer.
Chapter 21. It becomes necessary to defy the chief. Dazed and bewildered, Ware had walked block after block when he had left Chickie's apartment after the discovery that she possessed the hands of the gold killer. It became immediately apparent that the story of the ape, which Dos Andros had told them, and which they had not believed, was true. The beast, still confined in the race stables on Long Island, was probably nothing more than a former pet of the exotic and irritable young South American. Just what Dos Andros's real connection with the whole mystery was, must later be determined. Ware spent most of the warm spring night lying on his back in bed trying to draw together the various strands of the mystery and tie them to the now certain knowledge that Chickie was the gold killer. What a clever woman she must really be to conceal so thoroughly any qualms of conscience she might have had. She had said that she didn't know John Rice. She had said it apparently with all sincerity, and he had the strongest kind of feeling that she had spoken the truth. It seemed almost inconceivable to him that this dull, crass, burlesque showgirl was the clever, deceitful, intriguing type that she must indeed be in the face of such indisputable evidence. There were some doubts in his mind. If Chickie were the murderer, who was the man seen leaving the rice box on the night of the murder? Perhaps that might have been the vision of an excited employee whose imagination was fired by later events. But whenever he began doubting the reality of the burlesque girl's guilt, the pain in his arm and wrist brought him cruelly back to certainty. He was burning with eagerness to rush to the telephone to tell Anne. It would be such a relief to her to know that Dos Anjos was not actually the perpetrator of the terrible murders. But his love and his professional realization of her need for sleep restrained him. Toward morning the pain in his arms decreased. His mind grew less active, and he dropped to sleep. At 10 o'clock the next morning he woke with a start. It did not seem possible that he actually could have slept after the excitement of his great discovery. But he made up for lost time in dressing that was swift in spite of the intense pain of his bruises. As he went out the door, the hall boy handed him a slim green envelope. Inside was one short sentence in elaborate handwriting of an old man.
Robbery must be committed before night. Meet Baldy in front of hospital at noon. The Chief.
Ware swore and tore it up, and hurried to the Rice mansion. Anne failed to receive the news with the enthusiasm that he expected. Instead, she paled, and was absolutely silent for a moment.
You must go away at once,
she burst out, finally seizing his hand in her trembling fingers.
Go away?
He echoed.
What for?
Why, can't you see, dear? It isn't safe for you here. That terrible creature loves you as much as she is capable of loving anyone, and now she may suspect that you know her secret. She may attack you at any time. She may kill you. I can't have that.
Oh, foolish, foolish dear.
And he took her in his arms and kissed her gently.
Where would I go?
He decided then that it would be unnecessarily cruel to tell Anne of the new message from the chief that the robbery must be committed, and of his determination not to keep the appointment with Baldy.
To France, to England, anywhere. Oh, Tom, please, please go. I can't afford to lose you two. Please.
She was crying now, but Ware was too much the medical man to be immediately persuaded by a woman's tears.
I'll tell you what we'll do, dear.
He soothed her.
We'll get married right away. Would you like that?
No, Tom, not unless we both go to Europe, and we couldn't do that. I want you to get away at once, away from this awful curse that seems to be hanging over all of us. Tell me now that you'll go. I shan't believe you love me otherwise.
Nonsense, Anne. This isn't like my brave, analytical Anne.
How can you expect me to be sensible when you're in danger?
She sobbed. He laughed at her and silenced her with a long embrace. There was a cough. The butler, hiding a smile with his almost impeccable English calm, handed her a note. Anne tore it open. She read it hastily and gave a little gasping cry.
Read that,
she commanded. Ware took it. The notepaper was bright violet. So was the ink. It was strongly scented with some curious oriental perfume.
Dear Anne.
It ran.
I've been so worried about you lately. When I saw you last week, you looked pale and draggled. Of course I don't wonder, but after all, It isn't fair to yourself, my dear, to withdraw so completely from the world. I'm giving one of my tutti-frutti assortment evenings tonight. It will be composed largely of people in the theatrical world. Everyone from Palissy the tenor to Chicky LaFontaine, the burlesque queen.
Ware stared violently.
Really, you can't fail to be amused, and there will be no one there whom you need seriously to consider. Your morning will be respected. You can sit in a corner and watch. Do come, dear, and bring that nice young doctor of whom you were telling me. Hastily and affectionately, Alice Graham. Who's Alice Graham?
Ware demanded gruffly.
And what in the name of heaven is Chicky doing at any party to which you might be invited?
Anne looked puzzled.
I don't quite know how she has happened to invite Chicky, but Mrs. Graham is one of those independent women who have access to a certain type in every set in town. Not the best of the set, usually, but the most amusing, those on the fringe, the outcasts. She used to amuse Father, and I didn't mind. No matter how absurdly ill-sorted her guests are, her parties are always amusing. Of course we won't go. I'll just drop her a note.
Of course we will.
And Tom was almost gruff.
If you think for a moment, my dear, that we are going to desert the ship at this stage of the game, when we have come almost to the point of unraveling the entire mystery, you're mistaken.
But what good is unraveling the mystery if I love you?
That's enough, Anne Rice. You and I are going to be sports, and we're going to that party of Mrs. Graham's tomorrow evening. There may be lots that can be learned from seeing the Lady Gold Killer working in the set where she kills. Am I right?
I suppose so, dear.
Anne gave in and crumpled ineffectually into his arms. Noon had passed, the hour when Tom had been commanded by the chief to meet Baldy, but the young man did not even think about the sinister appointment and the peril of his defiance. Chapter 22. The Gold Killer Again Kills. Ware and Anne had agreed to go separately to Mrs. Graham's, to arrive there at about 10 o'clock, when festivities would be well under way. Of all their adventures so far, this seemed the most curious. It was difficult to visualize a party, no matter how bohemian, at which Chicky and Anne could both be entertained. Anne's explanation of Mrs. Graham had been satisfactory enough. The somewhat wealthy widow who collected odd personalities in an effort to be gay. Of course, Ware had heard of her before. Notes in society columns, accounts of séances she had held, of brilliant and astounding garden parties at her Westchester home. Her guests were drawn from society, the opera, the stage, Greenwich Village, and heaven alone knew where else. Her purpose in life had become one only, to amaze. Boredom was killed at any price. She bought laughter and entertainment by the sacrifice of her social integrity. Yet she had the satisfaction of knowing that if she was no longer so frequent a guest at the dinner tables of the elect dowagers of Park Avenue, their husbands seldom missed a Graham soiree. From a personage, she had become a personality. There were those who jestingly called her Riverside Drive apartment the Pink Stocking Club, but others candidly acknowledged that her strange drawing rooms were the nearest approach to a bas bleu salon to be found in America. Her invitation to Chicky, that terrible girl of the underworld who was the murderous gold killer, It was not so strange, Ware thought, as his taxi swept into the drive at 72nd Street. Of all chorus girls not directly under the wand of Mr. Ziegfeld, she was perhaps the best known. Her publicity man had been clever. At any rate, she was sufficiently notorious to make her presence at Alice Graham's a bait for the blasé broker. It was 9:45 as Ware stepped out in front of the huge apartment house in the 80s. He had planned to arrive a little before Anne. He could not bear to think of her entering that strange home alone, of the possibility of her meeting Chickie the Strangler when he was not there too. He had a fantastic fear that the incredible girl, who despite all absurdity was the gold killer, might grow violent under the spell of liquor and her strange jealousy. A tall woman in a red evening gown stood in the door of the Graham apartment as Ware started to enter. She giggled foolishly and flicked his ear with an ostrich feather fan as he passed by. A rattle of jazz sounded from a distance. There was no servant to greet him. He wandered about the heavy rugged halls until he found the gentleman's cloak room. Sitting like an exaggerated Billiken, half buried in summer coats, with one fat hand waving blandly and the other brandishing a silver flask, was Flash Montague. Ware started back. Of all people whom he might expect to encounter,
"Good evening, Tom,"
remarked Flash, blinking comfortably.
"Have a little something?"
No thanks.
And Ware threw down his coat and stick.
No thanks.
Aw, come on, have one on me. Didn't suspect to find me here, did you? Well, told you I was a gentleman, and did I? Minister's son, too. Why shouldn't I be here? Say.
He became a trifle belligerent, his anger showing by a pulling in of his chin and a slight stiffening of the back.
Say, you say I wasn't a gentleman?
Ware laughed and patted him on the shoulders reassuringly.
Course you're a gentleman, old top. Is Chickie here?
Chickie?
Flash's bead-like little eyes opened wide with horror.
Chickie's not coming here? Tell me she isn't coming here, Tom. She give me away. She's a cousin of mine out there, knows my family, and Chickie'll all give me away. Tom, she isn't coming here. Say, Tom, you listen to me. You didn't meet Baldy. She's so sore she's gonna kill you. Might kill you tonight. I like you, Tom. You be careful. Baldy's coming, and he says to me, we gotta kill Tom. Chief's orders, but Chickie's not coming, is she?
Well, maybe not.
Ware comforted.
But I heard that she was.
Tom turned to encounter the astonished eyes of tall Billy Harty. His mop of blonde hair carefully brushed back, his face soft and pink from a recent massage, his whole person smelling faintly of perfume, and very tricked out in an outlandishly foppish manner, from the bright green of his shirt studs to the over-elaborate velvet of his dress vest. Tom barely nodded at him, then shot over his shoulder at Flash.
So long. I'm going in to say how do you do to our hostess.
See you later,
said Flash, attacking his silver flask as if he were a baby with a pacifier. Tom was not particularly worried by Flash's drunken rantings, but he found himself wishing that Anne was not coming, and he resolved to be doubly on his guard. The huge front room of Mrs. Graham's apartment was filled with a subdued orange light, which came from inverted ceiling discs covered with masses of yellow flowers. The long windows were thrown open onto a balcony. A battleship anchored in the river shot its restless searchlights here and there along the drive. For a moment Ware stood bewildered in the door. What a strange gathering! Here was where the upper fringes of the curious new underworld met the lower fringes of New York's aristocracy. It was a degenerating civilization. Then Mrs. Graham was on him. Tall, slender, dark, her trim form sheathed tightly in purple spangles. She was a striking figure. He murmured his name.
Oh, yes.
She smiled.
Anne Rice has told me of you. She hasn't come yet, but we shan't let you be bored. No.
As he suggested that they dance.
We do not play hostess by seizing upon our most charming guests. Adele!
She called to a short-skirted, curly-haired young lady of 18, or perhaps less.
Here is Dr. Ware, and you are to amuse him until Anne Rice arrives. Take him into a corner and tell him who people are.
She raised her fan and said sotto voce behind it.
This is a dear child from Miss Carter's school. She is quite respectable and somewhat innocent. Surprising these days.
And she was off down the room, with a smile here and a touch of the hand there. Ware found himself staring into a pair of wide blue eyes.
Well,
he took her arm.
It looks as though you had a hard job on your hands, young lady. I don't know a soul in the room. Where shall we go?
There's a couch at the end of the room. It's an excellent place to see without being seen. We can talk there. You must entertain me, though. I don't like being bored.
I make no promises,
said Ware, following her lead around the room. The seat was hidden by a bower of ivies and orchids. It was empty.
Get me some punch,
commanded the young lady, arranging herself among the pillows.
I'll talk better.
Ware obeyed. So this was the present-day product of Miss Carter's school. He laughed somewhat grimly as he recalled the shy young things that he himself could remember. Perhaps they really hadn't changed so much. Perhaps he had simply met them in the wrong environment. Wrong, that is, for bringing them out.
Now,
Ware demanded, as the punch was successfully downed.
Tell me who they all are.
Oh, the most interesting ones haven't come yet,
Adele informed him.
They are mostly just kids from Yale and Princeton and the New York girls' schools. Alice likes to collect the young ones for a background. You know.
He looked them over quizzically. An insipid crowd, the boys with hair parted in the middle, dinner jackets and low collars, the girls in short skirts and necks so low that he wondered if mothers and chaperones had forgotten to examine wardrobes. Surely there were no mothers and chaperones here.
There's Dr. Lunt.
Adele laughed.
Don't you know? The unfrocked priest who writes such delightful novels. And Polly Barr. You must know Polly. She draws and paints and has a marvelous studio on West 10th Street. If I like you, she'll invite you to one of her parties.
And what must I do to make you like me?
He bantered.
That's for you to discover.
Adele simulated preoccupation.
Otherwise, it would be too easy. You must work hard for my approval.
Perhaps I'm lazy, or too...
Oh, very well.
She interrupted.
It's not necessary. Now, there's Anne Rice. Poor dear. It's good that she could come tonight. She looks as though she needed something. That's a dear boy. Get her some punch. Who's that with her? How extraordinary. I do believe it's Chickie LaFontaine. Headlines. Can't you see them, my dear? Burlesque queen enters Alice Graham's bohemian drawing room with the black-clad heiress of the Rice millions. Skip along, old dear.
I'll find me someone more amusing.
Ware felt an almost uncontrollable desire to clap his hand over her flippant little mouth. But as he jumped to his feet in dismay at seeing Anne and Chickie together, he managed to find enough presence of mind to smile at her.
Thanks for an amusing time, and I'll send Mrs. Graham to you.
Not necessary, thanks.
She giggled with a coy laugh, for already a thin youth had appeared dancing attendance with a filled glass.
He did you one better, old dear. It's champagne.
Scarcely hearing Adele's last remark, Ware tried to cross through the center of the room, found himself bumping stupidly into eager foxtrotters, and made a dash for the wall. Alice Graham had already joined her new guests. Had there ever been a greater contrast? Anne, pale, dressed in soft black, with a string of pearls at the throat, and his lilies of the valley. Chickie, the gold killer, painted, striking in a metallic green, with green orchids at her waist, and a flaunting diamond collar with topaz pendants. Behind them Tom saw with amazement and chagrin the hawk-like face of Baldy, made paler and more sinister by the white and black of his dress clothes. What a magnificent figure he was! His attire was faultless, and the tense, nervous hands were no longer the hands of a chauffeur. They were rough, it was true, but so carefully manicured, so well set off by a curiously carved red gold ring on the little finger of one of them, that they seemed the hands of a gentleman.
I scarcely realized that you two knew each other.
Alice Graham was saying as Ware joined them. He was bitterly conscious that the tableau they made was the center of attention. Nor did Alice attempt to lessen the interest of her other guests. Her voice was pointedly strident. Chickie LaFontaine laughed. Her laugh caused Ware a moment of uneasiness. The burlesque girl was displaying her ability to act. This was not the loose, boyish laughter of that first evening at Glazenberg's, or of many other times when he had seen her. It was an infectious gurgle, a trifle affected, perhaps, but approaching the ladylike. If she would only control her strangler's hands as well as she controlled her laughter.
We don't know each other, dear Mrs. Graham, but we do know... Oh, Tom!
And she whirled on him, a quick hand to the lapel of his coat. Ware started back absurdly.
We both know Dr. Ware. That's it, isn't it? Miss Rice?
Anne bit her lip, smiled, and nodded. Ware could see the anguish that lay behind her eyes. Yet they knew the importance of pleasing Chickie, of doing everything in their power to find out from her any facts that might possibly aid in fixing the guilt definitely upon her. Ware shuddered nervously as he saw her ring-filled fingers lying along the silk of his dinner jacket. Anne caught the look and turned her eyes away.
I'm so happy that you could come,
Mrs. Graham was saying to Anne.
We've been so worried about you and so afraid that you would sit solemnly out on Long Island in those tremendous rooms brooding over your troubles. But if you'll let me bring you to one of my parties occasionally, Anne dear, well, you really can't brood at one of my parties.
I should say not.
Chickie jumped into the conversation.
Come on, Tom.
She took her hands and whirled him onto the floor before he could demur. Her clasp was a quite normal one.
She is controlling her hands.
Ware mused in relief. She was one of the best dancers in the town, and she half led him until he had fallen into the intoxicating rhythm of her grace.
She's a pretty little thing,
Chickie whispered as her cheek touched his.
I like her.
Whom do you mean?
Ware demanded.
Anne Rice, of course, foolish. But I'm not jealous of your $1 million baby. Why, she's not your kind, old dear. You may think so, but believe me, I've seen a lot of this world, and I know. I'm not sore at her. She's too sweet for that. And I'm not a complete rotter, sweetie. Gee, by the look on your face when you came over to us, you'd have thought I was going to kill her.
Ware shuddered.
What's the matter, kid? Want a drink? Say, let me slip it to you, old dear. Watch out tonight. The chief's out to get you. Now you just mind your little chickie. You weren't cut out for the kind of life she'd give you. What you want is bright lights and plenty of them. Here's the champagne.
Ware drank silently. Chickie chattered on. Obviously she intended to absorb him for the evening. Her tactics were clever enough if he hadn't been aware of them. The old game of friendship and sympathy, while underneath she would play every trick of her trade to win him over. Alice Graham had drawn Anne to the orchid-covered bower. Ware had seen them go there, and now he suggested that Chickie come with him while he joined Anne.
Maybe she would get lonely.
Chickie admitted, and they crossed the floor again. After a moment of small talk, Alice Graham drifted off. Chickie took the conversation into her hands and raced off in an amusing discussion of men whom she had known in the race set. She did it cleverly, too, Ware thought. Not once a reference that could be offensive, except that the whole performance must be hideous for Anne.
Tom's angry at me now.
Chickie informed Anne petulantly.
Isn't it silly of him?
Very.
Anne said, attempting to smile. Ware was furious. They must put an end to this absurd comedy. It was late. They could go soon. It had been his mistake to believe that any good could come of this strange encounter with the burlesque girl. She was far too clever for either of them, and with the weapon of social nicety which she could now use, it was impossible even to attempt to lead her on. Then Ware saw that the event which he had thought might possibly be averted was upon them. Flash Montague, staggering, jovial, stood in the doorway. Billy Hardy followed him. The girls were talking. Could Ware get to Flash and keep him away? He jumped to his feet, but Chickie had seen Flash.
Flash Montague? Why, the old dear. Get him, Tom, here.
She rose and stood out on the floor, waving. Flash saw her and crossed. Ware had just time enough to be a minute alone beside Anne on the couch.
Keep your head, dear,
he whispered.
Keep yours.
And her soft pressure on his hand showed her almost perfect control.
Well, Ware,
shouted Flash.
So you got 'em both together, all together, shame part. Nice girls, too. Couldn't you let that fella have one of 'em?
Tom sprang up, his hands itching to get to the fool's neck, but Anne pulled him back.
Shut up, Flash,
Chickie commanded, drawing the gentleman crook toward the couch.
You're drunk, and you mustn't talk too much.
Billy Hardy seconded her advice.
All right,
he murmured.
Sorry, didn't mean nothing. Nothing 'tall. Drunk.
They sat down. There was silence for a moment, when Flash roused.
Say, Miss Rice, these are more auspicious circumstances than before. What if the chief could see us now? He'd curl that black mustache of his. He's the big boss of everything. He
laughed riotously. Then he wagged his finger roguishly in Chickie's face.
He's met you, but you don't know it. He knows all about you, oh sweetie.
Tom looked quickly at Anne, whose eyes brightened to interest. Chickie smiled, apparently not off her guard.
How can we get him out of here?
She asked Ware.
He's wild when he gets drunk.
I'll try,
said Tom, and leaned over toward Montague.
Let's go get a drink,
he suggested.
Leave me alone,
demanded Flash sullenly.
Don't want to drink.
Ware took his arm and tried to pull him to his feet. The crook's fist shot out and took Tom under the chin. The young doctor snapped his jaws together, choked down his temper, and laughed.
Oh, come on,
he soothed.
Be a good fellow. Let's go out for some air.
Leave me alone.
This time Flash was more angry than sullen. His eyes opened and he glared at Ware. Chickie leaned over toward them. She had a champagne glass in one hand, a small ornate flask in the other.
Drink this, Tom,
she commanded. He shook his head.
Please drink it.
He was annoyed, but intent on his problem with Flash, he gulped it down without thinking, then seized Flash by his shoulders and lifted him to his feet.
Get away! Damn you! You with your 2 girls! Get away!
Flash was swinging wildly now. Ware's one thought was to get him away from Anne. He was excited. His head was muddled. He scarcely noticed the crowd, but pulled the drunken man away from the screen of flowers and out into the open ballroom. He knew that several men approached and tried to keep them apart, but he was angry now, wildly angry that the drunken fool had insulted Anne.
Get out of here,
he shouted and plunged at the swaying little man in front of him.
He's got his gat on you. Look out!
It was Chickie's cry from behind. Ware made a leap at Flash, knocked his hand up as he fired a shot. There were screams and a rush for the street. Ware felt himself in contact with the pudginess of Flash Montague's body. He knew that he had pushed him violently down. Then he felt a hand at the back of his neck. He saw Flash rolling about like a ridiculous porpoise on the floor.
You'll turn me down, will you?
He heard a snarl behind him, but he saw what actually terrified him, the calm eyes and the wolf-like countenance of Baldy. Not an instant to waste, and his hands reached for Baldy's throat. The pale countenance seemed to crumble and break before his onslaught, and the savage form went down. One hand Tom saw reaching for a gun, but he twisted this empty with surprising ease. Then he pressed his fingers in. He felt the immense satisfaction of the physical victor. For a second he wondered if the caveman had felt this way when he was fighting for his lady. He must get Anne out of this. Taxi, Anne and Chickie. Which way? It was very strange. He felt the scent of the flaming petals in his nostrils. Who was wearing that curse-haunted bloom? He wondered in his disordered wits. Then there came blackness, numbness. He staggered on and out. Taxi. Then absolute blackness and dead stillness. End of Part 6. Part 7 of Gold Killer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gold Killer by John Prosper. Characters:
Tom Ware, read by Chuck Williamson.
Anne Rice, read by Jen Broda.
Anne's butler,
read by Brian Fullen.
Policeman, read by Jim Hedrick.
First Old Gentleman, read by Helen Cole.
Second Old Gentleman, read by Larry Wilson.
Narrated by Brian Fullen. Chapter 23. The Pursuer Pursued. Ware straightened up suddenly at the pain of a policeman's nightstick across his shins.
What do you think this park is? A hotel?
The officer growled with professional roughness. Ware moved on slowly, coughing violently. He was very weak. His head was still fogged, and he spent considerable naive wonder on the circumstance that for the first time in his life he had slept sitting on a park bench. His clothes were crumpled and dirty. His hat was missing.
What have I been doing?
He muttered, dazed and walking as though he were in a dream. He remembered as through a haze only the vaguest generalities of his and Anne's encounter with the crooks at the party, his fight with Baldy, his taking Anne and Chickie away and putting them in taxi-cabs, and then his wandering through the streets. He continued coughing.
Oh, that prohibition whiskey.
He muttered confusedly. He saw before him two old gentlemen taking their morning stroll. Their animated gestures caught his eye. He looked at them with vague interest, but his wits leaped to attention in his head as he caught the phrase,
"The Gold Killer murder last night."
With a violent impulse, Ware leaped forward.
Pardon me, sirs,
he called. The old man turned in alarm.
"Are you a robber?"
one of them quavered.
You said something about a gold killer murder last night?
Ware's voice was unsteady with impatience. The old man looked at the tramp-like figure in gentle surprise.
"Yes,"
one of them said.
"The Gold Killer has been caught. Or rather, his identity is known."
Ware's frantic question was choked by his convulsive cough.
"He is a young physician,"
the old man continued, eyeing Ware with disapproval.
What is his name?
Ware felt the earth shaking under him.
It is, I don't just remember,"
the old man replied, overborne by Ware's vehemence.
"It is in all the morning papers,"
his companion interrupted impatiently. Ware ran headlong out of the park to the nearest news-stand. He bought a newspaper. He saw his picture splashed all over the front page.
Dr. Ware of Mount Rose Hospital is the Gold Killer.
He read and nearly swooned. The account continued. Late the night before, the police had been summoned to the apartment of Mrs. George N. Graham on West 98th Street, and there had found a man dead, his throat crushed by the giant hands of the Gold Killer. The murdered man was Baldy McManus, a well-known crook. The apartment was deserted save for Mrs. Graham, who was in hysterics. When she had been calmed, she told a story of a party she had given, at which one of the guests had been Dr. Ware, and another Baldy McManus. There had been a quarrel and a fight. The young physician had seized McManus by the throat, flung him violently to the floor, and then run out of the place. McManus had not stirred after he had fallen, and when, after a few moments of panic, they had examined him, they had found his throat crushed in a manner that told of the Gold Killer's. The other guests had fled in terror before the police had arrived. Then he laughed crazily as illumination came into his head. Chickie LaFontaine must have stooped and strangled Baldy as he lay. Her deed had been unnoticed in the confusion that had followed the drawing of the pistol and the scuffle between Baldy and himself. That terrible woman had made murderous use of her Gold Killer's hands, as Ware had feared, but in a way he had not expected, still in a way utterly disastrous for him. The thought came to him that he might not be able to establish his innocence, that he might go to legal execution as the Gold Killer. He trembled as he read the sentence that finished the newspaper account.
The police expect to arrest Dr. Ware, alias the Gold Killer, at any moment.
Ware braced his shoulders against a lamp-post. He looked stupidly at the morning crowds moving on the sidewalks. With this crime, the gold killer mystery was solved at last, the newspaper commented. It was astonishing that the notion of a physician as the terrible murderer had not suggested itself before, since the impenetrable secret of the affair had been the giant hands, and a physician, through his knowledge of anatomy, might devise exercises giving abnormal strength of hands, and might know just how to grasp the throat and crush it in a manner incomprehensible to the layman. It was to be assumed, as a monstrous detail of the affair, that the physician gold killer had made a scientific study of strangling. The inside pages of the newspaper held diagrams of the grasping muscles of the hand and of the anatomy of the throat. Ware fell into a hypnosis. The assurance of the reasoning almost swayed him. He stood in the dingy, sunlit street corner and struggled frantically against the accusation that attacked his own soul. He looked at his picture on the front page. In his terror and bewilderment, a flash of inward amusement caught him. The retouch artist in the newspaper office had excelled himself in the conventional methods of his kind. His picture looked like that of a matinee idol.
They will never catch me if they have to match that face with mine.
He laughed to himself. He walked slowly down the sunny street, feeling a bitterly hunted fugitive. Every passer-by's hand seemed raised against him. What should he do? The question was so vastly beyond his powers that he lost himself in the one action that was obviously before him. He must communicate with Anne.
Oh, is it you?
Anne's accents, when she recognized his voice, were so full of fear and horror that Ware felt that he would suffocate in the drugstore booth.
What horrible mystery is it all?
Ware's own voice quavered falsely. She replied in slow, measured syllables.
I don't know.
Hesitatingly, she agreed to meet him on a 10th Avenue corner. It was a strange place to meet the race heiress, but Tom thought it safer to keep to the slum parts of the town. He hung up the receiver with a sensation of overwhelming fear. Anne's distraught voice stuck in his ears. He was pierced by the feeling that some frightful doom had descended on him. He went to a dingy pawn shop and traded his bedraggled dinner clothes for a few dollars and a shabby suit. He waited for Anne. She came walking rapidly down the street. She stared mutely at Ware. A look of suffering and terrible interrogation was in her face.
Let us go into the little park down there where we can sit and talk.
Ware felt himself bereft of speech. They walked rapidly and silently. In the park, Ware motioned Anne to a weather-worn bench beside the path. She sat and stared at the scraggy trees. Ware looked at her mournful profile. Finally he spoke, swinging his arms out wide and half shouting.
What is all this, Anne?
I don't know.
She replied in mechanical tones and did not move or change her expression. Ware spoke with frantic rapidity. It was Chicky LaFontaine. When he had thrown Baldy to the floor, she had taken advantage of the panic to strangle the man unnoticed.
She did not leave my side until we were out of the building.
Anne spoke with repressed and stunning certainty. Ware moved back as though he had received a blow. Anne continued in a quiet, rapid voice.
I saw you take the man by the throat, and I saw a frightful expression of fear and agony in his face as you forced him to the floor. It was the expression of a man who is dying. The underworld girl cried out hysterically that you were killing him and covered her eyes with her hands. When we went to the cab, I heard her mutter, I guess he had to do it. The chief will think that one of the others did it.
What could she have meant?
For a moment Ware fell into dispassionate puzzlement.
I don't know,
Anne replied.
I thought she was excited by the drink she had taken, but there is no doubt of...
Anne's glance moved to Ware's hands, clenched tightly before him. She shuddered. Ware, too, looked at his hands. He opened and closed them before him. They were good hands, deft hands with surgical knife, strong hands, but he almost suspected them. The evidence against him was so powerful that he felt himself falling into an insane belief. His hands were the giant hands. He was the Gold Killer. Anne moved back, trembling, looking into his face and at his hands. He saw that she was in fear. He calmed himself and tried to smile at her. At his expression she was moved with pity.
I shall not say a word,
she said.
I suppose the police are coming to question me. I will tell them nothing. Let us stay quiet. There is some monstrous, inexplicable thing somewhere. Keep hidden yourself. We can only wait. I will walk through the park tomorrow, and you can be here too.
Love had struggled with certainty in her. Love had prevailed for the while. She arose hurriedly.
Goodbye,
she cried, and walked away rapidly. He stood swaying as he watched her go. When she had passed around a turn in the path, he fell heavily onto the bench, crushed with astonishment, fright, and horror. Chapter 24. Am I the Gold Killer? Ware wandered through the streets all that day. He moved slowly and dazedly, like a madman lost in the contemplation of some crazy whim. He could not move his wits from the one appalling terror he saw clearly. That Anne, in spite of herself, believed that his hands had crushed Baldy's throat, and she could not put aside the hideous inference that he was the Gold Killer. Ware gave himself for minutes to the distracting picture in his mind. Anne's tortured face as she told him, with the conviction of certain memory, that she had seen him strangle Baldy, and her utterly despondent manner as she had restrained the horrible suspicion that had forced itself onto her. What was to be thought about it all? Ware strained over the problem, and could find but one answer. On Anne's indubitable testimony, it was he who had crushed Baldy's throat with the terrible hands of the Gold Killer. That was an immovable fact that he must reason from. Where could any possible reasoning lead him? Nowhere, save to the fury that seized him when the incredible dilemma closed upon him.
Am I the Gold Killer?
He shouted inwardly as blackness descended over him. He had fallen into a weird stupor at that incredible party the night before. He was still coughing from its effect upon him. Prohibition whiskey, he had explained to himself. But was it that? Ware began to tremble with a fear, vague but terrible, those fantastic states of double mental life that one hears about. As a physician, he had some knowledge and had some experience with multiple personality neuroses, and he knew that such cases exist in far more prodigious aspect than ever come to the notice of the casual medical practitioner. In a stupor the night before, he had used the Gold Killer's hands, that was sure. But perhaps the prohibition whiskey had not put him into the stupor. It may have shaken him out of the stupor. Perhaps he had been living two lives. He felt himself wandering into lunacy at the thought, one as the promising young intern, Dr. Ware, and the other as the murderous Gold Killer, and a freak of destiny had brought his two far-removed lives together at a point. He, as Dr. Ware, had gone hunting himself as the Gold Killer. These fancies seethed fantastically through his head as he plodded along, block after block. He kept to the poorest sections of the city, thinking he was safer there. At the back of his mind stood the unremitting consciousness that he was a fugitive, and he kept his eyes on every side. He made a detour every time he saw a policeman. He kept in constant terror of arrest, not knowing how long a man, with no one to tell on him, may roam the streets of New York. His feverish whim was turned again upon the newspaper reasoning about the surgeon subtly training his hands and devoting his hard-studied anatomy to strangling. Ware had not before thought of his own respected profession as being a likely world in which to hunt the gold killer. He had seen half a dozen explanations of the monstrous stranglings wax brightly and then vanish. Dos Andros's ape had seemed the inevitable. Then Chicky LaFontaine's powerful grasp had come as certainty. But now everything, all simplicities, all complexities, made way before the overwhelming testimony given by Anne that it was Ware who had killed Baldy with the giant hands. It was Ware who was the gold killer. The evening papers carried accounts of the police hunt for the missing young physician. Detectives had investigated at the Mount Rose Hospital, but had learned nothing of the fugitive's whereabouts. They had examined his belongings, they had questioned Anne, and the special feature writers had made much copy out of the presence of the Rice heiress in this final aspect of the gold killer affair. The police were watching the railway stations and the steamship lines. They expected to make an arrest at any hour. Ware read these details, slunk in a doorway. Then he threw the news sheet down and walked fast for a mile, as though eluding a pursuer. In his mind he returned to the struggle against the accusation that had snared him in its evidence. He wandered over the complex puzzle that had resulted from his efforts to solve the gold killer mystery. At the same time he recurred to that phase of his present dilemma which beguiled him the most, to the reasoning that it must be a surgeon who was the gold killer. A chain of association sprang into his mind. A surgeon, the American scientist who brought the flaming petals in Dos Andros's story, the patch of red flowers in the green garden down on Long Island, the old man down on Long Island to whom the molium went. Ware felt that there was significance in these associations, but he could not detect the significance. He again turned his mind to the physician, and he said to himself bitterly that the accusation against him rested heavily upon the circumstance that he was a physician. But if the gold killer must be a physician, with anatomically developed hands and scientific methods of strangling, was there any other physician among the circle of persons whom he had found shrouded by the gold killer and the flaming petals? Before the haunted young man's eyes came the aged figure of Dr. Rutgers, the great neurologist, wearing the ominous red flower on his coat lapel. Ware broke into a sardonic laugh as he could not resist dwelling upon the speculation whether Dr. Rutgers, whom they had been trying to shield as the next prospective gold killer victim, was himself the gold killer. Still, Ware said to himself, the neurologist, save for Tom himself, was the only physician who had appeared in the case. He caught himself trying to remember Dr. Rutgers' hands. He could not picture them distinctly. But it was not long before he wearied of these straining flights. He sank back into simple fear and despondency, and was overwhelmed by the primordial facts. He was hunted. Instinct told him that he was hunted. He was hunted as the gold killer. Upon the strongest testimony that he could think of, upon Anne's word, he was the gold killer. Then, after a long while, he again entered upon the hypothesis that there were two people in him, and, as he had never dreamed, one of them was the gold killer. He walked the streets in torment until late at night, and then, overcome with fatigue, felt it safest to go to a West Side rooming house, where he got a dingy room and threw himself on the bed. Chapter 25. The Crystal Flask. From the deep valley came a sigh of endless foliage rustling in the wind that blew from the mountains, and the song of birds came in distant thousand-voiced whistling. Ware stood on the verge of a crag and looked down upon the vast thicket that shone under the high sun like a floor of emerald. In the middle of the wilderness a spot of scarlet flamed like a ruby set in jade. Ware rested his eyes on it and could not turn them away. The air was filled with a heavy, drowsy vapor that rose from the canyon, and as Ware breathed it an anodyne of terror and oblivion shrouded him and made him forgetful of all on earth save the patch of red that burned in the middle of the green wilderness. He swayed on the hanging ledge, and a subtle malediction called him. He plunged from his immense height toward the witching carmine flare. Ware started up in his bed. The perfume of the accursed flower seemed to fill the room. He glared into the darkness, half expecting the heavy waxen petals to flame forth ruddily like some hellish blossom. He saw nothing save blackness, but the odor of the flower hung in his nostrils like an hallucination. With a bursting head and a feeling that phantoms were assailing him, he sank back on the pillow again. Now he was toiling through the green thicket, where the whistling of birds deafened him, thrusting his way between towering stalks burdened with great impeding leaves. Finally he came upon the red heart of the wilderness, and an evil ecstasy shook him as he walked among the tall reeds, which bore each a single great fire-colored bloom. He cried out in madness as he went, swelling his lungs with the opiate fragrance. Then the stalks around him bent down toward him, and 100 blood-hued flowers pressed to kiss him. He screamed as the lovely waxen petals crushed against his face and smothered him, and, grasping with their lethal perfume, he fell to the ground. Ware sat up, vividly awake. He leaped out of bed, trying to shake the witchery and terror of his dream from him, but the languorous odor of the flaming petals remained, and filled the room with a subtle emanation. Ware, now clear-headed and alert, stood in the darkness and asked himself whether some delusion of insanity had not taken him. He tried to reason away the sensation that beset him, but the faint odor of the accursed flower hung in the darkness, and, almost unwillingly, he moved to hunt for the scarlet flower that must be hid somewhere in the room. He took his coat from the chair beside the bed to get a match. The perfume of the flower grew more intense. The coat reeked of the mysterious blossom. The ominous flower in his coat pocket? The thought filled Ware with fear. What did the portent signify? In crazy haste he thrust his hand into the pockets as he stood in the darkness, and found no flower, but a flask that felt of cut glass. He lighted the gas hastily. He saw a small flat bottle half full of an amber fluid. The flask exhaled the perfume of the flower. The rubber cork had become loosened, and some drops of the liquid had leaked into the coat pocket. As Ware smelled the bottle, he caught the odor of whiskey mingled with the perfume. He sank on to the bed, and the bottle shook in his hand as illumination came to him. A drug distilled from the flaming petals, a South American drug 1,000 times more powerful than hashish of the Orient, a drug that quickened the body to supernormal strength. That was the gold killer's secret. Tom felt himself choking, his bosom bursting with the tremendous joy that swelled in him, and in all the inferences and conjectures that rushed on him, one thought clutched him. He must go and tell Anne. He threw on his clothes and rushed out of the house. Chapter 26. Surmises and Clues. Gray day was breaking. The dingy side street carried the dismal desolation of early morning. There was no sound abroad save the rattle of the inevitable milk wagon and the clanging of a distant streetcar. His breast throbbing with a delirious gladness, Ware made long, rapid steps over the blocks to the Rice mansion. He stood and rang the bell for 10 minutes. Finally, a sleepy, scowling man-servant came to the door. He straightened up as by a spring when he saw Ware.
"Tell Miss Rice I must see her,"
Tom commanded urgently. The servant's fat, pasty face twitched with fright, and he stammered incoherently.
"Hurry. This is urgent."
Ware put on his authority as a medicus. With an air of piteous indecision, the man blinked his vague blue eyes, hesitated, turned back into the house, leaving Ware standing at the open door. He stepped into the hall and waited, trembling with impatience. After a minute, the man returned, saying,
"Miss Rice asks you to wait. She will be down presently."
He showed Ware into the library and drew up the shades. Tom sat and eased his nerves by inspecting again and again the cut-glass flask of the drugged whiskey. Finally, Anne appeared in a kimono, her face pale and agitated. Tom sprang to his feet as he saw her.
"Anne,"
he called in a voice of fantastic joy.
"I have come to tell you the secret of the gold killer."
They stood in the library with its shiny table and shelves of books all lighted vaguely by the early morning light. Tom's face a rush of happiness, Anne's eyes dark with pity and fear.
"Anne, I did kill Baldy at the party,"
Ware said in tones of uncanny quiet.
"Tom, what is the matter with you?"
Her voice sounded full of emotion and misgiving. She was afraid that he was mad.
Don't be afraid, Anne."
He laughed and took her shoulders. She stood passive and full of fear.
"Sit down,"
he continued in a big, jubilant voice,
"and I will tell you the story."
She sank into the lounge obediently. He placed himself beside her and took her hands.
"Listen, Anne,"
he said.
"In South America, among the foothills of the Andes, there are Indians who have a strange drug, which they brew from the juice of a great gloriously perfumed red flower, a drug which makes a man young and full of vigor, and endowed with an incredible strength of body. Down on Long Island lives an old doctor, who has a garden in which, surrounded by walls of green vegetation, grows a patch of these flaming petals. Here in New York, there has been a circle of worshippers of the red flower and its potent juice, a circle half made up of men from the muddy heights of society and half of thieves from the underworld. Some terrible thing has set this circle exterminating itself. Its master has fallen to killing off his followers. He is killed with a terrible weapon, with the strangling hands of an addict full of the drug and its unnatural strength.
Anne was filled with horror at the thought of her father a drug slave.
But what evidence have you of this, Tom?
She queried slowly. Ware handed her the flask of drugged whiskey.
Smell it,
he commanded. She uncorked the bottle and inhaled its fragrance.
Yes,
she murmured.
That is the perfume of the great red flower that my father wore.
Tom settled himself back with a determined air.
And now let me tell you the true version of our adventures in quest of the gold killer's secret.
He narrated thoughtfully while she sat beside him and looked at him with a fascinated interest.
The strength you saw in your father was the strength of the drug. He felt young and brave when under its spell, and he liked to display his powers. In an hour of vanity, he wore the accursed blossom in his coat, and you saw it. He did not have the drug strength in him on the night of his murder. The crook Morgan, one of the flower fiends, because of his infatuation for Chickie LaFontaine, gave her one of the blossoms as a love token. She wore it on the night when I met her, a most impudent thing. The chief saw us and held us up and took the flower from her. Later, he and Dos Andros encountered her at Bridges, where she was waiting for me. They suspected that before his death, Morgan had given her some of the drug. She denied this, but Morgan had. She told me, in a peculiar way, of the whiskey that Morgan gave her. In her fear that the chief's bandits would kill me at Mrs. Graham's party, she induced me to take a huge drink, an overdose, of the drugged whiskey. That is what stupefied me, and thrust her flask of it into my pocket. Probably she told me of this, and I, in my stupor, did not notice it. That is how I came to strangle Baldy. The plank road strangling, then, was the work of Morgan. His hands were weak when he wrestled with me. He had none of the drug in him. Do you remember what I told you about Flash Montagues and Baldy's each taking a small drink, and how reticent they were afterwards? All the crooks fortified themselves with the drugged drink. At our interview by wireless, the chief would not see us personally because he was coming out of a drug fit. Remember the coughing from the outside? Remember that Joyce escaped while his guards were in a coughing fit? And the way I coughed yesterday morning? The curse that Dos Andros had said was upon him was the curse of the drug. Chickie LaFontaine had drunk of her drugged whiskey on the day when she had startled me with her powerful hands. She indeed had been boasting when she had said that she had known your father.
Anne had listened eagerly, watching him every moment. Daylight had broadened in the library, and the young intern's face seemed aglow with new life and hope.
But Tom,
she asked,
who is the gold killer?
The actual strangler, the man seen at the opera, may be almost any member of the underworld devotees of the drug. Or there may have been several. But the gold killer is the master of the flaming petals, the captain of the company of devotees of the drug.
Who is he?
Anne was fascinated by the dominant figure of evil that Tom's hypothesis presupposed.
The chief,
he replied decisively.
the hard-mouthed, paint-faced lord of the gang of underworld robbers. The evidence is conclusive,
he pronounced in the manner of a prosecuting attorney.
When he snatched the flower from Chicky LaFontaine that night in the park, he exclaimed, "That's mine." His manner with Dos Anjos was that of master. You remember how Flash at the party said that the chief was the final master of everything? And then you said that Chicky told you as you left the party that night that the chief would think one of the others did it. That means that the chief, not knowing of my getting a portion of the drug, cannot think that I really killed Baldy, but must surmise, as I surmised of Chicky, that someone else of the gang at the party took occasion to strangle Baldy as he lay on the floor. From that, it seems probable that there is no suspicion among the worshippers of the flaming petals that we may have any of the drug and may fathom the mystery. And at the same time, it indicates that Chicky LaFontaine knows the chief to be the master of the flaming petals and the gold killer.
Anne mused for several moments, while Tom kept his eyes on her with greater love than ever. She was so charming with her hastily done-up hair and her morning negligee.
But Tom,
she puzzled.
There still remains the inexplicable Moleum thefts, the chief's mysterious knowledge of you, and his interest in you, and in me.
She laughed a little.
And then?
She concluded.
The cough from the outside at the wireless interview was the shaking cough of an old man. The chief, you told me, is strong-voiced.
She was urgent. She remembered vividly the quavering, senile cough.
You said, too, that the chief's face was somehow familiar to you. Doesn't that mean something?
I can't explain those things.
We're admitted.
But they will probably be cleared up when we make our final investigation.
Are you going to put yourself into further danger?
She spoke in alarm.
Not immediately,
Tom replied, taking her hand and laughing.
Our first investigation will be perfectly safe. A chemical analysis. I'm going to test this stuff and find out just what the drug is.
Where will you go?
I'll go into the hospital and sneak in, and get Bobby Merritt to get me in to see the house physician. A fine fellow who I know will let me use the laboratory for an hour.
I am going with you.
Anne's voice was full of emotion. She felt ashamed at the doubts that the affair at the party had forced on her.
All right, dear.
Tom kissed her. She ran upstairs to get dressed, first warning the butler not to say a word about Tom's visit. End of Part 7. Part 8 of Gold Killer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gold Killer by John Prosper. Characters:
Anne Rice, read by Jen Broda.
Tom Ware, read by Chuck Williamson.
Dos Anjos, read by Bill Mosley.
The Chief, read by Dave Lance.
Bobby Merritt, read by Todd.
Joyce, read by Michael Faze.
Dr. Strong, read by Douglas Wood.
Aeroplane Mechanic, read by Dave Lance.
Narrated by Brian Fullen. Chapter 27. A Grim Bet. Dr. Strong, the house physician, sat behind the desk in his office at the Mount Rose Hospital and listened with a grave face. Occasionally, as if to confirm Ware's extraordinary recital, he glanced at Anne, who sat at one corner of the desk, her face filled with an expression of intense earnestness. Although he had just been routed out of his bed at the impossible hour of 5 a.m., Dr. Strong was perfect in his suit of surgeon's white. He might have just finished arraying himself with immaculate care for an important operation. Tom and Anne had hurried to the hospital, and she had gone in while he had waited on the street, and had summoned Ware's young intern chum, Bobby Merritt. Briefly she had told him the circumstances that had brought her, and he had aroused Dr. Strong and let Ware into the building through the basement. Dr. Strong's square face carried an air of interest and sympathy as he looked at the haggard young man standing in front of his desk and talking with feverish eagerness. He had cherished Ware as the most promising of his young interns, and it had almost jarred him out of his invincible equanimity when the police had come to arrest the young man as the monstrous gold killer. Ware rapidly sketched his adventures since the night of the strangling of John Rice at the opera. He told of the various surmises concerning the secret of the giant hands, the musician, Joyce, the supposed Indian colossus from South America, Dos Santos' ape, Chicky LaFontaine. He did not dare to mention his feverish conjectures about Dr. Richards, the great neurologist. He climaxed with the final hypothesis, the drug, and handed Dr. Strong the flask of mysterious fluid he had found in his pocket. Dr. Strong took the flask with professional interest, held it to the light, sniffed at it again and again, and with great attention.
It has been known,
he asserted in the manner of giving a professional opinion,
that certain Indian tribes in South America possess powerful drugs of whose physiological action we have only the vaguest hints.
I want to test for a drug of the strychnine series.
Ware thrust his two fists down heavily on the glass cover of the desk and stuck his head forward combatively. Anne arose, her face immensely serious, as though testing for the strychnine series were a stirring slogan with her. Dr. Strong smiled at them, and finally he said that Ware should receive the secret use of the laboratory until noon. The door of the chemical workshop would be locked while he was at his experiments, and entrance forbidden. Ware's friend Bobby would be assigned to watch the hall and keep prying intruders away. Thus the hunted man's presence in the institution would remain unguessed. The laboratory was a fine square room, the whiteness of which gleamed in the morning light. It was lined with long tables burdened with jars of chemical, test tubes, retorts, mortars, apothecary scales, Bunsen burners, blowpipes, and the other paraphernalia of chemistry. Ware, his hair disheveled and his face lined and weary, flung his hat on a chair and breathed eagerly. In the familiar, friendly surroundings of the science that had been his favorite study in medical school, the evil consciousness of being a fugitive left him, and he felt that he was his old unhunted self once more. While Ware joyously took possession of a work table and arranged for himself an array of laboratory instruments, Anne stood beside him and straightened her hair. She had come without a hat, and the excitement and the night winds had disordered her masses of rich brown hair. Her face was placid and hopeful, and she showed little of the harassing anxiety that she had undergone. Ware took the flask of amber fluid and poured a few drops into a test tube. He felt he must be sparing with the precious stuff. His tests might be long, and he must make the drugged whiskey last them through. He held the test tube over the blue flame of a Bunsen burner. The half-spoonful of stuff boiled up with a hiss, and the scent of the flaming petals, mingled with the reek of whiskey, filled the room. This indispensable preliminary to chemical analysis done, Ware prepared for a reaction test. As he worked at his apparatus, Anne encouraged him merrily.
You remind me of our old professor of chemistry.
She laughed.
He was almost as much in earnest as you are.
A whim caught her.
I wonder how much of my chemistry I remember.
She prattled on.
Let's see. I studied some analysis. There was the blowpipe test. You watch how the substance colors the flame. Sodium yellow, like shaking salt in a fire. Potassium red. Lithium green.
She took up a piece of platinum wire, dipped it into the flask which Ware had left standing on the table, and playfully thrust the wire through the Bunsen flame. There was a hissing, and the flame shot up a glaring violet.
What a lovely color.
Anne held the wire until the purple had died away. Ware had jerked around at the flare of violet. He stood transfixed.
Molium.
He shouted.
What?
Anne looked at him.
Molium.
He repeated, his tired eyes bright with excitement.
The drug has molium in it.
Oh, I understand.
Anne exclaimed, knitting her brows in astonishment.
Molium gives a violet flame.
Ware sank onto a chair and clasped his hands to his temples as his brain wrestled with the new revelation. The secret of the Molium robbery was startlingly clear now. The gold killer needed the rare metal for the preparation of the Flaming Petals' monstrous distillation. Any large purchase of the seldom-used stuff would have attracted wonderment in the chemical world. With his powerful criminal organization in the new underworld, the gold killer could secure Molium more safely by theft than by purchase, however disguised. Ware remembered what the sagacious Joyce had told him once in their discussions of crime.
With an efficient criminal band, it is so easy and secure to rob that robbery becomes the natural way to procure anything that you may want.
Of the superlative efficiency of the gold killer's band, Ware had ample experience. Ware looked up at Anne. She was standing and gazing at him expectantly. He said,
Joyce told you that he had overheard from underlings among the robbers that the molium had been delivered to an old physician down on Long Island.
Anne assured him that Joyce had said just that.
Listen, Anne.
Ware stared at her earnestly.
The molium goes to an old doctor's estate down on Long Island. Dos Anjos tells of the patch of red flowers in a garden down on Long Island. Does there not seem to be some connection there?
She nodded with a puzzled expression. She did not see where his logical chain was taking them.
Do you remember the partner of Dos Anjos's father, the strange old American scientist who, like Dos Anjos, encountered the flaming petals among the Indians and brought specimens of them from the wilderness? The quavering old man's cough that came from somewhere at our wireless telephone interview with the chief?
Yes, yes,
she exclaimed in eager comprehension.
The gold killer is an old doctor down on Long Island who has a thicket garden with a patch of the flaming petals in the middle of it, who was the partner of Dos Anjos's father in South America, and who is the real interviewer in the wireless telephone affair.
Ware got up and paced the floor silently for a while. Anne followed him with her eyes and did not disturb his reverie. At last he said harshly,
Among all the members of the gold killer's circle, we have encountered only one physician. That one is Dr. Rutgers.
Tom!
Anne exclaimed in sharp reproach.
I have thought of this before.
He placed his hand on her shoulder to mollify her indignation.
When I saw that the accusation against me of having the giant hands was supported by the fact that I was a physician, I could not help thinking of the other physician in the affair, Dr. Rutchers, who wore the flaming petals on his coat lapel. We saw from the very first that the flower was a badge of membership in the Gold Killer's circle, and we have been fearing all the while that Dr. Rutchers would be the next victim of the giant hands.
There is nothing in that, Tom.
Anne's brown eyes were indignant.
Dr. Rutchers is our friend, your friend. Hasn't he been urging our marriage, urging me as hard as you, yourself, have urged me?
Urging our marriage as hard as the chief urged it at the wireless interview?
Ware faced Anne calmly and spoke with relentless logic.
The Gold Killer wanted me to marry you, so that he could get into his power the husband of the rice heiress. He knew all about me and you from the very first. Don't you remember how it puzzled us? It is clear now. Dr. Rutchers knew about me and you.
Ware took up another train of thought.
All the murdered wealthy men were constant patients of Dr. Rutchers. John Holden, the first man killed, left his fortune to Dr. Rutchers' neurochemical clinic. If we assume that the Gold Killer's stranglings began with one murder from which the others followed, as one lie is succeeded by a dozen lies, then the first killing remains unmotivated. It remains unmotivated unless we assume that Dr. Rutchers is the Gold Killer. If we do, everything is clear. The master of the flaming petals stood in need of money. He had the group of millionaire patients in his power. He induced one of them to make a will in his favor, and he went into the new underworld and enslaved a practiced criminal with the drug and had the man strangle the victim. From this seed, other murders hatched, though the Gold Killer was too sagacious to have any more wills favor him, and the underworld organization developed and served as an agent not merely for the killings, but also the procuring of the necessary mollium.
Anne's face was troubled. She was unable to make any reply save the obstinate phrase,
"The chief is the Gold Killer."
Ware did not listen to her, but turned mechanically to his reaction experiment, his head still full of feverish reasonings, and sat down and watched him abstractedly. For a while there was silence in the big white room. The sunlight entered and gleamed on the clear glass of retorts on tables near the window. Jars of chemicals flashed brilliant reds and blues and yellows from the bright shadow. The door opened. Dr. Strong came briskly into the room.
Well, my boy, what does the analysis show?
He nodded smilingly to Anne.
I am just repeating the experiment.
Ware replied,
Look.
Dr. Strong watched over the young intern's shoulder, and, with a renewal of interest, got up and watched too. Ware completed the experiment with a triumphant air.
Yes, it is a drug of the strychnine series,
Dr. Strong said. Satisfied, he hurried away to his rounds. Ware turned to Anne, and she smiled on him as a woman smiles on a victor in combat.
That much is settled,
he said. He walked to the window and looked out like a man who, having won his victory, does not know how to follow it up. She stood beside him.
What next?
His jaw clamped tightly.
I think the chief is the Gold Killer,
she said diffidently. He did not reply, and she continued with an air of mental effort.
The chief, on the night he filched the flower from Chicky LaFontaine in the park, cried out arrogantly that the flaming petals were his.
Her sense of the ludicrous got the best of her, and she began to mimic Ware's own previous reasonings.
That is one of the irrefutable clues in the mystery. The robbers, and Dulce Andros too, have acted like servants before a master in the presence of the chief. And Flash Montague, in his drunkenness, exclaimed that the black-mustached chief was the great master of everything.
Ware looked troubled. He could not blind himself to the reasonableness of Anne's arguments. His hypothesis that Dr. Rutgers was the gold killer did not explain quite everything.
It is the chief.
Anne laughed at Ware's perturbation.
It is the old neurologist.
Ware could not help smiling at her.
I will bet you it is the chief.
She persisted.
I will bet you it is the old neurologist.
He realized that they were bantering about serious matters, but levity and romance caught them both.
What will you bet?
She demanded.
If I am right, you will marry me at once.
He replied with a quick glance at her that belied his jest.
And if I am right?
She returned.
You will go to Europe at once.
Both were serious as they lightly rehearsed their former contention. Tom more than ever wanted to marry Anne, and Anne more than ever thought that he should seek safety in Europe. Even with the threads of the affair in their hands, she was so fearful of the dangers of his adventurings that she would eagerly have seen him abandon the hunt of the gold killer right then. Ware was certain of his hypothesis, and he saw an opportunity to entrap Anne.
If you are right and the gold killer is the chief, I will go to Europe at once,
he cried, sealing the pact.
If I am right, and it is the old neurologist, you will marry me at once.
She assented with a smile, though she was rather baffled at the various bearings of the agreement. The bet could not be decided unless Ware solved the affair in all finality, and if he solved it in all finality, it likely might leave no reason for his hastening to Europe.
How will we decide the bet?
She thought that while she was musing about her problem, she would give Ware a problem to think about. Ware leaned against the window-sill. He looked down into the street meditatively for a few minutes. Finally he said,
The key lies in the patch of flowers walled by the green garden down on Long Island. We must hunt the place.
How?
She demanded. He thought a while.
The red patch is concealed from all sides, according to Dos Andros's account.
He said.
It can only be seen from above.
He remembered his dream of standing on the crag and looking down upon the small scarlet area of flaming petals.
We must hunt for it from above.
How?
She repeated again.
I have often hunted things from above.
He laughed.
Over the Argonne, for instance. It ought to be easier to make aerial observations of a patch of red flowers than of a camouflaged battery. I will hunt the flaming petals by aeroplane.
How can you, when they are still hunting you?
She returned despondently. He replied thoughtfully.
I think Bobby can help me. He still keeps in touch with flying. He can arrange it so that I can get an aeroplane at daybreak tomorrow without anybody knowing it. He will take me down to the field and introduce me as somebody or other. They are all civilian flyers there, and nobody will know me. I don't think there will be any trouble in getting a machine for the morning.
I am going along with you.
Anne took his arm determinedly. He looked at her admiringly.
It is going to be nothing more than an observation flight,
he replied.
We will merely see what is to be seen and return. And I guess you can go.
Chapter 28 Nosedive. It would be quite possible, Bobby Merritt assured them, to secure the use of an aeroplane at Mitchell Field on Long Island for the search of the flaming petals next morning. Bobby was still a member of the Air Service Reserves. He often took a flight in his spare afternoons. The mechanics at the aviation camp worshipped the bluff young aviator, both for his war record and his absolute fearlessness in stunt flying.
"We'll motor down before dawn,"
he suggested.
"Then there'll be no danger of Tom's being discovered by the police or recognized at the field. Are you game for a 2 o'clock start?"
he asked, turning to Anne. She smiled.
"Then you'd better wear a riding habit and look as much like a boy as possible. Then there'll be no questions asked, and I can smuggle you both into the machine without any trouble. I'll give 'em a ring now."
Anne turned to Tom, her eyes shining with excitement.
You know, I've never been up in the air before,
she told him.
And think of going for the first time with you.
Tom looked worried for an instant.
You're not going to be frightened, are you, dear? It would make a pretty mess if you were.
Her eyes reproved him.
Of course you aren't. What a fool I am.
He reproached himself.
Now, dear, I'll crawl back to my hole and try to get some sleep. You'd best do the same. And don't be worrying your precious head too much about whether it's the chief or whether it's Dr. Rutgers. Maybe you'll have to marry me, you know, and that might almost be worse than shipping me off to Europe. Here's Bobby. What's the news?
"All set,"
replied the young intern.
"I'll take Miss Rice home, and as for you, don't let the detectives get you. Can you meet us at the left-hand corner of the avenue at the Williamsburg Bridge at 1:45 a.m., my dear chap? Don't oversleep anyone."
They broke up, laughing to conceal their excitement. Would the morning bring success and a clearing of the mystery and of the shadow over Tom that was beginning to prove more than harassing? There were no sentimental regrets in Tom's mind as to the killing of Baldy. It had been a clear case of self-defense, but Tom occasionally thought bitterly of his friends and of his cousins, the only relatives he had. What in hell did they think of him anyway? Well, it didn't matter. As he left Anne and Bobby, he had a taxi called to the back door of the hospital, rushed into it, had himself whizzed to a fictitious address on 10th Avenue, hid in a doorway until the cabman had gone, then walked the blocks uptown to another cheap rooming house. It was a sleepy little crew that met the next morning at the city side of the Williamsburg Bridge. Dark, cold, with light mist blowing through the streets, the day did not promise well. They said little as Tom slipped into the back seat of the car. Anne was wrapped in a huge fur coat. An automobile cap hid her hair. As she held out her hand to clasp Tom's, he found it cold and a trifle tremulous. A diamond and emerald ring caught the light from one of the bridge lamps.
Ah, the lady forgets her disguise.
Tom roused himself enough to banter.
Off with the rings. And don't put them on again until I have another one to add to the galaxy. And how small it will be in comparison, my dear.
She pressed his fingers, then stripped off her rings and tucked them into a pocket in the side of her coat.
"Congratulations,"
grunted Bobby from the muffling collar of his coat.
Oh, hadn't we told you?
Asked Tom.
"It wasn't in the slightest degree necessary,"
said the imperturbable young chauffeur, and the trio lapsed into silence again as Bobby, quite unafraid of traffic cops at this hour in the morning, opened his cutout and roared at racing speed through the darkness of the sleeping Long Island towns. A gruff-voiced guard inspected Bobby's pass, and they slid through the gate at Mitchell Field, past low lines of barracks and out through the muddy road to the hangars. The shadowy outlines of the great sheds loomed out of the near darkness of early morning. There was no mist here, and there were still stars winking palely above them. Here and there in the dark they could see the great wings of an aeroplane as mechanics rolled one out from a hangar. Now, with a roar and a belch of flame from the exhaust pipes, a motor was started. The dull glow from the black pipe gave a strange unearthly radiance, and the plane looked like some giant dragon with fire streaming from its nostrils.
Here you are, Lieutenant Merritt.
A trim mechanic had recognized Bobby.
We got her all ready for you. No, 16 she is, sir, and lived up as trim as ever you seed her.
They gave Anne a flying coat and mufflers. It would be chilly indeed flying so early in the morning. Then Tom handed her a pair of strong field glasses.
Remember,
he whispered,
be on the watch for a walled garden with rose bushes and sunflowers, and in the midst a patch of glowing red, the flaming petals.
Bobby helped her into the observer's seat in front. One of the mechanics winked at Tom. He had caught the trim lines of her figure. But Tom smiled, and he said nothing. There were no officers about, only a flying student or two taking advantage of early morning and the calm air free from bumps. Tom jumped in, and Bobby waved him good luck. They taxied slowly across the gray field. Anne gripped the belt strapped tightly around her and waited in suspense. Then, faster and faster. She scarcely knew when they left the ground, only that the motion was easier, softer, like the soft motion of a rowboat on calm water. Then she looked over the side and saw a hangar flash by beneath them. Gradually the hum of the engine and the flash of the propeller blade soothed her. They were going higher, higher. Far below she could scarcely see the dim outlines of buildings. Finally they became only an indistinct blue-black blur. Across the horizon there was a faint glow, and as they gained more altitude it grew lighter and lighter. They burst through a light, misty bank of clouds that seemed to cling about them. Then they saw the red disk of the sun, but below it was still dark. Only gradually did the fields begin to show faint checkerboards beneath them, and Tom was making directly for the Sound and the North Shore. Now they were over the water. It was a clear, still morning. Anne had never realized the marvelous blue-green patterns that showed on the water, marked curiously by the wrinkling white of the waves. Light. The sun must have risen now for them down there, for she could see quite plainly a row of canal boats dragging up the Sound, the smoke of the towboat, a woman on deck, infinitesimal speck in all that vast circle of sky and earth and sea. Long Island lay now like a huge clay contour map spread out beneath her. She gave a little cry of delight and turned to smile at Tom as she recognized the shape of her own point of land jutting out into the Sound, the house, the barns, the pond, the garden. The garden. She must begin now to look for the red patch. Tom nosed down now, and for a second she was nervous, but now, as they came closer to the ground, and she could see the markings of fields and gardens more closely, she became absorbed in watching one great estate after another as they flew over them. It was not easy to distinguish the colors of the gardens from that height, though the formal arrangements of landscape architects were fairly clear. Suddenly she motioned to Tom and leaned out. She did not need the field glasses to see. The bright morning sun showed plainly, and from the center of a circle of greenery, the texture of which was indistinguishable, there glowed and winged up at them a large patch of flaming scarlet. Tom had seen it at the same moment, and he started to dive to get a better view. There was a sudden humming of wind through strained wires. The sky seemed whirling. Anne was thrown forward. The safety belt took away her breath. What had happened? Tom, in the driver's seat, kept his head. A nose dive. He thought quickly, thought for Anne's sake, shut off the motor and shoved the stick to neutral, then prayed. Praises be! At 500 feet, they came out of the catapulting dive, but as Tom picked up the motor again, a cross-current of air hit them. They side-slipped and righted, close to the ground now, and, as Tom attempted to get height again, the ground seemed suddenly to meet them. Anne closed her eyes in terror. There was a crash, a splintering shock, and blackness, and the all-pervading scent of the flaming petals again. Chapter 29. Solution and Compromise. A wizened, thin little yellow face, a pair of yellowish-green eyes, a few wisps of gray hair, these, bending over her, called Anne to the realization that she was not dead. She had been lying, looking up at the blue sky, seeing nothing else, thinking how strange and how still the state of death was. But now she stirred, and carefully, fearful that she was hurt, she raised herself, first on one elbow and then to a sitting position. Then she stood, shakily. She had been thrown clear of the aeroplane. The safety strap had broken. She rushed toward the machine as she thought of Tom. One wing had been badly smashed, and part of the undercarriage had snapped. Tom sat crumpled forward over the controls. She was sick with fear. She turned to look at the strange creature who had been bending over her. He was a tiny old man, whose eyes blinked at her widely, without seeming to comprehend what was going on.
"Come,"
she commanded.
"Help me."
The little old man grumbled indistinctly, but followed her. Together they lifted Tom from the crushed seat of the aeroplane. He stirred as they did so, but did not open his eyes. There was a gash across his forehead. They rested him on the grass, while Anne tried to stop the flow of blood with her handkerchief.
"Who lives here?"
Anne demanded. Then she remembered the patch of red flowers in the garden about the house, and her heart went cold. She looked about hastily. Yes, through a hedge of sunflowers she could see a glow of red, and the peculiar fragrance of the flower had hung in the air since they had crashed. She had not realized its presence, but now it came to her bitterly.
"Who lives here?"
she demanded again. The old man mumbled in a way that was completely unintelligible. Anne realized with a start of horror that he was either crazy or dumb, perhaps both. At any rate, she could catch no word of what he was saying to her. He turned and walked rapidly toward the house. Anne bent over Tom. By now the young doctor's eyes were open.
"Could you get up, dear?"
she asked. Tom smiled and made an attempt to rise. He fell back once more.
It's my leg, dear girl,
he explained.
Just a second, and I'll be with you.
The funny little gray man now returned and beckoned peremptorily. Tom was able, with Anne's assistance, to rise, and, with one arm around him, they went down the garden path toward the rear entrance of the house, a massive stone construction. The door they approached was shaded by dark vines. Tom apparently had, for the moment, forgotten the result of their quest, But Anne was clearly aware of everything, and there was something in the gloom underneath the hanging vines at the doorway that did not reassure her. Yet her solicitude for Tom carried her on. Perhaps there was no one at home. They entered the darkened house, followed their guide through hallways dim and heavy with a cold, musty odor. Finally they came on to a room lighter than the rest. The heavy furniture was shrouded with linen covers, giving the room a ghostly atmosphere. In the center was an operating table. At one side a glass case gleamed suggestively with bright sharp instruments of the surgeon. Lying on the operating table, as if it had been thrown there casually, was a glowing specimen of the flaming petals. In fact, the flowers were all about them, on the floor, thrown there as though someone had been picking a blossom to pieces or dissecting it. The odor was heavy and oppressing. It brought Tom to realization.
God, Anne, let's get out of this. An operating table, the flaming petals. I'm in no condition to...
But it was too late for flight from whatever mysterious being owned the house and its telltale garden, for steps were sounding along the hall. The shriveled old servant turned toward them, smiling. He spoke now, and his words were clear.
Dr. Retchers is coming.
Anne started and looked at Tom. They turned toward the door, awaiting the approach of the man they had suspected. The door opened, and there walked in before them, not the bent form of the old neurologist with his drooping nether lip, but the straight, pink-cheeked, hard-mouthed figure of the chief.
Dr. Retchers, the chief. They are one. The Gold Killer.
Gasped Tom as he understood the feeling of familiarity that he had felt all along as he had looked at the painted face of the chief. It was the effect of the drug. The bent form had straightened, the lower lip pulled up, the eyelids drawn, the muscles of the cheeks stretched and filled. This, with the rouge and dyeing of hair and mustache, created an almost perfect disguise. This, too, was the explanation of that dry, hacking cough of an old man, the cough that had mystified on the day they were kidnapped. Of course the chief would not see them at the wireless telephone interview when he was coming out of the drug and changing from the strong, middle-aged captain of the underworld gang to the old, shaking neurologist. Back of the figure of the Gold Killer came Dos Andros. The South American paled and started as he saw them. The Gold Killer's face was impassive, but his hands trembled and his eyes gleamed. Tom could see that furies were raving in him.
What are you two doing here? This is scarcely a safe place for you to make a morning call.
They were silent. There was nothing to be said.
Dos Andros.
The Gold Killer spoke coldly.
Get at them. Put them out of the way. They have found out too much, both of them.
Tom was ready to spring forward. He felt Anne's hand on his arm, restraining him.
Why are you standing there?
The Gold Killer blazed at the South American.
Because I am going to do nothing of the sort. I don't murder people, you know.
Dos Andros said coolly. He took a flask from his pocket and opened it. A strong whiff of the drugged whiskey filled the room as he drank. The Gold Killer, watching him, laughed.
You don't dare to disobey me, Dos Andros. You can never go back to the Indians in South America and get more of their sacred drug. They would kill you. And here you will be implicated in the Gold Killer murders, if I choose.
And don't believe me a murderer.
Dos Andros cried in a flood of emotion.
It was Baldy McManus who did the Gold Killer's work. It was he who killed your father.
So where, unwittingly, had avenged the murder of Anne's father. The gold killer's voice was one of brutal command.
Take hold of them and wring their necks.
He looked menacingly toward Anne and Tom.
I won't.
Dos Andros's voice was high-pitched now, in the throes of neurotic anger.
Ever since the day that I saw you wear the scarlet blossom to Anne Rice's home, for the evil pleasure of flaunting it in her face, the symbol of her father's death, I have known that you and I would come to death grips sooner or later. Don't you suppose that every one of the ring are waiting for a chance to get you out of the way?
There aren't many left,
said the gold killer dryly.
No, you killed them as fast as you could. The millionaires first, then the others. You got old Holden's money, which he left to your hospital, and after that you had the others killed because you were afraid that they knew how Holden had died. Oh, you knew, too, that they couldn't get away from you. They all had to have the stuff, and you were the only one this side of South America who had it. I suppose you didn't think that I knew that you had marked me for the next victim. Well, I did. Now you want to kill Ware and Miss Rice, you bloodthirsty old...
Yes, and hurry up about it, or I will choke them myself.
The gold killer turned to Tom and Anne, his hands working spasmodically. Tom tried to spring forward, but his leg crumpled under him and he fell limply to the floor. As Dos Andros leaped for the gold killer's throat, the old servant, with a wild cry, disappeared. Anne screamed and pushed herself back against the wall, attempting to drag Tom with her. The gold killer, as Dos Andros attacked, lunged forward, his hands groping madly. Dos Andros missed him, and the older man seized the younger, but with a twist Dos Andros tore away from him. His arms closed around the gold killer's waist. He swung him over his head. There was a crash of glass as the chandelier came shattering down on them. The gold killer, with a gigantic writhing of his body, twisted himself free. Dos Andros held him off with one arm while trying to trip him with his legs. The gold killer's arms were long, however, and they stretched ominously toward his opponent's neck. Nearer, nearer. Anne closed her eyes, expecting to hear the gasp for breath of the man who, she knew, loved her, and the crack of his breaking neck. But suddenly the lithe, dark figure was all action. He seemed to be everywhere at once. The titanic struggle of the drug-mighty men raged now in this corner of the room, now in that. It seemed to Anne, as she stole a glance, that Dos Andros was shaking the gold killer's body as a dog shakes a cat. Tom had fainted again from the pain in his leg. There was one final crash as a body was sent flying, limp, against the cabinet of surgeon's instruments, a shimmering and spatter of glass, then silence. In the center of the room Dos Andros stood, his lips drawn back in an ugly snarl, his hands twisting, the sweat standing on his face. The delicate South American now looked more like a wild man than like a civilized dandy. His face was cut, his hands bleeding. After a moment, he smiled.
Get Ware some water,
he commanded.
Bring him out of it. I want to talk to you both.
Anne looked fearfully at the limp, motionless body at the base of the broken instrument cabinet. Tom was revived slowly. They told him that the danger was over. Then Dos Andros sat on the operating table and spoke.
You probably know almost as much about this terrible affair as I do. When you questioned me the other day, Anne, I saw that you had been searching, but I said nothing. There may be some points that still need clearing. I shan't attempt to clear myself. I am too damned guilty. Guilty of just one thing, though, Anne. In addition to loving you, guilty of being under the spell of this terrible, strength-giving drug, as was your father, as was the group of great financiers and of underworld crooks, all swayed by the influence of that one man lying dead there, the gold killer, Dr. Rutgers in the high world, the chief in the underworld. He is the scientist who, I told you, was with me at that fatal expedition in the Andes. It was he who studied the terrible properties of the drug and transported some of the flowers to his garden on Long Island. He developed them so that they would grow in this clime. He discovered a process of distillation so that, by a compounding of whiskey, mollium, and the juice of the flaming petals, the strength-giving, youth-reviving drug could be made far more powerful than it was as the crude Indians knew it. At first he used it for good purposes only, for giving vigor and health to some of his most wealthy patients, so that they might throw off their ailments. Then he went mad over his pet hobby, his asylum for the study of certain types of insanity, and for the effect of his flower drug upon the mental processes. James Holden, one of his addicts, had willed all of his fortune to the institution, and it was then that the scientist conceived the idea of securing a band of underworld slaves of the drug, and of using one of them to put Holden out of the way, thus securing for his hospital and himself the great fortune. To this end, he went into the underworld, disguising himself by the clever use of the youth-giving properties of the drug, and through the power of the drug, established himself as the masterful underworld chief. None of his underworld followers knew him as Dr. Rutgers, the society specialist, and none of the millionaires knew him as the powerful master of the underworld. But your father, Miss Rice, and some of the others suspected that the mysterious hands of the gold killer were operating under the sway of the drug, and because of this suspicion, the gold killer decided that they must all go. From then on, fear spread in the ranks of the drug takers, but so great was their enslavement to the drug that they did not dare to expose the affair.
He was silent for a moment as he looked intently at Anne.
I trust you know, too, Anne, that I really loved you, and that I was hoping against hope that somehow I would be able to throw off the curse of which I tried so hard to tell you. I like you, too, Tom Ware, and I wish you all luck. Goodbye. I'll get out of this if you are willing. You won't have any trouble in clearing up the whole affair now, without me.
He did not wait for a word from them, but went quickly out of the room. Anne called after him, but Tom restrained her.
Let him go, dear.
She helped him limp out of the ghastly room. In the hall they looked at each other silently and laughed.
Dr. Rutgers or the chief? Guess we both won and lost,
said Tom.
Suppose we settle the question by getting married and going to Europe too. That is, as soon as my broken leg gets well.
Anne sighed.
Oh, well, well. But first, we've got to tend to that silly old leg, and who knows, perhaps they may have you in jail yet on that bootlegging charge.
Practical Anne,
said Tom, but what did he care for Europe or jail as he looked down again at her upturned eyes and ready lips? End of Part 8. End of Gold Killer by John Prosper.